this year?
Not a lot. I'm trying to forget most of everything that happened last year. Obviously, the result ended up being really good. We were on the fortunate end of the race being cut short, so recognizing that. But honestly, I feel like our Napa Chevys had better pace in it than I was able to extract yesterday in qualifying. So optimistic about that. I feel like it's driven well, and obviously I know passing is going to be a challenge, but I thought that the good cars could do it yesterday, so it makes me feel better about it, and try to be smart with our race car today and stay out of tire barriers, and hopefully give ourselves a shot there at the end when it counts.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Dave, Chase Elliott remains optimistic here this afternoon.
What is up, motherfuckers and party people? How's everybody doing today? Hope you guys are having a great fucking day. We have a new crown jewel event. I would kind of call this that. Like, just in the sense where everybody's watching it, you know.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, thank you.
The Mets just took the lead in the ninth from the Pirates. Just keeping a look at that because Dom will be over here once the Mets game is over. But it just became a close game.
It certainly is to start this. There'll be some others that have something to say about it, but Keith Urban and I are on the same page here for a change. I can't sing, but anyway. But look for Larson and also Christopher Bell have a chance to do this. Who do you have, Brad?
I got Michael McDowell. I think he's going to win this race today.
Really? You think Michael McDowell wins this race?
Nobody's talking about excellent road race this season. I'm riding with McDowell.
I'm going to have to go change my fantasy lineup, Brad.
Michael McDowell's my pick to win today.
Absolutely. You heard Ryan Blaney talk about it. We've heard Joey Logano talk about him. That heel toe, they said they can't do it. He's got him right where he
Show goes on all night till the morning we dream. Go along, everybody, and we wonder we'll see the sun. Show goes on all night.
And Doug.
Chicago street course. The Cup cars are racing in the streets of Chicago. They're promoting street racing. They're doing it. They're promoting street racing. I can't believe it. They want these degenerates to fucking street race. No wonder those fuckers broke into the racetrack.
Ice cold Mike's, please.
Was this guy's day hard enough for a Mike's Hard Lemonade, hey?
I don't know. Was it?
Hard days deserve a hard lemonade.
Ally has savings buckets to help you save for anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something they're saving for. Like that new car. Or a fancy vacation. Or party supplies. Your delivery budget. Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
All the parts you need at the prices you want. Guaranteed to fit every time. So you can keep your ride or die alive.
Chicagoland? No, it's not Chicagoland. That's not a thing. That's not a thing we're doing no more.
Was it?
It's not a thing that we're doing no more.
Funny boy.
Hard days deserve a hard lemonade.
The biggest stars start their morning with today. This week, the Divine Bette Midler. Plus, we catch up with the NFL's most dominant receivers. And tomorrow, Scarlett Johansson and Alex Cooper live in Studio 1A, only on Today. They're legends in the paint and in the pocket, showing their skills on the green.
That is fantastic.
The stars are out in Lake Tahoe.
Oh, yeah. The excitement never ends here.
For the American Century Championship on NBC and Peacock.
The streets of downtown Chicago are about to be filled with the thunderous sounds of NASCAR Cup Series machines. DJ, there was so much chaos last year with the weather. Is it almost like they're running a street course for the first time today?
Yeah, it's been all dry up to this point, and I'm going to be the optimist that I always try to be and say we're going to have that here today, too. So it will be the first time like a new place.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. Look forward to watching these hot rods get some grip, let these guys get after it. It's going to be fun to watch.
And maybe some mixed conditions later today, which will make it even a little more interesting. But the margin for error very slim for these Cup drivers with so much on the line this late in the regular season. Time for today's pre-race ceremonies.
Ladies and gentlemen, please rise if you are able. Please you move your hats. And veterans, render a hand salute. As the Chicago Fire Department and Chicago Police Department Honor Guard present our nation's colors. Here to offer today's invocation, please welcome from Chicago Medicine and Vet Health, Chaplain Sherwin Callwood.
Father in heaven, we thank you today for this race. We ask now that you would cover each driver in the coat of your protection. Keep them safe, and may all glory go to you. In the name that's above all names we pray. Amen.
Here to perform America the Beautiful, please welcome singers from Uniting Voices Chicago, a nonprofit organization that empowers and unites thousands of diverse youth from the city of Chicago to find their voice and celebrate their common humanity through the power of music. Please welcome Chicago's original voice of the national anthem, Wayne Nascar.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the
America!
Terrific anthem after
And we're going to get ready to do this.
the spot on the street course up close and
be right back in a
It's time to
second.
get the engines fired in downtown
Jaden, post your
Chicago
picks.
next on NBC Sports.
There's a difference between a great golf setting and a setting for great golf. This isn't just the Open, it's golf, as it's meant to be. The Open Championship on NBC, USA, and Peacock, part of the greatest summer of golf.
It's summertime in New York State. Time to get away. Enjoy everything that makes it easy to love New York. Start your getaway at iloveny.com.
Comfort Windows and Doors is the one company with windows made in New York that are New York tough. The only one with full-time employed professional installers. Only one you should trust with your home.
And the only one that warranties your windows for a lifetime.
We'll upgrade your windows to triple pane for free, plus 10% off and no interest and no payments for 12 months. All from the name you know, the people you trust. Visit comfortwindows.com and schedule
Jade,
your
post your
free estimate
picks.
today.
Slip and fall, call me immediately. I'm Joe Stanley. I'm alarmed when seriously injured people delay taking action. Then by the time my investigators get to the scene, the culprit has corrected the problem. Slip and fall. Take some pictures, fire up an email or a text. Slip and fall, give me a call. 1-800-608-3333. Stanley Law.
Every journey through cancer is as unique as the individual walking it, but you're never alone.
At Upstate Cancer Center at Auburn Community Hospital, your journey becomes our main focus. With access to a team of world-class specialists and the latest technology, we tailor the most comprehensive treatment plan just for you.
You are our neighbors. Your fight is our fight. Together, we'll navigate this journey with personalized care.
Upstate Cancer Center at Auburn Community Hospital. Once you choose hope, anything is possible.
Access Hollywood, weeknights at 7:30 on NBC3.
I remember just riding around there under the Pace Labs and it being absolutely pouring and seeing just literally thousands of people lined up everywhere you looked. A lot of excitement going in there, probably a little overexcited.
NASCAR is making history, racing in the streets of Chicago.
Everything that came along with that race was just a lot of firsts, a lot of good things. It was pretty crazy.
Jaden did it again.
Get a little distracted or get just
Jaden done did it again. So here's our win picks for today. I have Michael McDowell winning. Dom has Christopher Bell winning, and Jaden has done it again. He's got SVG winning. Dom's starting spots for today are 16 and 19, which is Chris Buescher and Kyle Busch, but Chris Buescher got sent to the rear, so that's another challenge for Dom.
This braking zone, to me, is the most difficult braking zone in all of American motorsports. You'll head down Lakeshore Drive and through turn 3 at 140 miles an hour in a Cup car, and then you'll have to brake before the car ever even gets straight. You'll start that braking on brand new grippy asphalt, but you only get to brake on that for a second before you hit one of the largest bumps you will ever hit in a race car anywhere in the world. You then go all 4 tires in the air. You'll land on a asphalt that is worn and slippery. Try not to lock the tires and get that car slowed down from 140 to 70 into turn 4. You go from 3 lanes down to 1 lane, and you will be on the brake in a Cup car for 5 seconds through this phase. It is one of the most difficult things you'll do all day. And every time a driver comes through here, Marty, they're going to get at some point thinking, uh-oh, I've done it wrong, and then gather it back up. That is what makes this place so difficult.
And folks, Parker knows that challenge as well as anyone.
So Dom will be here soon.
Race yesterday, Brad, on a day where drivers will literally be fighting for inches on the track. What are the odds?
Oh, that sucks. KD is sidelined for He's not playing in the Olympics. That sucks. Oh wait, no, he's not. No, it's not that he's not playing in the Olympics. It's that his status is TBD. So that kind of sucks.
Yeah, no doubt about that. He's so good.
I was thinking about maybe streaming some of the Suns Summer League games. That'd be kind of fun. But I don't think I could use Apple Sports for the scoreboard for that. I think I'd use AI Score.
Chicago, this is the moment you've been waiting for. Please welcome retired NFL legend from the Chicago Bears, Matt Forte.
All right, Chicago, y'all ready? Let me hear you make some noise. Oh, y'all can do better than that. Make some noise. Drivers, start your engines.
Engines are fired in Chicago. Who's ready for a little street course racing, NASCAR style? It's coming up next, right here on NBC Sports.
It's gonna be a good race today, y'all. I'm looking so forward to this.
Elk Grove Village is easy to sell. Home to the largest industrial park in America. Its leaders actively work with businesses to help them succeed. But don't trust this pitch, man. Trust the awards. Elk Grove Village won Municipality of the Year and top business park in the country in back-to-back years. If that doesn't sell you, I don't know what will. Find out more at makerswanted.org.
When we collect, we aren't just keeping things. We keep memories, visions, moments.
Did you find my OGTO?
Happy birthday, Dad.
I can't believe it.
There's a fire we keep too. This flame chose us. We are not just collectors. We are loyal torchbearers. We are all keepers. Keepers of the flame. Haggerty.
My doctor gave me Breasttree for my COPD. Things changed for me. Breasttree gave me better breathing, symptom improvement, and reduced flare-ups.
Breasttree won't replace a rescue killer for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breasttree more than prescribed. Breasttree may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur.
Ask your doctor about Breasttree.
Are you fucking kidding me?
The sweeter the reward. This is IndyCar.
Might as well just turn the fuck back around. What?
We haven't seen this before.
They're about to race the Cup Series on a street course.
But on hold at the moment.
Street race.
No updates.
Sweeps through the urban landscape like a tornado.
There was a little bit in the area, but they can race in the rain. It's a road course.
Beckoning the brave and the bold.
But
Storm chasers drawn to the fury of a twister.
if anything, it'd be lightning.
Eyes fixed on the ultimate prize. Each corner, a potential vortex. A merciless force. But amongst the fear, there is beauty to be found. You don't face your fears. You ride them in the form of a perfect pass.
Maybe it's just a momentary hold.
For those who dare to chase the storm, there's glory to be found. In the thunderous applause, in the spray of champagne, the sweet taste of victory is worth the risk.
I don't want to order Wendy's, Jaden.
Chicago, Illinois. The
Wendy's is, I guess.
City in the United States, and it's also the first ever
drone.
street course race for NASCAR. Welcome to the NASCAR Cup Series.
He said race is on hold due to rain. I said I got a notification that says on a hold. And that's all I got. So, yeah. And the broadcast does their thing where they don't tell you anything.
We cover racing each and every week, but there's something different here. Not only is it just feel big on the shores of Lake Michigan, but it sounds big. We are going to introduce NASCAR to the skyscrapers to NASCAR. When you hear these horsepower, this 20,000 plus.
This looked like that was a good game.
Hammer down, Lakeshore Drive, it is crazy. Yeah, it's a beautiful setting and one that we are going to enjoy this entire afternoon. And the Windy City's living up to its nickname, by the way. We want to take a look at the 3D track map.
You want to say what the fuck Bob was talking about?
We go on some of the most famous streets of Chicago, and it starts on Columbus. We go down Columbus into turn number 1. That's where Mike Bagley is going to have all the action. They'll turn left up Balboa Drive, going toward Lake Michigan, and then on to the Sabo Lakeshore Drive, and they'll head all the way down into turn 4. Well, Dylan Welch will have all of the action there. They'll go through to turn 5. And then all the way back to 6 for Mike Bagley again in that action. And then from 7 all the way through turn 11, we will have Jeff Burton, the mayor, calling all the action.
If you want to fuck off, I understand.
Come back up the hill, and they will make their way back onto Columbus Drive, and that is where Steve Letarte and I will have all of the exciting action of the start-finish line and everybody on pit road. Let's hear from
Until there's another fucking lightning strike.
Turns 1 and 6.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rick. Turns 1 and 6.
I'll be back in whatever, guys.
Perspective that is unparalleled in this sport. This is where the turns intersect at Columbus and at Balboa. The fans have been lining up on this fence line since 9 a.m. this morning when the gates opened up. They have put their beach chairs down, their lawn chairs down, and they are lined up all the way down Columbus, all the way back to turn number 5. And they'll be treated to a great show here this afternoon. Now, let's go to the other end of Lakeshore Drive and Dylan Welch.
Thank you, Mike. And yes, I am here at the inside of turn number 4. We just heard Parker talk about the difficulty of this section of the racetrack. At the end of Lakeshore Drive, goes from about 3 lanes all the way down to 1. It's a very narrow, very high commitment section of this racetrack. It's also the section of the racetrack where last year we saw Shane Van Gisbergen make the race-winning pass. It was the site of a lot of really good action yesterday in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race. Expect more of the same this afternoon. Once they go by me, right at my feet here in turn 4, they'll make the right-hand turn off of turn 5 and head towards the backside of the course where Jeff Burton is standing by today.
Yeah, I'm at turn 11 along the skyline of Michigan Avenue, where it is starting rainy, by the way. This is the most technical part of the racetrack. It starts the downhill run to turn 7, which is a very, very tight 9-degree right-hander. That leads to an elevation change in the Congress Plaza loop, a slow, sweeping left-hander, and that brings him directly underneath me for another very tight 9-degree corner. There are passing opportunities over here, but it is a risky place to try it.
So, Jeff, why don't we give the folks the starting line as we get to page number 1. Ty Gibbs will qualify second. Great starting spot for the young man. Raced here yesterday as well. He'll try to keep it in front all day long. Kim?
Dave, as we look at page 2, Ross Chastain starting from the 14th position. Like most of the field, he is still learning this technical street course. Yesterday in practice, crew chief Phil Surgeon told me Ross's fastest laps were at the end of the run when his balance was the worst, but he had a better understanding of where the track limits were. A top 10 today, Marty, is the goal for this team.
Jim William Byron has his work cut out for him today. He qualified 27th, but he'll have to start at the back of the field because they made changes to the car to fix a power steering issue. Byron needs a good run after just one top 10 in his last 5 races. And after winning the pole at the last road course in Sonoma, Joey Logano was only able to qualify 32nd for today's race. Paul Wolf told me there's actually a number of strategy plays to help us gain a little bit of track position. Yes, the rain covers are on, but let's head up to the gentleman who will call the action today. Rain or shine here in Chicago, Rick Allen and Steve Letarte.
Yeah, well, we're not going to get 8 inches of rain like we did a year ago. At least I don't think we will. But a little bit of rain isn't going to hurt anything. We have wet weather tires here, so we can see these cars making laps here very shortly from the streets of Chicago.
When we're young, we're told anything is possible, but only a few of us go out and prove it. Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to a gig in millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy 1 unlimited line and get 1 free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity. The Barn Bar.
The county's best hangout. Just got better. Here's to living smooth with the always smooth, easy drinking Keystone Light.
This will be a gold mine of local intel, just you wait.
Right. So tell us about this corn festival.
Oh, you got your corn pudding, you got your corn chowder.
So is it safe around here?
Sometimes.
If a family of 8 were to need a cold plunge, where would they find it?
Oh, then they dip it in butter and bam, it goes right. Really cute vampire bar, like a reverend does, like a blessing on the corn.
Donut shops, how far from here?
No eyebrows?
Think of how light it'll feel in the summer. You gotta run. 11,000 more neighborhoods to go.
Ding dong.
Homes.com.
Looking for a reason to try the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
That's everything you get with the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's.
This is the most powerful Tacoma ever. With the shut the front door handle. Also known as the Seriously Wrong handle. Or the Whoa 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 handle. And even the No Me Gusta handle. Standard on the 2024 Toyota Tacoma.
Tyler Reddick has been the fastest man all day here at the Circuit of the Americas.
Out of 4, Reddick wins at Kansas.
Reddick there at the 45 wanted to know what the state of those tires are coming off the race car, what they look like, so he can sort of judge how much he can push on these.
Checkered flag is in the air. Tyler Reddick gets there first.
Ready work, guys! Tyler, there you go!
We found that Tyler Reddick can win on any type of racetrack or course, which he has won on road courses 3 times already in his career. So one of the best at this as well. His crew chief is Billy Scott, and right now down with him is Dave.
Well, Rick, as you can imagine, with this weather moving through the area right now, things are becoming very, very chaotic. They're not chaotic on the booth. It's controlled chaos here up on top of the 45. Billy's been talking with driver and engineers, trying to figure out what's going to happen next. What word are you waiting for from NASCAR on decision-making here?
I think we're just kind of waiting to see what the weather does here. Got a couple minutes to make a decision on what we go do a sight lap on. We are allowed to come down after the first lap and change them. Is where we're at right now, to go out there and not lose position. So now it's just debate going on the radio on what we want to do the sight lap on, and yeah, a lot of it's going to be up to Tyler when he gets out there.
Billy, once he is racing, what are the biggest pitfalls, or I guess you should say potholes on a street course, right, that you face as a crew chief in decision making?
Well, before it was just a matter of you know, maintaining track position and making sure that we are got enough fuel to get to the end and look like a one-stop strategy. But now this is obviously going to change stuff, and it's just a matter of adapting to the situation.
All right, Billy, thanks very much. We'll let him get back to work. He's looking at everything, talking to everyone that he can talk to. And, of course, Marty will be up here a little bit later, checking in with them periodically on what they're doing as well. We'll have the Xfinity 360 cam in Tyler's car, so we'll be able to ride with Tyler and watch him progress from just inside the top 5 in this race.
Yeah, Dave, we're embedded with that 45 team today in stage 2, which is great, that all access to the team. Steve, we just heard Billy Scott mention his situation. NASCAR has told them if they want to change the tires right now, they can, or they can do this inspection lap, go around, get a feel for it, change tires then, and they don't lose their starting position.
Well, you're going to do the inspection lap either way. In my mind, you would absolutely put rain tires on now, just to make sure you don't go out on slicks. You don't know what it's like all the way at the end of Lakeshore Drive, right? I mean, that's quite a ways from here. There could be more puddles, there could be slick. You know, these slick tires have very little grip in the wet conditions. So put the treaded tires on now. You can tell they're treaded because of the white Goodyear. That's a slick. That's a yellow Goodyear. That's how you tell the difference. They're going to allow them to make a lap at slow speeds behind the pace car. That will give the driver the ability to see the track firsthand, and then the teams have the option. You can stay on the slicks. You can go to the treaded. It's free. You line up in your original starting position, and then we're going to see racing,
which we're looking forward to. Let's listen into the 11 radio of Denny Hamlin here as he sits in the car.
Right now, I think if we were dropping the green right away, you would need them for a short period of time, then not need them anymore. It is super splotchy. Another cell about 5 miles out, that might flip us again. Currently, it looks like we're in the dry, whatever, it's fully raining.
So that's crew chief talking about what we need to do here as far as Denny Hamlin.
Yeah, so what I love about, NASCAR on the road or now street courses is that the amount of confidence in these rain tires means it's really up to the teams, unlike New Hampshire where there was kind of a mandated situation. You see we're at the white dot, you see that cell just to the left of it. I think that's what the 11 team was talking about, that one could also hit. I'm a big fan of putting it in the team's hands. I know at New Hampshire on the oval, not a lot of experience, high-speed oval. At the road courses just here a year ago, we saw a ton of wet weather action. So I just think this right here is going to make what I was already excited to see even more exciting. This was a year ago, Rick.
This is what we saw a year ago. Again, it had rained 8 inches of rain in less than a 24-hour period. The people here in Chicago did an amazing job getting the track ready, the streets ready, and ultimately some were able to navigate the streets and some weren't. And then you had mentioned New Hampshire, one of the first times that NASCAR has ever finished a race on wet weather tires.
Yeah, the first time ever to finish. You see the heavy rains. The big difference is this is a 1 mile oval, so it's a very high-speed oval. We didn't know what to expect, but look how well the drivers did. They used the entire racetrack top to bottom. We saw a few incidents, but overall, it was really, for me, I've been around the sport 30 years, that was shocking how much grip the drivers had.
And Steve, the uniqueness about the wet tires is the drivers will actually seek the wet weather part or the wet of the racetrack or the streets to keep their tires cooler.
Yeah, they have so much grip that they can actually overheat, so you're going to have to try to search out some wet spots on the straightaway. Parker, what's it feel like out there?
Well, this is why I think this is an interesting decision for these crew chiefs. If you look at 7 car here, look underneath it. It's dry underneath this car. It barely rained here, just enough to get the asphalt wet, but underneath the cars, it's still dry, showing you how little it just rained. It's going to be enough to maybe want to be on wet tires for, I don't know, a lap, maybe max. If it stays like this and doesn't rain again, that's why this is such an interesting decision for these teams.
It's really easy, Rick. If it's too wet for dries, you're going to wreck. And if it's too dries for wet, you're going to be really slow. So you're going to have to decide which one you want to be on. You know why it's easy? Because I'm in the TV booth.
Yeah, I would like to have known if Parker would like to be on slicks or if he would like to be on wet weather tires right now as they get ready to fire the engines once again. And the crews are helping them put the window nets back up. And the engines are firing here momentarily.
We make a lot about the size of this event because it is such an unreal setting. You know, basically at the foot of these skyscrapers in the middle of Chicago. But this development by NASCAR and Goodyear and the commitment by the teams to be able to run in these passing showers, that's what makes this all possible. Right? I mean, if you went here and you tried to shut down these streets in Grant Park and we had no choice but to wait for perfect weather, that would kind of take it out of the hands of this opportunity. I didn't expect to see it, actually, looking at the forecast, but I agree with Parker. I think it's going to be a short-lived decision for those that stay on wets.
See the officials.
So right there, you can tell the white Goodyear lettering. Ryan Blaney.
Are we living in a simulation?
Now, this would be my decision. Because remember, we're going to go out, we're going to go
What
slow.
the fuck happened to the 30 minutes?
Change our minds.
The fuck has happened? I'm not complaining. Don't complain about a good thing.
They're still sitting on the slicks.
Did the lightning all of a sudden, like, teleport itself from farther than 8 miles away?
One lap on the track, you'd mentioned it, an inspection lap.
Don't question a good thing.
For it. If they come down the first time onto pit road and change tires, they're allowed to keep their starting position. After that, they have to come out where they come out in relation to the rest of the field.
This is going to be fun, though.
That go along with these wet weather.
Yesterday's race was amazing.
They stand right out at you. But there's also
Streets of Chicago. They're promoting street racing.
You know, better terminology. They're behind the rear tires. It's to keep the spring.
Somebody was actually trying to make that point to the city. Like, some people did not want the race to happen.
Oh yeah, those are flashing lights, and that's just for
really.
I'm sure it makes everywhere around it a total.
Now we didn't see those at the oval. That's a road course racing only thing. NASCAR also has.
You mean just crowd? Like the sounds wouldn't really bother me for 2 hours, but the crowds would.
Crowds, backed up roads,
yeah,
detours.
No, some people in the planning for this race, because the first race of this was last year. Like in the planning, like people were trying to like make it not happen. They were like, the cars being loud is going to cause the glasses in the museum to start shaking, and they'll fall over and break.
Steve, I think you've got an opportunity to dial up one of our drivers.
Yeah, it's
No,
one
that's stupid.
Of the 34, Michael McDowell. Let's see, make sure they're on the radio. Hey, Michael, it's Letard and the guys in the NBC booth. You got a copy?
White Sox car, bro. It's a pretty cool car, but like, not now.
One more time.
We've seen their record.
It's Letard in the
3
NBC
years.
booth. You got a copy?
Yeah, 3 years ago we had
Yeah, rolling
For
off.
the technical issues, we're going to try to talk to them there real quick. That's actually another conversation I had with a bunch of crew chiefs.
Tim
Things you don't think
downfall has
of.
to be studied.
Right here in the heart of the city.
Allegedly, they have mufflers on these cars. I don't think they do.
You know, some teams have had no issues. Other teams have had a little bit of struggle. They've had to go from channel 1 to channel 2.
I was looking at videos from fan videos, and yeah, I don't think they
They
did.
didn't take that 10 off the 34 and then forget to put it back on after they took the cover off.
It's good luck if you don't. I think the last guy went on to win the race, so it was good luck. So
I think they did last year because the mayor was a bitch. But now they have a new mayor, and he actually likes NASCAR, so they might have changed that.
The crossover, right? I mean, it's not a lot of rain.
Isn't this cool?
You can hear them testing to see what the traction and grip level is.
This is kind of like
Off of pit road. Let's check in on
a
the
big
team
event now.
Yeah, let's look at
Like
our rating
another
sheet and what
NASCAR
these guys
big
doing
event.
this year. Just remember, it was 3 races
'Cause
ago
it's-
that they finally got that playoff clinching win at Iowa, the 17th race of the season. So that's on their side. When I talked to crew chief Jonathan Hassel this morning, he said the other thing is, remember last
Oh
year,
yeah, no, it's
this
wide,
race,
which
we're
makes
coming
me
off a
happy.
really hard crash for Ryan
A lot of
at the
room.
National
Well,
Super
some parts are
Speedway. This
narrow,
year,
but
not
like
so
some
much.
parts
We
are
were in a
really
good
wide.
spot.
And
Reboot was the word
dude,
he
it was
used. We're thinking
amazing
this is our
yesterday in the
first race in
Xfinity
Chicago,
race.
and we are going to make the most of it, Kim.
Like Shane Van Gisbergen and Kyle Larson. Yeah, they were the first like 15 laps of the race. They were just literally head to head, side by side, not letting each other go. It was some of the most exciting shit ever.
Really benefit and gain from extra seat time on this course. He was very
Hoping to see more of that.
about the street course.
So
We'll see if it pays
is
off
it
here
still where
this
people have the option to put the tires on, or?
Dark horse today, he picked the driver right in front of Daniel Suarez, Alex Bowman, who's pretty good at road courses as well. Talked to the team earlier today. They said the good part about practice is they literally got better every lap as Alex got
So
more
apparently this is
comfortable.
a
But Jeff
recon
Burton, now
lap.
the decision for Alex Bowman,
Don't know what
and
that
all
means.
of these drivers has to be made right here.
Going to drive
Do we go
around the
with
circuit to see if they want to start on the wet or the dry tires.
Well, Marty, one of the most difficult decisions
Well,
is going to be about,
whatever
when
gets
the
us
first
racing
drive's
faster.
That was down here in turn 11 last year in the water. This was one of the slower driving parts
It's
of the
fucking
racetrack.
3 weeks in a
And
row.
You can see there's puddling on the racetrack now where the grooves of the road. Remember, this is Michigan Avenue. This is not a racetrack. This is a 30-mile
Just don't hit the wet.
zone where cars are
It'll be
every
fine.
single day. And there are just spots of water. We saw that here
You might
last
want to switch to
year.
the
And
wet
remember,
tires.
It is a heavy braking zone that leads right into underneath me, and if you do not get slowed down because
The challenge with it is that it's like
you're going to make contact with these tire barriers.
the wet tires don't do good on dry conditions.
Camera on the front bumper of Alex Bowman.
So
One thing that makes a street course different, and it's
like it's
obvious
kind
from this
of
camera
like right
angle,
here,
no
it looks pretty
runoff.
dry.
Barriers on
It's
both
gonna be
sides.
kind
You
of
can't make the wrong
difficult.
decision at Watkins Glen or Sonoma. You might just slide off into the grass or slide off into the sand pits.
Yeah, just
Not here. If you slide here, you're
do the dry ones. It'll be fine. 7 cautions come out. This is bullshit.
1,000 pounds apiece, so they will stop the cars from making their way off of this course as the field making their way on turn 11 and up over the bridge.
So right here is the restart zone. It's weird because that's the restart zone, but then there's one turn, and that's like this is where the start finish line actually is, like on this straightaway.
Or they have wet on right now.
They might have been on the slicks as of now.
On
But
pit lane now, second fastest qualifier, Ty Gibbs. They
yeah, I
told
think
him,
they were
if
on the
you're
slicks.
confident, we're confident in the slicks.
Oh.
We'll put the non-treaded tires on and act like the track is going to dry quickly. As for Shane Van Gisbergen in the 16, they had the dry tires waiting. You see him going on there, so he too will go on the slicks. These two drivers.
So I guess some people did put the wet tires on, some people put the dry tires on.
How ginger will you have to be around this?
And now they're changing their mind.
Of Burton there on Michigan Avenue in turn 11.
Well, I think that's going to be the challenge. Burton is, it doesn't look bad on pit road, but what you showed us over there, it looked pretty damp.
Well, it's very damp, and guess what? It started to rain again. So, as they came through here, it wasn't raining. And as soon as they left, it started raining.
So
That's
they can do
information
more
they
rain
don't
on
have.
street courses? It's not going as
This
fast?
is, I love the idea of,
What?
They can like race in more rain than normal on these.
Yeah.
Not as fast.
Road courses, street courses, yeah, you can race on. The ovals, most ovals you can't race on any rain at all. The shorter ovals you can race in the damp conditions now, like we saw in New Hampshire. On road courses you can race in the rain, but no matter what you can't race with lightning. And if there's too much rain, like literally flooding, like standing water, then yeah, they can't do that. Like if it's pissing rain.
On the investigation lap, it started to dry out. We can see portions of this racetrack drying.
That might be fun.
You've got puddles at 11. You've got
Parts where it's wet, parts where it's dry.
I don't know how these crew chiefs are going to make this decision. Dylan Watts, what about you in turn 4?
Yeah, this is one of the cool things about doing radio style on a day like today. We're getting the real feel for the elements out here.
Jaden, what I'm confused on is what the fuck happened to the 30 minutes thing.
It has started to sprinkle just ever so slightly, not even enough to dampen the racing surface over here, but it's raining enough to where these guys are definitely going to see it on their windshield. And we talked already today about high commitment and the nature of this corner and what that challenge presents. I would not want to go through here with it being a little bit wet, like it is down here right now on slick tires. It is going to be interesting to see these guys come all the way down Lakeshore Drive and get this car slowed down and turned
Blowing
down
feels
here
nice.
to turn 4 and 5.
That's a great update all around the race surface. That was the free tire change. We still have pace laps.
I don't care, I'm
We
used
still
to
have
it.
our normal run of show. Teams can still come change
Yeah,
tires.
no, doesn't
but
that feel
you're gonna
nice?
lose track positions. That was the one free chance you had.
We'll see if anybody decides now after making another lap that they want to change roads for the wet weather time.
Last
We'll be
week
back
was
to the green flag shortly.
Yeah.
The week before was death.
You don't have to be in the race to be in the race. The NASCAR
Yeah,
Powerball
wasn't it like
Playoff.
the day where it was like 95 every day?
Going to win in Phoenix.
Enter now for your chance to win a VIP trip for 2 to the NASCAR Cup Series
Do you guys have
Championship
AC?
race at the Phoenix Raceway, with the grand prize winner taking home $1 million. The race for the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
Kind of feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 biggie bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
I never knew your cat was so cuddly, right? She really loves these delectable squeeze-up treats. What? Delectables.
This could be a
Treat.
crazy start with slick tires on a wet track.
Delectables.
Yeah.
Delectables. Funny. No, just delectables. Deliciously delectable.
I think they'll be fine.
You're hilarious.
These guys are professionals. Remember that.
Delectables, squeeze up. Deliciously delectable delectables.
Fucking Nick.
If this is your idea of ladylike,
Not home. I'm fine with him being not home if he was here.
join us.
It'd be better than him being home just not.
When we're young, we're told anything is possible. But only a few of us go out and prove it. Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity
Dom
Mobile.
ready for
Only
Pocono?
Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds
Dom's
up to a
ready
gig
for
in
Pocono.
millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy one unlimited line and get
Fast
one
to the
free
left
for a
part
year.
is the best.
Get the fastest connection.
Except
to
they're doing
Paris
the right
with Xfinity.
here too.
The fastest swimmer in the world couldn't go near the pool. Caleb Dressel had won Olympic gold.
He did it! So proud of you.
And then he got out of the pool. If I never swam again, he thought.
Can Dom bring jet fuel so Kyle Busch
That's when
can
he
win?
knew he was ready. Now he's getting faster and stronger every
I wouldn't want
day.
Kyle
It's
to
exciting
win
to
by
compete,
cheating.
but that's not
That
the
doesn't
point,
feel right.
Because Caleb loves to swim again.
The funniest movie of the summer is now in theaters.
Good job, Junior. Let's go.
Animation's Despicable Me 4, rated PG. In theaters now.
Today's aerial coverage is brought to you by Shady.
I'm sure they'll not be pussies. And they'll do double file restarts, right?
There,
They
as
better.
come up to Lakeshore Drive, as we have Lake Michigan right here, the bottom of your screen, and 7 cars have wet weather tires on.
Only
it's the
7?
last time by, as they're going 2 by 2 now and getting ready for the start.
Yeah,
let's go to Pit Road right now at Kim.
Yeah, a lot of discussion on whether or not teams should put slicks or wet weathers on. Here was a conversation between Travis Peterson and his driver, Michael McDowell.
I'll just cut down to the 50-50 shot of what this cell that's 15-20 miles out does. Our range will get burned up pretty quick here. It stays dry for a little bit. We'll see what happens. We stayed with the guys that are racing. That's going to be our plan all day.
So they elected to put slicks on after taking the sight lap in wet weather tires. They felt like the back half of the track definitely slicker, but felt like it was going to be dry in about 2 laps of racing. The interesting thing is, on the flip
I have
side,
some little seeds in
Austin
the
Centric,
fridge,
that
but
team
if you wanna
ran
waste
out of time on the grid to put the wet weather
what are
tires
you
on for the
thinking?
sight lap. They took their sight lap in slicks and decided they wanted wet weather tires to start this race, Marty. So lots of different perspectives on pit road.
And Kim, when there are mixed conditions like this, it's usually who goes to the slick tires first is who has the most speed. Steve mentioned it earlier. The wet weather tires certainly help when it is
Kinda
wet
sounds
out,
good.
but when it's not, they're certainly a
But
little
also
slower
expensive.
as well. Bubba Wallace, you see him, terrific qualifying.
Jersey
effort.
Mike's
He
worth
is
it.
on slick tires, but Steve, here's part of the game as well that Booty Barker was mentioning, and you heard it from the 34 team. There is weather coming very soon. So, what would you have made as a decision, Steve? Would you have gone on slicks from what you've seen on the track, or would you have gone wet weather tires?
So I think the track they're currently riding around on, slicks would work. The problem is when you look at the radar, I believe weather is coming, and I think you can kind of nurse the wet weather tires. Once again, we're right there in that white dot. You see just to
that's
the left
what's
where
coming?
that kind of R1 pops up, that bright yellow. That's 10, 12, 15
I
miles
guess.
away. So the problem with this,
Will red
unlike
please
other
go to
surfaces,
green?
we talk a lot about the streets, but look at all the paint. You have crosswalks, you have arrows, you have all of these things. That is going to be less grip than just the asphalt. Plus, puddles. You know, I'm no meteorologist, but that's a puddle.
And there is absolutely rain falling.
It does look
there.
like a
You see
puddle.
the drips on the puddles, so we know that rain is coming down, and that's right there in the turn 11, turn 12 area. As we ride along with the Busch Light Peach onboard camera of Ross Chastain.
That's a nice word.
We'll have some great vantage points here from
I don't think I've heard
quite
it.
a few cars today.
Well, let's take a look at our Toyota virtual car. We can break down exactly all the parts and pieces. You see the windshield wiper working very hard. I mentioned the lights. You're going to see teams in the rear window, also on the rear bumper, and then the flaps. Those
I know
have to
what
go
I thought.
behind the rear tires. We're going to take the slick tires off. The flaps are already installed. We're going to put the treaded tires on. It's just like your tire on your street
Some
car.
of the wet
You
tires,
have
they're
to
just
give
like
the
normal
blower
ass
somewhere
tires.
to go. So
Yeah.
the wet weather tires not only have those treads to dissipate the
All right,
water,
lights
it's
are
also
off.
a softer rubber
One to
grip
go.
the racetrack more, and even the sidewalls more squishy. That's why in the dry, it's slower. Like the treads don't touch as much asphalt as slick tires, and they just are kind of squishy. They almost feel flat versus the slicks that are meant to be high speed.
We saw the pace car, the lights go off. That means
Slick tires may not have been the right choice. There's no right choice right now, Jaden.
I love
Yes,
the
shut up,
conversation this
Jaden.
week. I heard Tyler Reddick and Denny Hamlin on the podcast talk about this exact thing a year ago.
We're at week 3 of weather
And
shit.
he lifted and Reddick
So
flew right by
at
him.
this
And
point,
Hamlin
just
was like, "You're
I don't
crazy. You
fucking
had
care
no
anymore,
idea the
dude.
level of grip."
Just
So now I
race,
just
and if
wonder
it kills
the mindset
everyone,
of all
then
these drivers. Who is
fucking you
going to
signed
turn
up for
one
it.
thinking they're gaining spots,
You know,
and who is
you're the
gonna
one
go
who
to turn one
decided
thinking
to drive
just
the
not
car.
have a big issue.
Let's listen into the radio of the man who won this race 1 year ago, the 16 team at Shane Van Gisbergen.
We'll just have a fun, good day. Repeat what you do here. Yep. Station on day. See, there it is. Good luck, guys. Thanks for doing this with me.
New Zealand.
Remember, Shane is running full-time in the
America's
Xfinity
better.
Series, where, by the way, he won here yesterday in the Xfinity Series on this street course.
Race supercars.
He's won 3 times already in the Xfinity Series, and again won the very first Cup Series street course race 1 year ago. And that was his
those lights
initiation into NASCAR.
are supposed to be
he was
for if it
going to be a
was
part
like
of the supercars,
wetter
has 3 times
and like
been the
spray comes
champion
up
of that series.
and it makes visibility
this is
hard,
what he was
but
able to do a year ago.
you won't really need those right now.
Haley, late in the race and then pulling away.
What you see right behind Justin Haley, that's Chase Elliott, right? Who's won a ton of these road course races. And I think that's it. It's not just the win, but it was the raw speed. It was his car control. There was so many things about him. And since that day, I mean, we're a year later, and he's still the talk of the garage. I mean, you mentioned
a year later, I
Xfinity
still
Series.
can't
He's won
fucking
the last
believe
3
it.
Xfinity road course races. He won this one yesterday here on this circuit that had Kyle Larson and the likes of other big names. So it's going to be interesting. Now, it's important to know, you see Larson Gibbs front row. Reddick,
Ty Dillon
we
is
see
spotting
Bubba
for his
Wallace,
brother. That's cool.
SVG, the 3-car, who will be coming kind of into the picture right there, that bright green 3-car. That's the first driver in the lineup that we believe have wet weather tires. So if he thinks those are going to have more grip, make moves early. Attack,
That
push
minions.
these guys on drives into a level.
Here we go.
You mentioned Ty Gibbs. I spoke with him earlier today. He was in that Xfinity Series race. I said, what did you learn? Were you watching maybe what SVG and Larson were doing? He said, not so much as I just got more track time and more familiar with this course. And so, driver of the 54.
If you think of anything else, let me know.
Racing against Larson.
Food-wise. Yeah.
Over the bridge and heading into turn 12 and about ready to get started once again with street course racing in Chicago.
Green flag is in the air. We are racing from Chicago on the streets of Chicago, where you might get shot. Oh, NASCAR's so dumb. Oh, some more people already coming up pit road back there. They're like, yeah, no, I don't like that. We may have miscalculated here a little.
They race on to Lakeshore Drive for the first time. Ty Gibbs, the black 54.
Damn, this looks so cool. Like, just racing through the fucking streets of Chicago. That's so awesome. Like, type of shit I dreamed of as a kid. Like, oh, I'd love to see NASCAR race through my neighborhood, or like on public roads. Like, actually sounds kind of good.
See how everybody's about to fare out now as they begin to slowly decelerate, apply pressure to the brake, and ease into this corner.
Jesus, man, Austin Dillon, you were cutting that close there. It's like watching a race in slow motion right now.
They're coming to the west part of the racetrack, and it is still raining over here. This is narrow. It's technical. It is very difficult in the drive. You can see everybody kind of tiptoeing.
They'll speed it up. So yeah, guys, there is 75 laps in this race, so there is still Mr. 69, but it comes much later in the race than normal. It comes with when the race is almost over. Ooh!
You see the slipping and sliding coming to the green. We had Jones, Mary, Byron all hit pit road before even taking the green.
It's like a police chase with that angle.
A lot of commitment, a lot of drivers staying on the racetrack as the 34 continues.
Maybe
to search
2.
for rear grip down the front stretch.
Stage cautions might be 3.
Watching Shane Van Gisbergen further back in the field, battle for the lead now.
Because yeah, that is one thing where it's like the track is much bigger. So yesterday I was noticing that the cautions time length were about the same as normal. Yeah. But I also have seen some road course races where like every caution period takes like 20 minutes.
Here's Ross Chastain trying to defend from Chase Briscoe as they work through 5 once again. And Dylan, I have to think that these drivers are on a recon mission right now, just figuring out.
I mean, if there's like a caution with like 2 to go in the stage, and then you have to run around, and then those few laps, you know, like a double caution type thing, that would suck. But
He tried to outbrake the 45, couldn't do it. That's the battle for second. Here comes Larson back to the inside again. Yeah, you can see the aggressiveness picking up a little bit. A little bit of dry on the left side of the racetrack. Everybody is being smart, but at the same time, you can't give spots up. Don't want to be too wide through this.
I don't know about you.
Somebody's got to give. Bubba Wallace wants a wise decision. Bowman taking advantage of
Bubba. It's actually the one place where they like him. I'm not even kidding. I'm not even kidding. Like, he has a lot of fans here. He does. He's been. He did that last year and this year. He did like this charity event, Bubba's Block Party. Yeah, it's like a charity thing.
On wet tires to start the race. Martin Truex Jr. in the 19 car. Austin Dillon, Ryan Blaney, Corey LaJoie, and all of Team Penske. Austin Cindric, Joey Logano, Harrison Burton as well.
I want them to go. Well, they are on. Most of them are on dry tires, but I wanted to dry up more so they're not as like cautious. They look like they're speeding it up a little bit.
Yet to see it. The 19 of Truex is up to 10th. But Gibbs, Reddick, SVG have a lot of confidence. You see right there that lead Penske car. That's the 2 of Cindric. You see how aggressive he is in the corner, but it's really not a standout advantage yet. We'll see if it continues that way if the rain continues to fall.
Oh, what do you mean no one won?
Nobody who won last year. Logano?
Yeah.
No one had Logano. I guess he started really far back last week. No one has his number, so he just pulled the Pato.
Oh, wow. Wait, I thought it was just, they didn't have to win. I thought it was just like whoever finished highest.
That's what I thought, but I guess not.
He's able to be more aggressive.
I mean, usually someone who qualifies for the top 25 wins. So whatever it is.
Starting to pop up at 11. Drivers get more aggressive.
But it's worth double this week, so what are you in for now?
240s.
Damn.
See where the cars are going.
Damn, yeah.
Way less water. Another big move right underneath.
Well, Chris Buescher got sent to the rear, which, if what you told me about your league, or like your thing at work is correct, then all that matters is where you qualified. So, like, he qualified 16th, so I think he's still your driver.
Just a bit faster as they go into one.
And it's helping them that it stopped raining, Rick, here in turn number 1 and turn number 6. And this portion of the racetrack is drying very quickly. There's Shane Van Gisbergen chasing Tyler Reddick in the 45. They race their way around the corner as everybody now is just trying to get that level of comfort. They're back off the 5 and down the straightaway. They're back on Columbus Drive as we're watching the leaders.
Yeah, Buescher started somewhere around 30th. It's in 31st right now.
You're on board with Shane Van Gisbergen. He's riding third.
Oh, 30th.
Second and a third off the lead, but he's about to try to close in Tyler Reddick.
That is an onboard camera view I never thought I'd see. Just looking at tall-ass skyscrapers.
Uses all of the racetrack. Left side door right against the wall. This left-hander. Watch this right-hander.
See, the thing about Bristol is that there's not a bad seat in the house, but here, there's not a good seat in the house.
Yeah. That's a beginning. Up top.
I would just sit on the front stretch and then have a TV screen.
After they put the slicks on by their choice on the 16 car, he was told by crew chief Travis Mack, no strategy, go as hard as you can, and we'll keep you informed on the fuel situation.
It's starting to rain big time over here again.
Oh boy.
Over here, Congress Blue.
Oh boy.
Just when you think it's starting to dry, it starts raining.
Now, if NASCAR mandates that they have to go to wet weather tires, which they might if it rains hard enough, they would call a caution for that. Which is probably a safer idea. But not fun.
Now they feel like enough weather is coming in and the track is going to need wet weather tires.
This is really the challenge because I was just asked.
But right now it's still optional.
Lap time would say dries. You have the leaders running.
It's also so weird because it's like rains at some parts and not at others.
But then Jeff talked about it. The rain in turn 11. That's what McDowell felt. He radioed in, said I have to come. He was running 8th. He gave up a great position to change those tires.
Coming at you here, Jeff, as they go through.
Also, stage 1 is 20 laps, stage 2 is 25 laps, so that would end at lap 45. And then the final 30 laps is the final stage. We really don't know what fuel window looks like here, because last year's race just had so many cautions. Well, even then, it's like you have the stages that probably wouldn't even get through a full fuel run.
He has a 1 second lead over Tyler Reddick, and they're at speed. We're still seeing them over one block go from 50 miles an hour to 100 miles an hour. Big slide there out of Bubba Wallace as he comes out as well. But it's still
well, no, like, you probably wouldn't have to pit under green, is what I'm saying. Like, because when you'd be low on fuel, probably would be when the stage cautions are.
And red 20, and also Kyle Larson there as well.
But I've also heard some people say that I saw 30 to 35, and I think I also saw 35 to 38. I don't know which one I saw, but I saw one of those numbers, which might be the fuel run. So you, yeah.
I mean, if we're doing tires, they're probably top one anyway.
Yeah.
To Columbus Drive. The battle this is. SVG right now. Shane Van Gisbergen in third. He is about 2 car lengths behind Tyler Reddick. And then Orange Purple 45 in front of it. Ty Gibbs now leading the way through this corner.
Yeah. Saucy nuggets, are they like flavored nuggets? Like,
yeah, they're like the Buffalo one wasn't that good, but the garlic parm one was...
I'm just scared of garlic parm now because I was like really excited for the garlic parm chicken strips when they were at Dairy Queen. It was like a limited time thing, and then they sucked.
Alex Bowman, great job not making contact behind him. Watch this from the front.
They literally kind of taste like a salad dressing.
Bubba just asking a little bit too much out of his car. Pit road's tough here. Denny Hamlin, one of the most experienced drivers, wanted to make his way to pit road. Couldn't do it because everybody was below him. Had to make another lap.
Riding along with Alex Bowman and the ally on.
Bob said it's possible to do one stop, but you would need cautions, yeah, to save the fuel.
That's right, everybody single.
But then again, do we even fucking know anymore after last week? Ever since SVG won last year, I feel like we've been living in a simulation and nothing is real.
Reddick has closed. He's brought Van Gisbergen in line. Christopher Bell peeked to the right side of Kyle Larson in the race.
He won the Xfinity race yesterday.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Yo, somebody stop this man.
And the other 2 road course races in the Xfinity Series this year, he's won.
They do road courses over there? A lot of them?
Actually, I think there is one more over there in Xfinity.
No, I mean,
oh, yeah, it's all road courses. They don't do ovals. Ovals is kind of the thing he's trying to learn right now. That's why he's doing full-time Xfinity before he does full-time Cup.
Oh, he does plan to do a full-time Cup?
Yeah.
Well, I think right now you have to leave it in the driver's hands because drives
the
are
season's
faster,
not. Can he
but
do both
definitely
at once?
riskier because you see them slipping and sliding. We'll see what the leaders do.
Oh yeah, no, he's done in supercars. So there's no way you can balance that.
They told Ty Gibbs 2 laps ago, hey, if you need to come because you think you need the wets, then you
I actually respect his team over there in New Zealand because he said, like, I'm under contract for 1 more year and then I'll come over to NASCAR. But they kind of like said, hey, if you don't want to stay here and you want to go do your own thing, we won't hold you back.
Let's review. We're not going to talk about traffic or weather. If anyone brings up lawn care, I will handle it. Hosting can be extremely difficult.
Can we do side-by-side the whole race? Well, not the whole race, but like whenever we go to commercial.
Still drinking.
Oh, look what the cat.
Nope. Let's try again. You wouldn't mind?
That's what IndyCar does.
You can either take it off or I'll take it off. Yeah.
Progressive can protect you from becoming your parents, but we can't protect you from another when you go with us.
Yeah. Under caution in IndyCar, they go to full screen.
saying,
But
ooh,
if they're under green, they do side by side. In F1, there's no commercials at all, no matter what. Yeah, like I maybe saw would see one in the pre-race show, but that's like it.
Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Corey LaJoy's on pit road. Was he switching to the wets or? Do you have any other food ideas? Does sound kind of good. Bit expensive, but.
Next, please. Extra
Let's take out a
cold.
wall.
Is this Fireperson's Day hard enough for a Mike's Hard Lemonade, Joel?
You still want to go to Pocono next week, right?
Hey. Those 5 guys that have to
keep it cool.
bank more gas money to make it to Pocono.
Didn't you get 5 guys while you were driving back from Pocono one year?
Yeah.
You just
See,
have to tell
it's
America
bad
about our thin, crispy
when you're
crust.
there. DoorDash, it's horrible.
Oh yeah.
I like put my order in once.
Yeah, I did that just to see what it would be.
No, because I had the munchies and I was really craving it. And it was just like $40.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not, I don't
No, I wasn't seriously gonna do it, but I just was curious, and I was like, what would it be if I DoorDashed this?
One last chance to catch regular season racing. One last chance to plan a Labor Day weekend.
I like all fries.
NASCAR weekend at Darlington Raceway. Get your tickets now at darlingtonraceway.com.
What a season we are having because of people like you.
How much is the crowd?
I do want to try their milkshake.
You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series Chicago Grand Park 165, presented by Xfinity. Shot of the beam as you download the official app of NASCAR and follow the action with free live scoring, in-car camera, and radio broadcast. You can upgrade to Premium for full access to driver audio channels and a completely ads-free experience. Search NASCAR.
Back that ass up. What's up, Andy? How you doing? Why you telling me to back that ass up? You want to see what I got? You want to see my dumpy?
Out front, Van Gisbergen has moved up to the second spot. Bell now up to third. Larson has fallen back to fourth, and Briscoe now fifth. Coming over the bridge and into turn 7, we see Harrison Burton in the 21 with Ty Gibbs behind him in the 54.
And the issue that you have now, if you're Harrison Burton, is you decided to come in and put on wet weather tires, and why you would think they would have more grip, they just don't. You see the overall speed difference, the 54, the 16 just easily drive by the 21 with those dry tires on. Closing in on 10 laps to go in this stage. And the battle at the front between Gibbs and SVG, Rick, is pretty heated. SVG doing a nice job.
Ty Gibbs, SVG racing yesterday in the Xfinity Series. Again, Gibbs knew that he would get track time out there and a little more experience, and right now it's paying off. He's staying in front of SVG.
Yeah, but if he looks in that rearview mirror, Rick, he sees SVG closing in. Ty Gibbs doing a great job. Man, oh, and he almost clipped the wall there coming out of turn number 1. He's doing a great job of managing his race so far. But Dylan, he's got Shane Van Gisbergen pressing hard behind him.
That's right. SVG has gone to the whip the last couple laps and has closed in on Ty Gibbs in a hurry. Tyler Reddick lost 3 spots from turn 4 a few laps ago. He's back to 6. These two have been the class of the field so far. They worked with the right hand turn number 4. And here's
You're just getting one slider.
Gisbergen was so strong yesterday, trying to close on Gibbs.
But twice.
Turn number 5. This is the driest part of the racetrack. Right now, turn 6 is absolutely dry. So this is an opportunity for those drivers to make up ground. Here's Ty Gibbs and Shane Van Gisbergen. They were mixed in here in the 6th as they head down to the 7th.
Wait, no, it's 45.
Braking zones on the racetrack. You can see it's downhill and very rough. Hard to keep the tires from sliding. Again, you can see a little bit of a drag over here, Marty. Jeff,
agree with what you said.
I'm always down for Domino's.
I would not want to be a crew chief today, Steve. Here's the issue. The weather is coming, and a lot of crew chiefs, including Cliff Daniels,
Is it though?
Larson this a moment ago. We think it's about 7 to 10 minutes out. So if you are on the slick, Steve, right now, clearly they're a lot quicker, but that rain is coming. When do you commit to that? Do you wait for the rain to start and lose the track, or do you go out early?
Yeah, and like F1, it's like rain is kind of like a good thing. Because it's like, in NASCAR, usually, when we talk about the weather being a certain amount of distance away, it's like, oh man, the rain's going to be stopped. But for F1, it's like, oh, that just makes the strategy more interesting now.
That's why you saw that 3-wide battle up front. They feel the pressure of the leaders coming. Rarely do we see cars go down laps at the street course, but with these alternate strategies, it has mixed up the field.
He's made his way to second. Except he's quite literally like the opposite personality-wise of Joel Girard. Like, you could not be in a nicer dude.
Will be Ryan Reese. Also, Joey Logano in the mix. Here's Gibbs. He'll peek to the inside of
Oh, he's in lap cars now. Caught up in lap traffic.
Nothing these guys can do. They are all raised tires, and they are just, they need the rubber off of them.
$20. Red, white, and
So they
cinnamon
get that
twist.
advantage back because they are going to get lapped, and it's going to put a lot of cars a lap down. That's
Either that or the
unusual on a road course. SVG with a big move on the same side again.
What's that other coupon?
Trying to go with it.
Yep, now trying to
$7 medium.
that 19 of Gibbs. 54 of Gibbs.
Oh yeah,
as they
choose
go
two.
onto the front stretch now.
I need two or more, $6.99 each. Medium pizzas, I think.
And it's Shane Van Gisbergen
Whichever one
who's
I guess
able
you
to take
want.
the lead. Here comes
I would
Christopher
do that
Bell on
one.
the
I actually
20.
bet red
Christopher
by
Bell out of nowhere now is going to challenge
Oh,
his
okay.
teammate for second. Joey Logano blocking the way. Joey in that yellow and red 22. He's a lap car. All of these cars that are passing him are on the lead lap, led by Shane Van Gisbergen. Ty Gibbs and others at a 2.
All the top 10 has rubber banded back together here. Here's a race for third or fourth, call it, as Stenhouse has a spin right in front of A.J. Allmendinger, you see there. The leaders working their way down Lakeshore Drive into turn 4. Larson in the 5 runs fourth. Briscoe had a look behind him in the 14. Everybody cordial and orderly this time through 5 and back onto Columbus.
Meanwhile, Shane Van Gisbergen is starting to slowly check out in these conditions, but they have stacked up from second on back with Gibbs and Bell and Larson and lap cars in between them. Briscoe and Larson, a couple of red, white, and blue cars right now exiting 6 and heading downhill to 7. Yeah, Reddick has a great seat for this battle in front of him. You can see everybody tries to get single file. This very narrow portion of the racetrack, cars sliding all over the racetrack. You know, we act like it's dry. It's still damp. It's still very challenging conditions for these drivers, and they are maximizing their opportunities. You can see very tight right there with the 43 car. He's on wets. He's eating the tire and rubber off of them.
Load the damn cart.
We saw
Confused.
the 47 of Ricky Stenhouse Jr., who just became a father on Thursday, and a spin here for him.
Yeah, just overcooks it down into turn 1, kind of locks it down, makes some contact with tire barrier, no real damage, and then SVG in the 16. So we have that car in front is for the lead, the black and green car. He gets it moved to the right side. That's in turn 11, and as they chase each other from 11 to 12, Christopher Bell, the 20, right behind the 2 wide. The 16 will use the slower cars, kind of bang the 41 out of the way, then 3 wide. Ty Gibbs has to check up a little bit, but works his way through.
Yeah, I got those pizzas added. I'll just add those whatever.
Right along with SVG and see how he navigated through 11 and 12 here. He got to the inside of Ty Gibbs in the 54 there.
I don't want to be a fan.
Yeah, I just kind of added whatever. Just to, because it was confusing me. So.
And then we saw them split Ryan Preece in the 41. SVG out in front has an 8/10 of a second lead over Ty Gibbs here in Chicago.
What if the lights were left on, the traffic lights? That'd be cool. He had to use them.
Drowning in debt.
I had over 36,000.
Imagine they didn't close off the roads. You just had to deal with traffic while doing the race.
Move
the fuck out of the way! He's pulling away!
Can significantly reduce the amount you owe. National Debt Relief reduced my debt by over $27,000.
Oh yeah, with the traffic, yeah. Like Need for Speed had that a lot. Fuck off!
Call or visit nationaldebtrelief.com to get started.
Looking for a reason to try the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5. That's everything you get with the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's.
At Consumer Cellular,
Everyone went to director mode in GTA.
Nationwide coverage at up to half the cost of the leading carriers. But don't worry.
Oh, I forgot how you get there, but
New customers who buy any phone
it's like you can like
free
play as like any character.
Call or go online to switch today.
I mean, like trophies are turned off and like the stats don't count.
Hasn't been pretty.
But like you can play as like any character. You can like spawn in any car. Like you can
as good as it gets.
force the weather or whatever time you want it to be, and you can also like take away all traffic in the city.
To be had. Because with 3 medicines in 1 inhaler, Trelegy keeps my airways open and prevents future flares. And with 1 dose a day, Trelegy improves lung function, so I can breathe more freely all day and night.
Trelegy won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Do not take Trelegy more than prescribed. Trelegy may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor for some breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain.
25 after the tip, Alright, so I'll send you
your doctor
13.
about once daily Trelegy for COPD, because breathing should be beautiful.
No, I'm not completing my day. It's not chicken.
Life is a little value in Rome.
Yeah. Yeah, I was thinking that. I was like, if I went there, yeah, I'd probably just say fucking and get it for DoorDash. I don't know. Not as bad as Five Guys. But
Nothing is more important than protecting our beloved Rome.
Ty Gibbs lost the lead. Christopher Bell had the lead. Now it looks like SVG's taking the lead.
Christopher Bell's confidence is
One
building
American.
now.
One American.
Pittsburgh for the lead here in Chicago.
Well, if any driver was upset about last year and SVG winning, it had to be Bell. Such a good car.
Yeah, the worst day of 2024 so far for Dom was when Daniel Suarez won in that 3-wide finish at Atlanta.
Yeah.
Into 7.
And I had Kyle Busch.
Oh yeah, that
money
did.
Start to
Finished
glow in
third.
the 20, and that's one of the advantages of this cloudy
I
kind of
am
overcast sky
genuinely
right
surprised
now.
there
You
hasn't
see
been
the
fun.
glowing of the rotor, but again, it's
been
SVG
nice.
trying to pull away
Yeah.
from Bell, but we're seeing
25 minutes almost.
It's getting darker. There's rain coming, so that's the tough decision. Do you come to pit road to put on?
As long as there's no lightning, I don't give a fuck what happens with the weather. As long as there's no goddamn lightning.
To go when they cross the start finish line.
I don't care.
Mother Nature's like checkmate.
Yeah.
Earthquake.
I know a lot of crew chiefs that love that view. They want you to stay on it so they can try to judge what's coming. The 16 works by the 66, which is traffic. Now the 20 of Bell attacking. Field works out of turn number 2 and onto Lakeshore Drive. Still dry down here at the southernmost part of this circuit. Shane Van Gisbergen in the leader. Christopher Bell, though, keeping him on it. You get a look at him there. Out of the back of
Oh, around goes Corey LaJoy.
is around over on the backside of
Oh,
the
caution.
Now he is in turn number 5, facing the wrong way as Corey LaJoy gets turned
Is it
around before
for
he
him?
has an opportunity to make his way onto Columbus Drive.
So the caution does come out.
Probably was for him. That was a narrow corner.
Joy to get spun back around. We're running along the
Caution for LaJoy, yeah.
He was running
4 laps to go on the stage.
And so this is
I don't know.
caution that now will teams make this decision to come to pit road.
I don't know if I think we go back for at least a 1 lap shootout.
In this stage.
Let's see what happened with the 7 through turn 4 over to turn 5. Turn 4, very, very difficult, heavy braking. You heard Parker Clearman talk about it in the pre-race. And he's just by himself.
Did you
Low on
place
rear
it or?
grip, little contact to the wall.
Around goes the 7. Caution comes out.
Yeah, they are fast.
There's a difference between a great golf setting and a setting for golf.
No, I don't know if I don't think that'll end the stage. I think we'll get a 1 lap shootout.
The Open Championship on NBC, USA, and Peacock.
I was concerned almost that was for weather, even though I don't know LaJoy spun around. I was afraid that it was for like lightning.
Toyota certified used Corolla, Camry, RAV4, Highlander, or Tacoma, including hybrid models. Then get today's best APR rate at Burdick Toyota.
Sometimes they don't call cautions on road courses for just a car spinning around.
Friends of ours have recommended Charles, so we decided to give him a shot. They come in at a good price, and we're very happy with everything that we got.
And remember, we're the nice guys.
Yeah, guys, I don't think I'll be live for Sunday Night Baseball tonight.
Edward Joy's lighting for
I don't
less.
think that's
Never
happening.
Pay more, always pay less. Now with more
Not that I was really planning on it. I kind of knew it wasn't going to happen,
more
but
service while always paying less. Edward Joy Lighting for Less is more than just lighting. All new fans, furnishings, mirrors, artwork, prints, and accessories. And always for less. Our huge showroom is packed with new styles and selections to make your home more beautiful for less. Edward Joy Lighting, 905 Canal Street, Syracuse.
Searching for a new or pre-owned vehicle? Perhaps you prefer to come to the dealership.
What's your favorite beer?
Shop from home. We welcome you to do both at the Romano Auto Dealerships. Want to shop in person? Visit our beautiful showrooms. Heading online first, connect with an internet specialist. They give you the facts about vehicles you're interested in. Call, text, email, or chat with an internet specialist. Whatever you prefer.
I think I like
a
Corona
personal
best.
shopper. Let an internet specialist help you at RomanoCars.com.
Lowe's knows July 4th projects come with
Let's get Budweiser because it's
like how to keep your yard looking lush, and which paint color matches your bold style.
Like sometimes,
So hurry
Corona, I
in,
refuse to
4th of
drink out of
July
the can.
deals at
Sometimes
Lowe's. You got this, and we got you.
Yeah.
At Burdick Toyota, all of our hand-picked pre-owned Toyota models offer terrific value for the money, and so do our other
Yeah, 'cause I
carefully
was asking
chosen
Camden
used rides.
before New
Find
Hampshire, I was like,
better
what kind of beer you want me to
every
get?
day at Burdick Toyota
It was like
in
Corona.
Cicero.
And I was like, we
Shop
can't bring glass in.
BurdickToyota.com.
And you can't drink Corona out of a can.
we can't do it. Never been up here.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Toyota. Let's go places.
Yeah.
Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle auto, home, or motorcycle insurance. Visit progressive.com. And by Credit One Bank. NASCAR American Express card. Good shots of Soldier Field, and that's the Field Museum right there in front. You know, SCBG is a big
turn around.
guy. He confirmed.
Look on my bedside table. See that beer can right there? Would you drink the rest of that for the Bills to win the Super Bowl?
To promote Wendy's new saucy nuts.
It's been sitting there probably 2
How
weeks.
serious SBG is about getting the word out. Visit Motorsports on the NBC YouTube page and the NASCAR
Fog!
NBC social handle. So, with 3 laps to go, Steve, the rain's starting to come down. The caution came out for the 7 of LaJoy going around.
So if they switch to the wets, and that probably would end the stage.
So basically, here's what happens.
Oh boy, it's
gotta
wet.
switch to the wets, right?
Yeah, you gotta switch to the wets now.
Unless they can
I'm
get
assuming
back
this will
to
end the stage, but I don't want
before the stage finish. They
to
don't
say
want
for
pit
certain.
stops to determine where you finish in a stage. For that reason, we will run these final 3 laps under yellow.
Okay.
Finish stage 1, then open pit road.
All right,
And by
so
those
they
windshield wipers,
just
we're
confirmed
going to
that.
see some decisions on what tires are going to be needed, because that is no longer a damp racetrack, at least down here on the north end.
Yeah,
of the
that's not
facility.
damp anymore.
Harry Jones can agree with us as we saw the Advent Health on board. LaJoy going the right direction still, but we're seeing puddles starting to form on the streets here in Chicago. And under caution as stage 1 about to be complete.
Welcome outside.
Smile, you found it. The feeling of finding psoriasis can't filter out the real you. So go ahead, live unfiltered with the one and only Sotyktu, a once daily pill for moderate to severe plaque psoriasis and the chance at clear or almost clear skin. It's like the feeling of finding you're so ready for your close-up. Or finding you don't have to hide your skin, just your background. Once daily Sotyktu was proven better, getting more people clearer skin than the leading pill. Don't take if you're allergic to Sotyktu. Serious reactions can occur. Sotyktu can lower your ability to fight infections, including TB. Serious infections, cancers including lymphoma, muscle problems, and changes in certain labs have occurred. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, liver or kidney problems, high triglycerides, or had a vaccine or plan to. Sotyktu is a TYK2 inhibitor. TYK2 is part of the JAK family. It's not known as Sotyktu has the same risks as JAK inhibitors. Find what plaque psoriasis has been hiding. There's only one Sotyktu, so ask for it by name. So clearly you. Sotyktu.
Kind of feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 biggie bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
The best things in life come in twos. 2 scoops of ice cream, 2 thumbs up. And now, buy any phone when you switch to Consumer Cellular and get 2 months of service free. That's right, 2 months free. All with fast, reliable, nationwide coverage. Make the switch today.
Okay, topside, we're in position.
What we have to do is revolutionize our approach to white shark science. We're literally going to put ourselves in the middle of a feeding frenzy.
Brace yourself. Keep an eye out for any sharks approaching our own.
Oh my gosh, this shark is massive!
I've never experienced anything like that before.
Belly of the Beast, bigger and bloodier. Part of Shark Week, hosted by John Cena on Discovery Max.
Closer to the Gaza border. The story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
There's a difference between a great golf setting and a setting for great golf. Unbelievable. This isn't just the Open. It's golf, as it's meant to be. The Open Championship on NBC, USA, and Peacock. Part of the greatest summer of golf.
You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series Chicago Grant Park 165, presented by Xfinity. Well, earlier this week, members of the Chicago Police, Fire, Street, and Sanitation Departments were honored by Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois with a Hometown Heroes track walk. They were treated to a behind-the-scenes look at how the city streets were converted into the track for the NASCAR Chicago Street Race. And they met with Cup Series driver Bubba Wallace, who surprised them by revealing their names on the deck lid of his car. The honorees also received passes to yesterday's Xfinity Series race and the music festival. The Hometown Heroes were chosen for their bravery on the job and dedication to the city of Chicago. As a founding partner of the Chicago Street Race, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Illinois is proud to help drive access to the race for Chicagoans who make this city great, and thank them for all that they do. All right, Marty, I believe we're going to get a weather update from you, but we probably can see that it's not good.
Pretty good idea what's the weather report's going to be, Rick. It is pouring here on pit road as you're on board with the BuildSubmarines.com. On board with Joey Hand, who's driving for Roush Fenway Keselowski Racing this weekend and goes by where Jeff Burton is right now. You can just see the absolute puddles on the racetrack and also here on pit road. Cliff Daniels just told Kyle Larson a moment ago, he said, what is here now will be here for a while. So eventually, see, they're going to pit at the end of this stage one as they take 1 lap to go here in stage one. But it looks like it's going to be a wet weather race, at least for a while here in Chicago. And there's the radar to prove it.
I think that's the key. I think at this point, it's now, you know, it was kind of a mix. How long were you going to be on wets or dries? I think now you could commit to these tires, maybe make some adjustments. You're definitely going to need to pit because really the entire field is on slicks that are on the lead lap. Zane Smith might be the one holdout back there in the 71 all the way back at 27. He might be able to stay out and do something crazy, but the majority of the field is going to pit. Put those treaded wet tires on, and if there's a different air pressure or some sort of setting that you think would help, but it is definitely raining now.
And we're going to hear from race leader Shane Van Gisbergen. This is going to be his first career stage win. Listen to his radio.
Yeah, we can hardly drive. We have to go across these lines. So it's going to be stupid to pit lane if we're all on slick. Yeah, it's near undrivable at this speed. That was pretty fun, man.
So you hear, I mean, undrivable, even at these low speeds. I like it. It's pretty fun.
Yeah. Having pretty fun. Well, he mentioned also the paint. You had said that earlier. It's very slick, not only the racing surface, but then you have the paint of the lines, the dashes, the arrows.
Well, we all drive on roads around the country. We all know when it, you know, what do they always say? Hey, when it rains, increase your following distance, do all of those things. Your street cars have wet weather tires on all the time. But it's just, you know, there's oil, there's grit, there's all these things in the streets that are not as present in a racetrack.
Yep.
And it's been a good job by Chase Briscoe under the conditions with the slicks, moved from a 16th starting position up to the 4th position. But what's been really fun to listen to is the radio and how we've seen the weather transition under this caution. When the caution flag first waved, Chase got on the radio and was telling his team, you know, the track looks fine. I don't know if I would put wets on yet. Like, maybe we should stick to slicks. It only took a lap later. He got on the radio and said, wet, 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 wet. We absolutely need wet weather tires. We saw what he was able to do with wet weather conditions in New Hampshire. Should be very fun to watch Chase Briscoe here this afternoon once they switch on those wet weather tires.
And again, that was a rarity. Steve, you brought it up earlier. New Hampshire, an oval racetrack. NASCAR has been trying it. They had tested it on a mile and under. And so it was the first time that it was utilized at New Hampshire. And again, that was just 2 weeks ago. Shane Van Gisbergen is going to get the Stage 1 win. So he keeps up his winning ways in Chicago after winning the Xfinity Series race yesterday. And, of course, the Cup race a year ago. Making the final loop here through 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11. Playing along with the Wendy's onboard. Looking back from SVG. Dave.
Rick Ty Gibbs will finish third at the green-white checkered as planned right now anyway. And this is what he thought of the front stretch.
Slows down or dries up a tiny bit, but then the next one was just gonna just watch the track. Obviously it's wet, but the front straightaway is sudsy, so be like go-kart.
That was actually the information from Tony Hirschman talking to his driver, giving him a go-kart reference, which Ty does a lot. It's one of the reasons why he's good on these road courses.
Sudsy. I heard the word sudsy out there. I don't think you ever want to hear that when you're behind the wheel of a race car.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment, but I'm not sure what that's giving me for information as far as grip. I guess worse than wet. The big interesting thing is, you know, the only unfortunate part with the cars rolling slow is they don't move the standing water off the racetrack. So we'll see if NASCAR has to feel they have to come out and at least, you know, just blow or jet dry the puddles off the racetrack. Jeff did a nice job of showing the kind of standing water at the back of the track. We'll see what that looks like. The front stretch, you know, no real standing water here.
Nothing like a year ago where we actually saw wheels and tires floating on pit road. So it's going to be Shane Van Gisbergen. He will win Stage 1. It ends under caution because of the spin by the 7 of LaJoie, as well as the rain coming out and keeping us under yellow until the end of that stage. Next time by, pit road will be open, and I'm sure we'll see a lot of takers on pit road to switch over to the wet weather tires. And it has started to rain here in Chicago.
I was literally told I wouldn't be able to walk as a kid. You keep working on your dreams. There's nothing holding you back.
What's Vance Walker gonna do for an encore?
I'm coming for that title.
American Ninja Warrior, Monday on NBC and Peacock.
Your piece of land demands the very best equipment. Kubota equipment. The #1 rated tractor brand for durability and owner experience. With professional grade mowers, versatile sidekick utility vehicles, and compact tractors that get it done right. All backed by unmatched dealer support. Talk to your dealer today to schedule a demo.
Visit us at whitesfarmsupply.com.
White's Farm Supply.
This clearance sale is so hot, we're keeping it going. The Drivers Village Used Car Mega Sale. Sizzling summer clearance on 500 pre-owned. Scorching deals on SUVs, 150 certified pre-owned, hundreds under $25,000. Our red-hot inventory changes daily, and our buying experts want your car. One location, one big clearance at the Used Car Warehouse and everywhere at Drivers Village through July 31st. See more at dvused.com.
Recently, the lyrics to Beethoven's Fifth Symphony were discovered.
If you've been in a quiet trouble by a car,
Call 444-445.
William
Heard in a car. Call William and Tom. Call 444-444.
Who knew?
From the day we're born, having someone care for us is crucial to our health and well-being. At Syracuse Community Health, caring is what drives everything we do. Taking care of your overall health, caring for your kids, caring for your mental health, and yes, even taking care of your smile. Caring for you and your family is what we do. And our diverse team of experts are here for you with affordable, equitable, high-quality health care all in one place. Syracuse Community Health. Healthy happens here.
Join me for NBC3 Sports weeknights.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Xfinity Mobile. Customers now get exclusive access to Wi-Fi speeds up to a gig in millions of locations nationwide. Take NASCAR on the go with Xfinity Mobile. And NASCAR has let the teams know that the end of this race will happen at 8:20. So if there is a delay and this race gets delayed, that is the last time, the local time, 8:20, when they can race. So that gives at least the pit crews the idea of that's what we're going to if they're not at
local.
The
Don't let my friends on the East Coast think it's 8:20 local.
8:20 local here in Chicago.
All right. Whew. You see the pit crews getting ready. A lot of conversation in New Hampshire. Remember, they dictated what tires they were on. We also have seen non-competitive pit stops. So not here at the street course. You get to decide, although I think wet tires up and down pit road, but these will be live pit stops. Slow stops will cost positions. Let's see what happens when everybody chooses to do for adjustments. Dave.
In a football game or maybe even a rugby match, they can change cleats at halftime if they don't like what the field has done and the weather has changed things. These pit crews cannot. They're in their tennis shoes that they plan to be in, so they've got to be very careful. As well, the front three and the rest of the field are on those slicks that they were on. So very gingerly, Shane Van Gisbergen brings the field to pit road. You see the 3 pit stops happening there. Let's head up pit road to Marty.
Dave, the big debate on the 5 radio for Kyle Larson. Were they going to pull a tear off or not? As you see Christopher Bell leave his pit stall, they decide not to pull the tear off because that's the only layer of Rain-X they have on the windshield. Larson wanted to leave it, and the 5 team with a pretty quick stop. I believe Larson gained a couple of spots here going to those wet weather tires.
You see SVG lost 3, and we're going to have a problem here. We've got a bottleneck coming off of pit road, a little bit of contact, and you see the 38 of Todd Gilliland. He ran into the back of there, but these drivers stopping. We see Bell stopping. Ty Gibbs was stopping. Bowman was stopping. And they've got bottlenecked at the end of pit road.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Or the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America.
Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose. Whether you're moving across town or across the country, you can count on Pods to deliver when we say we will, which is why we were voted America's #1 container moving company. Book your move today at pods.com.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Before my doctor and I chose Breztri for my COPD, I had bad days. Flare-ups that could permanently damage my lungs. With Breztri, things changed for me. Breztri gave me better breathing. Starting within 5 minutes, I noticed my lung function improved. It helped improve my symptoms. And Breztri was even proven to reduce flare-ups, including those that could send me to the hospital. So now, I look forward to more good days.
Breztri won't replace a rescue inhaler for sudden breathing problems. It is not for asthma. Tell your doctor if you have a heart condition or high blood pressure before taking it. Don't take Breztri more than prescribed. Breztri may increase your risk of thrush, pneumonia, and osteoporosis. Call your doctor if worsened breathing, chest pain, mouth or tongue swelling, problems urinating, vision changes, or eye pain occur. Can't afford your medication? AstraZeneca may be able to help.
Ask your doctor about Breztri.
4 years of hard work, 4 years of dedication. Everything comes down to this moment.
Australia has been unbelievable. The greatest female swimmer of all time. Welcome back, Simone Biles.
She continues to amaze us every single time she competes.
NBC Sports coverage of NASCAR is brought to you by Ashley. For the love of home, shop in-store or online. And by Liberty Mutual Insurance. Only pay for what you need. So a little congestion getting off of pit road just moments ago as we saw most of the field, the lead lap cars coming onto pit road. The 71 of Zane Smith stayed out, but this was the problem as you see the jet drivers go by.
Well, that's it. You have the jet drivers. You also have the rest of the field that didn't at the lap down cars. So you see Bell, Larson, SVG as they leave. They have to stop as they are supposed to. Bell stops. It's really an unfortunate spot for the jet drivers to be. The timing couldn't be worse, although they would have been stopped for the cars on the racetrack as well. Now, dry conditions, no big deal, but you can just tell between visibility and probably not seeing, and it looks like, you know, the 23.
Are we watching another train wreck?
He probably hits the hardest. But you look at the 45, it still looks pretty good. The nose of that car's no problem.
Teammates. It's got to be bad when you hit your teammate.
You know, it's less than ideal when you're sliding the front tires and you see your teammate in front of you.
So with Zane Smith staying out, that will jumble up the field just a little bit, Marty.
I just checked in with Billy Scott.
This race
he
a
said the
shit
nose
show?
of Tyler Reddick's car is
Yeah.
fine. There's a very small hole
Will it
at
be?
the top of the nose, but they feel like everything should be fine. Checked in with Zane Smith's team as well about staying out. They said they felt like the rain tires were fine. And in essence, Steve, their theory here is they're going to flip to like the original strategy that everybody had hours ago that you could pick.
Are we
once
trash?
here in Chicago today. They're going to try to make it lap 40 or so for that 71 car.
Well, looking at the radar and what's going on, I would have already thrown all my strategies away at this point. I would be in just full kind of wing it. I know what you're saying, Marty, and I think you're absolutely
Just
right.
leave us alone,
You know, we're going
Rain.
to get a little bit of a dry section here. The question is, will the groove dry up? And then we have some more rain in the future. So 53 laps to go in the race, 23 laps to go in this stage. We think they can go about 36 laps on fuel. Probably in the wet conditions, I would bet it's probably 40. You just can't use the throttle as much. This was also a big advantage for a bunch of cars to take the waiver round.
Zane Smith is the leader.
A few of them
Yes, he stayed out.
are on dry tires. So you see how slippery it is right here? They have to find a way to run one lap before they get there.
I don't think you've ever watched a race in the rain.
So we'll be paying attention to that. Again, it was the 7 that caused the caution originally, and then this little congestion coming off of pit road.
Who's up for a little bit of chaos?
Larson.
A dash of drama. A touch of temper. Who's down to take it to the streets? To bring the triangle. To hit the bricks. Who's game for a little fireworks between friends? That's a trick question. With the playoffs coming, there are no friends.
Jeez, are you kidding me? Half of this race, time-wise, has been under this one caution. 25 minutes.
Simone Biles heading back to the Olympics.
Hurry it up!
At the 70's RV stores, we've been the best choice for all kinds of camping families for over 55 years, thanks to our fantastic deals, honest pricing, and excellent service. Come celebrate with us and find your perfect camper at the 70's RV store, RV Way in Cicero, and 70's in Kerrville.
Dear road rivals, no truck on the road drives value like the Tundra. Day after day, mile after mile, it all adds up to big savings under the hood. What's under yours? Toyota Tundra.
Get 1.99% APR for 48 months plus $1,000 TFS Subvention APR cash on Tundra, or lease one for just $499 a month.
Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
Wrongful death after a motor vehicle crash, the words say it all, but do not begin to capture the anguish, the suffering, and the loss. It's hard not to be emotional during a time like that. But that's exactly the time when you need someone to be clear-headed. Eyes
Lots
open,
of standing
and know
water.
exactly what has to be
Jaden,
done.
shut up.
Survivors and
Don't be
get
negative.
some justice. That's someone
More
will be me,
logical.
William Matar, when you call 444-4444.
For 3
We're
generations,
rednecks.
the
We do
7-O's
crazy
family has
shit.
helped families like yours
You ever seen
discover
that
the
shit
fun and affordability
where they
of
like
camping?
drive a
Check
bus
out
off a
7O's.com.
mountain?
Then come find the perfect camper at
That's
the
like
perfect
super
price,
redneck shit.
plus the honesty and excellent service you deserve at RV Wayne Cicero and
And they like
7O's
don't
in
die.
Join me for Today in Central New York, first at 4.
Welcome back to Chicago. An amazing day of music and celebration right here in the Windy City. I hope you're enjoying the high speeds and incredible
They had a
action of
Chainsmokers
NASCAR.
concert before the NASCAR race.
Like Keith Urban, he put on a concert here
Like there's
before
any
this race
crossover
started
there.
in Grant Park. What an amazing event this has been.
Well, I know we were seeing
Can't stop. So baby, pull me closer in the backseat of your Rover that I know you can't afford. Fuck this song, I hate it so much. Yeah, that song.
So, and actually, you know, now I'm not out in the elements, but this racing in the rain is pretty entertaining. The decisions they have to make. Now, I hate it for the fans that they have to be out in the rain.
You don't hate it for Bagman or
well, I mean,
no, guys, let's do cautions. Like, stay in the car.
Yeah, I mean that's honestly, we might get our wish. We might get our wish.
Just did a moment ago when Reddick made contact with his teammate Bubba Wallace leaving pit road, and what they were able to do is they were able to get still photos from around the racetrack. Steve, you know
Yeah,
this
come on,
very well.
guys.
Every manufacturer,
I think
and
2
every team
would
as
be
well has
better.
photographers
Make us wait
everywhere around the
longer.
racetrack, and obviously even more when you're on a road course or a street course like we are here at Chicago. So Billy Scott was able
I
to
being
get
the
those
negative one
pictures
now?
instantly to here to the pit box and diagnose exactly what's going on with the nose of the 45 car. So Steve, it's a little bit of an intricate process, but every manufacturer has this, every team has this, and that's how Billy Scott knew. Hey, the damage earlier from hitting your teammate, it should be fine.
As we see them choosing, but you're absolutely right, Marty. You know, here you can look at damage at some of the higher speed racetracks. You can actually look at like the height of your car. You can see maybe at the height of your competitor's car where you think the nose is higher or lower. As we start to see the choose.
Well, the choosing, they're trying to go by. They can't hit that box, but I'm guessing it's a little bit harder to see now with the rain and everything.
Oh, you're getting ready to go this lap? I don't know. I think it's still like maybe 2 more.
One question, but actually the vision is going to be interesting now. It won't be bad for the front row, but if you look back, maybe row 3, 48 of Alex Bowman.
Jaden said one day you'll get what you
I
deserve.
think there's going to be just a little bit of spray. It's going to be interesting to see.
And again,
Have I not yet? I was at Kyle's worst race of his career.
It's just worth pointing out the 71 of Zane Smith. He is on wet tires, but they aren't new. They are the ones he started the race, so he
balances out.
He has a bunch of laps on him. We will
Yeah,
see
that's true.
if they've lost grip versus everyone else. And at the back of the field, there's some guys that stayed out. They wave around. They're back on the lead lap, but they're on slicks, so they're going to have to tiptoe around 2.2 miles getting back to pit road. Doesn't sound exciting.
Man, they've got to stay in their lane until they get back out on the front stretch. The restart zone just at the bottom
Alrighty.
of this hill. Zane Smith.
Guys, do you believe it? They're actually going back green.
I don't want them to.
Yeah, they should go. Just keep going under caution.
It's wet. It's
Woo! Woo! They're all gonna die, guys.
They need to put lights on the car.
They're gonna die. They're gonna die. Ah! Now this real redneck shit. See, racing's one thing, but racing like a rain and like a dumbass. Oh shit!
It's not gonna work.
He was inside the top 5 as everybody tries to come around him, kind of in a blind spot there as they come around the corner onto Lakeshore Drive. Leaders continue to work
caution.
their way back into turn
No
number
caution?
4 and 5.
Not yet.
But here's Bubba and Daniel
Oh, really?
Suarez
They
stopped at the
let it
exit
go
of 2.
more?
On road courses, they usually do. Just because the track's
Takes that
bigger.
much longer for them to come around.
Yeah, because the track is bigger, you know. There's a bigger chance we can clear it before they just come back.
Oh, that's
Maggie, they're headed to you. Now, here they come into turn 6. Here they come. Tight
Still probably not going to work.
Careful.
Careful.
This is the battle for
Careful.
Ah!
Oh, and Chase Briscoe, he'll nail the tire barrier. He gets turned around, and he just selects that tire
Ah!
barrier.
Is the race a train wreck now?
Yeah. He's able to drive away, but he gave that tire barrier one heck of a lick. Watching Chase Briscoe trying to get his car right in. Here's how it happens. Hot sideways and slams into that tire.
What do you think was going to happen? He went green in the rain.
Because that could have been a whole lot worse. But Chase Briscoe, the only one that's worse for wear right now. Now he's just trying to get right into it. I mean, there's nothing he can do but get it refired. When these things spin like that, they definitely don't want to get refired. You see the seams on the hood broken loose a little bit? None.
He went in there so fast.
Very lucky that it was tire barrier. You see right there the 16.
Oh no, SVG!
The 14 when he was sliding. Let's take
What happened?
See just how much damage to the 16. I think he hit the right side. I think this car's really wrecked. Junked. Yeah, the right side of this has heavy damage. The absolute favorite.
SVG is done.
On board right here, and you're gonna see he's gonna get hit from behind. And straight into the
Guys, I think the track is wet. Yeah, I think so too, Jaden.
Briscoe hits the 16 of Shane Van Gisbergen, and that was a big hit. I would be shocked if the 16 can continue.
It's not running.
And he's out.
He is out of the car. That's it.
That's it. So the favorite out of the race. There'll be no defense of the title. He won this race a year ago, Rick.
SVG is done.
Disappointment after the win.
And more safety crew down there to help SVG out.
And nothing he could do, right? Chase Briscoe lost control of his car and just basically ran him over. You know, didn't mean to. Chase didn't want to do it either. He wrecked as well, but this is the chaos that the rain brings. We saw the 48 hit the 23 in turn 2, and now the 14 hitting the 16 heading into 6. Jeff.
Yeah, Steve, you talked
Well,
a lot about
time to take it out of my lineup.
the ability to do it. We would normally be sitting, red flag condition, historical NASCAR, we wouldn't be racing, but this is part of an evolution of learning what you can and cannot do on rain tires. And I think this is the most difficult racetrack because of all of the different conditions on the track. Remember, these are roads. Oil from cars, all the things that happen on a normal road. This is not a racetrack that these guys are accustomed to. So it's great that we have these rain tires, and we're learning a great deal, but it is not without risk.
Parker.
Well, just to add on to that, Jeff, you talk about street courses. There's so many different types of asphalt out there, and if you look right there as I go into turn 4, look at all the different patches of asphalt. Those all have varying grip levels. It's not like when you're at a normal road course. In the rain, you might get off the normal line because they're just more aggregate in the asphalt. Here, you have to literally search around and understand. And one of the things that all these teams and drivers do when they come to a course like this, at road courses, street courses, and even ovals now, is we walk the track. Why do we walk the track? To find those different patches and areas that we feel like will have different grip levels. One of the things you brought up earlier, Steve, was those painted lines. Well, some of those painted lines actually have almost a grit, like an aggregate, like a sandpaper to them. They actually have grip. Some are painted with a very slick paint, so you have to have that knowledge, put it in your notebook, and apply it in these situations where there's rain and trying to navigate where that grip is and is not. So that's just one of the challenges you have with street courses, that there's so many variables as to all the different asphalts and all the different paint used on these normal roads.
I didn't take that good of notes, but I believe there is not grit in the paint entering.
The track
turn 6.
is wet.
And from what I saw last year, and I've seen again this year, that breaking
With a
zone,
20% chance of
but
rain.
last year, that was the trouble. We saw issues around the racetrack, some stack-ups over by Jeff Burton, but continuing, lap after lap into turn 6.
It was supposed to be sunny.
Giving us this shot for Eric Jones.
And that's a big system
Twitter driver
for them to know it's going to be good.
Yeah, it's...
Twitter drivers are running right now. Leading Christopher Bell second. Reddick is 5th, Nemechek 7th, and Hamlin in 15th.
How are you doing in there?
Breaking news is that the driver of the 16, the winner a year ago, the favorite coming in, Shane Van Gisbergen, is out. He has wrecked even after winning stage 1. He will not be able to continue. And so this is how it happened. Shane Van Gisbergen on the left.
Haven't heard from Jaden in a minute. How's it going, Jaden?
It just clips the back of that car.
Yeah, so you can see it's not even enough to really spin him around. What it did is just
barely clipped him.
So as Shane was into the corner at what he thought was an appropriate speed, you watch.
Just barely.
Make the corner.
Oh.
And he just, there's nothing you can do at that point. There's just no runoff. Travis Mack, the crew chief, I talked to him this morning. He was just so excited for the day ahead. He knew Shane had so much talent. He almost was nervous. He said, you know, I just don't want to mess it up. I want Shane to have a chance to show everybody. You see the heavy, heavy damage. Now, you heard the engine rev. That's a ton of experience. He knows that he's going to hit. He tries to gas it up to spin it around to try to hit the back of the car.
No!
So pit road is not open, but what they're going to do, because there are puddles and standing water around this course, they're bringing the field onto pit road. They're going to stop them. They're going to red flag this race so that the air tundras can come out and blow off any of the standing water or the puddles that are on the course. Of course, Steve, you mentioned it earlier. Those of us that have been on the roads and you've driven before, you know there's hydroplaning. When you have standing water, that's even with rain tires, wet weather tires, you still have that possibility.
And the good news is, you see in the shot right here, it doesn't look like the rain's
keep
coming down
inviting
very
you over
heavily.
this shit?
So I believe that the air tundras can blow it off relatively quickly.
This is fun. We're having fun.
Anything to get back
It was
racing, I'm on
good.
board
The
with
first 20
because
laps.
Crowd is here. It looks good. I'm ready to see some
like,
racing.
I hate neither.
They did a really
You
nice
can't
job.
be
to be
wrong.
quite honest.
They're the
Turn two, there was
only
a little bit of
career you can be
contact, but-
wrong that often and still have a job.
Well, let's go over to
Like if you burned every single burger, you'd be fired.
And Brad Doherty. All
If
right,
I
guys. Well, we've
fucked up
seen
every single weld, I would be
25
fired.
laps completed
Them?
of the 75-lap race.
Yep.
And the
Well, they fuck up
conditions have
every
gotten a
single
little bit
forecast.
worse.
They're going to be
Now
fired.
they've
As
stopped the
often
field
as
on
they
pit
fuck
road.
up,
What
we
do you
could not
guys
fuck
think
up.
about this one so far?
We might have should have brought the air titans out before.
Yeah, maybe should Groundhog Day. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, Chicago Chaos.
Drivers are told to stay in their cars.
Outstanding racing that we're seeing in that first stage, just everything that drivers and teams went through there, having to make decisions on the tires, and then the drivers staying out on the slicks, having that huge advantage.
Yeah, I thought everybody did a great job of trying to figure out what they needed to do, whether being on slicks or being on the, on the wet, looking at the weather.
Did they
so it was
release their
a great
reserves?
cadence of rhythm building up. But man, it's just gotten a little bit chaotic. And I hate it for Shane, for SVG. I thought that he had a great chance to win this race today, but he's on the hook now.
Yeah, and you know that other drivers have to think as we look at just how hard it is raining right now. Yeah, and that's the one thing. I don't care what kind of tires you have, wet weather tires. You can't have this standing water. It doesn't give the drivers a chance whatsoever. But the thing that does give drivers a hope, this is going to stop at some point. They're going to get it cleared off, and they know that the man to beat is now a part of the race. So, a lot of guys thinking that, hey, this can be my chance to win at Chicago street race.
This is their opportunity. Guys are going to wait through this, and somebody's going to have a shot at winning the race today.
It's raining hard.
Going out, they can cover the cars up. The drivers can get out if they would like.
Well, that means Family Guy, unless you want to fuck off.
165.
I will finish our episode at least. I mean, I hope this won't take too long. There hasn't been a report of lightning yet.
Because everyone has something they're saving for. Like that new car. Or a fancy vacation. Or party supplies. Your delivery budget. Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
A message from the Sonic Department of Research and Deliciousment.
They say you can't put a price on fun, but they don't know what the heck they're talking about. Fun's now $1.99 at Sonic with creamy queso wraps and more. Take that, the Fun 99 menu. 5 items, always $1.99.
Elk Grove Village is a town that wins. And like racing, in the business world, winning matters. Elk Grove Village was named top business park in America for back-to-back years. Just outside Chicago, they're beyond business friendly. In fact, Elk Grove Village was named Municipality of the Year in recognition of their business friendly environment. They want you to win so that they can. Find out more at makerswanted.org.
Did she pay? With Chewy, save 20% on your first pharmacy order. So you can put an end to the itch. Get flea and tick medication delivered right to your door.
Let's ride. We are professional tornado wranglers. Yes, indeed.
We got something big. Are you seeing this?
Oh, yeah. not try this at home.
Twisters, APG-13 in theaters July 19th.
Red flag condition from the streets of Chicago. And up front, as they're scored, it's Ty Gibbs that's out there in front. We see the Air Tundras taking to the track and the jet dryers trying to get out there and get the puddles off the track. They were out there earlier too, and this was the exit of pit road when they had come down there, and it caused a little bit of a bobble up here.
Yeah, a little stack up. Tyler Red can't get slowed down too much. It's 23, no real damage, but unfortunately, more damage for the 23 here. 48 of Bowman gets right into the right rear quarter in the rain, spins the 23 out.
And then the 14 of Chase Briscoe sliding into turn 6. He actually tagged the 16 on the way in.
Yeah, on board with SVG. The 14's able to drive away. The 16 not so lucky. Heavy damage. The favorite, last year's winner, out of the race.
So again, a red flag condition, and with 7 races to go until the playoffs, we look at the playoff standings and where everyone sits. Kyle Larson right now the regular season points leader. Bell, Larson, Hamlin, and Byron, all with 3 wins already in 2024.
Yeah, you see Ty Gibbs while leading the race currently there in 12th. That would lock him in if he's able to pull off the win. And at 69 points, you know, Bubba Wallace, Briscoe, Busch, it's not a mathematical situation where they can't make it on points. It's just very improbable, in my opinion. We've only ever seen like single digits made up at this point in the season. But with the racetracks we have coming, you know, we have Pocono. We've seen crazy fuel mileage finishes there. We have back to the oval at the Brickyard. We have Daytona on the horizon. There are a lot of tracks where we could see a winner that perhaps it's hard to predict. Think about Kyle Busch. I'm not even sure it's the playoffs for Kyle Busch back there in 19th. He's 19 years in a row winning a race. If he could extend that to 20, it would also fix the playoff picture.
Yeah, he's mentioned that he thinks it's great if he could get a win prior to the playoffs to get back in there and try to win a 3rd championship. But ultimately, he wants to keep that win streak alive that he's gone for 19 consecutive years.
And remember, the line moves. So just put any of those cars below in victory lane. And now instantly, Buescher, Bowman, Chastain are locked in a points battle at the bottom of that leaderboard.
All right, let's listen in and actually hear from the guy who won stage 1 and the favorite of this race out of the car. Shane Van Gisbergen is with Kim.
Yeah, and Shane out of the care center after getting tagged by the 14 of Chase Briscoe into the wall. Walk us through the incident.
I don't know, I just sort of turned in, looked pretty good, and then just got smashed by someone. 14, he said, gutting. Wendy's Saucy Nugs Camaro was really good. We're in the lead for a lot of that race, and, you know, felt good taking off in the rain, and, oh, yeah. Yeah, nice one. But, so that sucks, but, you know, it's an unfortunate mistake by him. I'm sure he didn't mean it. But yeah, when he just clipped me, nothing I could do.
Is it disappointment? Is it frustration knowing you were the favorite, now you're out of the race? Or is it just a racing incident?
No, of course I'm disappointed. We had a really amazing Camaro there, and Corlig Racing Trackhouse, they gave us a great car, and we were able to lead, and I felt like I was driving well within myself. So yeah, it's a shame to be out so early, and shame we couldn't have a proper crack at the end.
You were the measure of what could be done on this racetrack. So you've seen the guys out there. Now that you're out, do you have a favorite looking at the field?
Any of the top 3. Those guys were all racing well. We had some really cool battles with them and respectful, really fair. So yeah, any of those top 3, I think, are the favorite.
And some heavy rain. How was it racing before the incident?
It was fine. On slicks, it got a bit dodgy, and I hated being the leader, and whoever was the leader, you could see them slowing up, not sure what the condition would be. So as soon as I got to the front, you're always unsure of what's happening and have to take it a bit easy. So yeah, but I had a lot of fun until then. So
thanks for the time.
Cheers.
Shane Van Gisbergen, again, out of the race, the favorite here this afternoon, but still a smile on his face, guys.
And, you know, Kim, that's why he's easy to root for me, right? He showed up on the scene last year and he won, but now he's full-time Xfinity. When he goes to the road course, he's spectacular. He goes to the ovals, he'll sell. He's humbled himself at how good these stock car drivers are at the oval, yet he always has that smile on his face and a great approach. He could be super disappointed here, yet he understands, right? Because while he is new, he's not new to racing. So much experience, and you can see it paying off in times like this.
It was life-changing what happened a year ago here, winning the Cup race in his very first start, and moved his family to America full-time in the Xfinity Series now. We are embedded with the 45 team, and that means we have all sorts of access to what's taking place, not only with the crew chief, but also spotters and that team.
Tyler Reddick has been the fastest man all day here at the Circuit of the Americas.
Out of 4, Reddick wins at Kansas.
Reddick there at the 45 wanted to know what the state of those guys that are coming off the race car, what they look like, so he can sort of judge how much he can push on these.
Checkered flag is in the air. Tyler Reddick gets there first.
Great work, guys! Tyler, there you go!
Tyler Reddick, Billy Scott, this race team's in the playoffs for that big win at Talladega, and normally you guys are excellent at the road courses, but I don't, when we talked about this embedded thing, I don't think we planned this kind of day, did we, Billy? How have you managed all the chaos of this day? Rain, no rain, and all that's happened?
Yeah, we're getting all too used to it here in Chicago, unfortunately, but yeah, it's just a matter of letting the drivers decide what is best for them and what they feel out there, and yeah, it's a little bit chaotic with wets on and slicks back on to start. It looks like this rain's going to be here for a little bit.
You can see Tyler has joined us here on the front bench having a conversation with your engineer. What do you want to do under a red flag like this when you have the rare opportunity, almost a halftime break, to talk to your driver?
Yeah, just going back and understanding the data and knowing how hard to push. We're in mixed conditions, presumably might be the whole rest of the race, and it's just a matter of evaluating risk versus reward and then knowing how hard they can push and how soon.
You tried to game plan for everything, Billy, but did you come up with a plan of what to do if it rains today like this?
Really, it's just adapt. That's the biggest thing, is we all came in here with what seemed like a pretty simple plan. I think, most of the field knew it was going to be a one-stop and very low fall-off here on the street course, but certainly Mother Nature has other ideas, and yeah, just got to adapt to it and just be ready for anything and hope to work out on the right side of it and keep good track position.
Obviously, SVG out of the race now, and he was in that group of favorites along with you guys. Does that change the game at all? Does Tyler play it a little more aggressive now, knowing, hey, it's a wide-open game?
I think it's still a matter of evaluating our risk versus reward. Like you said, there's several guys that we know are in contention, and many of them are still out there. You hate to see him get taken out like that over something silly. And no, we still have to be smart, right? Because it's in a moment's notice it can bite you. It's definitely they're on the edge out there every lap. So we still have to be smart and still have to be there at the end. But yeah, just not trying to take ourselves out.
Still have a lot to go here in the race today. Appreciate the access the 45 team is giving us. We're going to go talk to the driver. He's right over there in just a moment, Dave.
Marty, we look forward to getting back to that embedded deal with the 45 crew. We're embedded under an awning here with Martin Truex Jr., and it's still raining, so we've still got the umbrella up. Tell us your experience there as you were getting ready to, actually they were thinking of resuming things there. It was pretty crazy racing when you got going.
Yeah, just, so much rain and so much water on the track. Back where I was, you couldn't see anything, so just following the flashing red lights in front of you and trying not to hit them. That's kind of what the goal was, and then once everybody got slowed down, you could kind of see where you're at in the corner, but you're just kind of feeling where you were by the speed of the red lights in front of you and trying to follow him. It's wild, but yeah, not a good start to the race for the Bass Pro Camry. We tried to start on wets, and that was obviously the wrong move. It worked for a few laps, and then it didn't. So track position's not good right now. We need to find a way to overcome that.
I was going to ask you about that because you got going, you started passing cars. Was there like an immediate switch and they fell off?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as it started drying out, it went from good to bad. And it only took about 3 laps. So went forward for 3 and then backward till we pitted. And, the car felt pretty good. I felt like good pace on dry tires once we got going. Just lost all our track position. So it's going to be a battle from here, but we'll keep trying.
You were leading. The other thing I was wondering, when your car was in dry conditions, I know it wasn't your favorite in qualifying, and so you had to start toward the rear. Do you think there's something you can work with getting back out there?
Yeah, I mean, I felt good in race trim on Saturday in practice. I never put together a good lap in qualifying, and today I felt the car felt even better in on the longer run on the dries when it was drying out. So I think we'll be all right, but we'll be on wets now, so I'm not really sure. It's just it's gonna be hard to get track position with the track being wet.
All right, Martin, thanks. Parker, he told me his car was in one piece. That's the good news. It's pretty soaked out there sitting on pit lane right now.
I've been hanging out with his teammate Christopher Bell, who's been at the front of the field here throughout this race. We were just talking about the start of it and how you at one point were getting past the 16. You thought he was giving you the spot, and then he took it right back. What happened there?
Yeah, I don't know. I got inside of him. I think it was in turn 12.
and he didn't really contest the position, and he gave me the way on exit. So I'm like, oh, thanks, he let me go. That was friendly. And then next thing you know, he's diving back inside of me. So yeah, we were racing hard. It was really fun to get to have lap traffic on a road course, because normally that doesn't happen.
What about these conditions we just went into here, the wet conditions? You and I were just talking about how slippery it is out there. Even turn 12, where on the restart, you got very sideways.
Yeah, well, I'm confused, Parker.
Okay.
Do we race in the rain, or do we not race in the rain?
I think definitely this is a lot of rain, though.
I mean, I'm out front, so my visibility is going to be the best out of all of them, but I'd say ship it.
All right, you want to keep going here. And I mean, that's the question I have, is just where it is too slippery. Like, where are the portions that you saw, or maybe there was standing water, that sort of thing, where you felt like, okay, that could be the issue. Did you see any?
I mean, honestly, I haven't seen any standing water issues. I mean, yes, there are sections of the course that are very, very slippery. You know, turn 12, whenever we took the restart, that was the slickest spot that I felt on the track. But yeah, I mean, it's the same for everybody. You just got to be smart and know not to bomb it off into the brake zone. But yeah, I mean, it's tough out there. Conditions are very slick, and that's the way I like it.
So you mentioned visibility. One of the things you and I were talking about was the visors. You guys all started this race with sunny conditions. I noticed a lot of drivers on the onboards flipping those visors up because they had tinted visors. It's getting very dark here. What was your situation, visibility?
Yeah, I had a tinted visor on as well, and from the drop of the green flag, I had it open because I couldn't see. So I will say visibility is very tough. For whatever reason, I don't know if it's the rake of the windshield, but any water that gets on it just makes it very distorted and hard to see out of. So visibility was even tough early on in the race, whenever it was just barely sprinkling. So tough conditions, adverse conditions, and the 20 car does well in those.
So let me ask you this. It's wet, it's slick, it's hard to see. You're at the front and you still want to go racing. What is wrong with you?
Well, me being out front, I'm going to have the best conditions out of all of them. So that's probably me being a little bit selfish, but I love adverse conditions, whether it's, you know, rain tires or heck, I don't know. I guess we don't have very many adverse conditions today, but definitely the rain tires have been really good to us.
Artie, I love his optimism. He wants to get back out there. Chris Bell race in any condition.
Well, he proved a couple of weeks ago he loves the rain, winning there at New Hampshire. Let's chat with Tyler Reddick. How would you describe the conditions on the track? Because Bell was saying the visibility was very tough.
Yeah, that's one of the downsides, right? Is in a restart situation like that. Maybe it's just the first lap or two, the visibility is really difficult with just the standing water on the track. But, you know, for me, I was really surprised to see how well in fairly damp conditions we could kind of run on the dry tires. It's kind of a learning process, and the more you get running, the more the dry lane starts to really form. So, yeah, learning a lot out there for sure. I felt really good at the start and was kind of trying to figure out where I was going to get around Ty, and you know, Shane just did a good job putting me in a tough spot, and you know, there was a lot of cars lined up kind of just driving off each other, and we lost a good bit of track position there. So yeah, I feel like we got good speed. It's just a matter of not crossing that line, and certainly, you know, in the 14 lost it there. I feel like I drove in and found my limit, and I almost tricked myself into trying to race him down in there, and I kind of realized how out of control he'd gotten. So really thankful I was able to pick up on that, miss that calamity. But yeah, I guess more than anything, just been real impressed with, again, you know, I was impressed yesterday, impressed today with how Shane's able to carve up through the field and just what he's able to do in the car. It's a shame he's out of the race, but he was really putting on a show, I feel like. So just trying to learn what I can from him and some of the other cars that have good speed at the moment. Yeah, it was real crazy to take back off there in those more damp conditions.
So speaking of learning, when you came up on the pit box, there were no pleasantries. There was no, hey, how you doing, or how's the race been? You immediately went with your engineer to study SMT. Kind of walk us through what you're trying to learn, because you mentioned I'm trying to learn from what Shane did earlier in the race.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing for me is not exactly, you know, I'm not getting the most out of my car right now, I don't feel like. So we're just trying to look and see, you know, if there's any little moments around the lap or certain laps, certain areas of the track that seem to really work good, you know. So I guess I've done a good job of not wrecking it yet, but certainly we want to run faster than we are. So we're just going to try and look through some things and figure out, you which particular laps or which particular style was really helping me get the most speed out of our Jordan brand Camry.
By the way, speaking of conditions, you said your fire suit's literally soaked. Is that from water coming in from the side or from the top or everywhere or what?
Yeah, it's pretty much everything. I was sitting in the car trying to not get wet, and just a lot of water really comes in the car under caution, and we were standing still, so I was just getting so wet, I just figured I might as well come out and get in the rain and come up here and look at some data and be ready to go when we resume racing.
You mentioned the Jordan brand. Got to ask you, is there a little more pressure, not on you, but your teammate Bubba Wallace, when you guys come to Chicago knowing, hey, Michael won 6 NBA titles here?
I know, it's we certainly feel that pressure, and we embrace it, honestly. We came in here with the expectation to contend, and I mean, fourth was a good qualifying effort for us, but certainly I was wanting more out of the qualifying day and left motivated to try and get better. The start of the race, the first couple laps went well, getting to second, and just unfortunately, we kind of fell back a little bit, but it's a tough game to play here with these conditions on a street course. So we're just trying to learn what we can and be ready to go when NASCAR calls us back to the vehicles.
All right, we appreciate the access that you and Billy have given us all week long. Kind of fun to hang out with you guys.
Thank you.
All right, Parker, what's going on your end of pit road?
Well, what we've discovered here is there's a great height difference between myself and Carson Hosfar, which works perfectly for our umbrellas here. You can have yours way taller, mine below, and we're both being covered here. We were just talking about this weather. You're back at 23rd. Not a lot of visibility out there.
No, not good at all. I think we were like 13th or 15th or something, and my wiper wasn't working. It was going only the right side, so if you were my passenger, you could see. So not great for me.
That's not going to work. There's no passenger in there, is there?
No, nobody that would want to right now, for sure. But yeah, struggling visibility. I was like, all right, have fun. Like, I'm just gonna survive and try to keep my thing straight, and hopefully they don't end it or anything like last year, the Xfinity race. So, but I'm sure they won't, and hopefully. But definitely the right call to stop for right now. But I think our Ziegler Chevy is fast. I feel good when it's dry and the wet. I'm just happy to run circles and hope to get to the other end. That's where I'm at right now.
Talk about that. When you're trying to survive in a race car, that's a weird feeling, going, purposely slower than maybe you could go. Yeah, I think it's hard for people to understand. That's sometimes when the most mistakes can be made.
Yeah, I mean, when you're going slow, I mean, these things are made to compress and have grip. And even when you're hauling and going 100% in the rain, right, it's still not handling great because the thing's up above the racetrack. It's not compressing. It's not having any load. But, yeah, it's difficult, and it's probably more frustrating as a driver that you're so aware and so scared and so treacherous and everything that's normally when you think about a mistake or that you can make, that's normally when you make it. So it's really difficult, and especially for me. I am not good in the rain, and I enjoy it a lot, but I wish I'd have a little bit more practice rather than obviously driving this beautiful 77 Cup car around.
I was going to talk about that. Your first season in the Cup Series, you've experienced a lot. What has stuck out to you so far as we're basically going near halfway in the season?
I mean, these guys are really good. There's anybody that can, you flip them to up front and give them clean air, they're going to be really good, and vice versa, because everybody knows how to keep everybody behind you. I mean, there's just so much depth that you can go from a winning race car to not very good, or at least think you're not very good back there in traffic. Obviously, a little different with, I don't know there's any clean air, obviously, with the rain, but a little different circumstances. But I think...
Would that be wet air?
Wet air, I don't know. I'm probably more just visibility more than anything. That's probably the gain of being out front, is you can see the corner. But yeah, it's difficult, but it's really fun, and obviously these guys are really good. They had a lot more trust in their vehicles than I did, for sure, and I'm excited to see if we can get this thing back up going and get our spots and maybe some more.
Cam, I think this is that we learned Carson Hosfar is in survival mode here in the wet.
I think a lot of us are in survival mode, Parker, but catch up with Joey Hand, currently in the 16th position, the highest running of the 3 RFK entrants here today. And you were a bit of a road course racer, a street course racer, and we were talking and said, I've raced enough in road courses and street courses in the rain that I can't count. So how does this compare to some of your experience on street courses in these conditions?
Well, it was a good run for us, like the car was going forward in the dry. It was wet to start, so it was right kind of in my wheelhouse where you got to find some grip here and there. And then it dried out, and the car was still good. And like we were saying, we didn't qualify quite as good as I knew the car was, and I think it was going forward. I was excited about it. And when the rain came, it got pretty dicey pretty fast. I mean, anytime you get on a street course, the water really stays contained inside the walls a lot more. I mean, it's never great with the spray and all that, but NASCAR's done a lot to minimize the spray, but still, it's hard to see. You get that many cars firing off down the front straightaway, and it was hard to, I think the 11 car was about 6 cars in front of me, and all I could see was flashing lights. So at some point, you have to like drive by Braille, kind of. You kind of find a wall, and so out the right side of my window, I was just running along the wall, waiting for the brake markers, not looking ahead as much as you normally would. But I mean, it's hey, I've done a lot of street racing. I've done a lot of racing, period. But I'm just having a great time. I'm excited to be in this RFK Stage 60 car. BuildSubmarines.com. Everybody's been so nice to me. They treat me like I've been here for years, honestly. And so, yeah, it's fun to get this car going forward for them.
We talk about all the character that a street course has. Manholes, potholes, paint on the ground. We have old asphalt, new asphalt, concrete. How do those things come to you in the rain? Do they do kind of the same feedback to the car as the dry, or how different are they?
Oh, the one thing you said is paint. The paint is way worse than the dry. I was testing it out there right when we got rain tires. I was kind of, they're like, save fuel, save fuel. I'm like, yeah, I'm going to save as much as I can, but I also want to kind of feel out the paint. Down in turn 7 where there's a crosswalk, and it's right in where you cross the apex, and it is pretty gnarly how you catch the paint for a long time. The key to it is you're trying to cross the paint. You're trying not to be on the paint for a long time. So cross the paint perpendicular, cross the lines perpendicular. The dry lines is where the rubber is, trying to cross those lines perpendicular as possible. But on a street course, you don't have a lot of choices, right? So you got to drive on the paint. But I tell you for sure, I'm not going to brake on those double yellow lines down in turn 4, that's for sure. But yeah, I mean, you just go hunting. You got to find what you can. I mean, you saw everybody was pretty slow there to start to try and find their way. But yeah, I mean, no paint, no manhole covers if you can help it. But still, you know, I mean, I know we want to have dry here and all that, and it's gotten wet on us, but I'd say this is a great race. I love street racing. I think NASCAR on the streets, especially in Chicago with the skyline, I mean, it's super fun to me, and I hope the fans had fun, especially when it was dry.
Joey Han, a tenured road course and street course racer, offering some very interesting feedback on what the track felt like under wet conditions.
Californian making his first starts this year, makes a handful of starts running, and we've got the fans having some fun. This is a great opportunity for them to enjoy a little bit of food, maybe, and food, one of the things that you think of when you come to Chicago, that deep dish pizza, Chicago style, or maybe the dogs. Go to the Cubs games and enjoy a little fun, a little food when you visit Chicago.
In English, what's the hardest thing to say?
For me, probably 6th. Like 4th, 5th, and then 6th.
Anything with a TH?
They threw 3 big things.
That was really good.
Thank you.
The word vegetable? Vegetable.
Caesars. And Caesar.
Or did you mean hard to say emotionally?
I do, I mean emotionally.
Oh.
I was wrong.
A real tough one to say is, I'm sorry.
I forgive you.
Goodbye.
For me, it's saying I love you. But that's tough to say in any language.
Looking for a reason to try the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
That's everything you get with the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America Customized Cash Rewards Card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
With the price of just about everything inflating these days, you may wonder why Mint is deflating the price of Mint Unlimited from $30 a month to just $15 a month. Well, it's easy. We know a great price on a great product is better than one of those things, right? Does Big Wireless really believe that these things actually work? This one will never see the light of day. All right.
All week we have enjoyed the beautiful sights of Chicago, high-rises, skyscrapers, Chicago River, and the fans and the people here in Chicago just welcomed us with open arms. And then, about 2 hours ago, things changed as far as the weather, and that has put the air tundras on the track. They're trying to get the puddles off of the track, and there's still some rain coming down.
Yeah, so two real issues. We have wet weather tires. That's not really the issue. It's standing water. Can't run on puddles. They'll hydroplane. Doesn't matter how good the tires are, the cars will skip across the water. So we have to get the standing water. The other issue is light rain possible, but heavy rain not only creates the standing water, but it makes it where there's just no visibility. So those are the two things. So, you know, don't fret. We will see some more racing, but we have to get these rain showers through. NASCAR continues to work on the racing surface. It's trying to stay ahead of it, but you see when the rain falls at that rate, you just can't stay away. Just can't stay ahead of it. I mean, you see how much you can remove. Let's take a look at the radar. I think there's one more pretty heavy cell right here. You kind of see maybe 8 or 12 miles of rain, but look behind it. We have all of that area. And you know, the beauty is we don't have to dry the track, right? I mean, this would be a concern, like, man, we're running out of daylight hours to dry the track. We're not looking for dry. We are looking for get rid of the standing water. They have drains underneath some of these walls and other areas. They'll go out and vacuum it up.
A week ago, Joey Logano went to victory lane. He was able to get the win at Nashville. We also were affected by weather that week. This is 4 weeks in a row. But with Logano winning in Nashville, that now has locked up all 3 of the Penske drivers into the playoffs. Logano, Blaney, and Cindric.
Hustling super hard at Team Penske.
One more, Nicky with him. You are clear. Don't know what just happened. Ryan Blaney has run out of fuel. Austin Cindric is going to victory lane. So proud of you guys. Thanks. That was amazing.
He's shown speed. He's shown dominance.
Blaney picks up the win.
First Cup winner at Iowa Speedway.
Awesome job, guys.
Logano is going to win in Nashville. Locked himself into the playoffs.
And the reigning champion for last year of the Cup Series is Ryan Blaney, who joins those 3 of you that are now locked into the playoffs at Team Penske. That has got to be a wonderful feeling for your whole organization.
It is, yeah, it's nice. Myself and Joey and Austin were able to get in, having a good month last month. So that's nice to kind of fall back on, especially where all 3 of our cars are running at this time, currently right now. So, it's nice to have that win and for our whole organization. And, I was hoping to be a little bit better spot today, but kind of had a little bit different strategy to get going and during the race, and just didn't really work out. And then just trying to wait the rain out. Hopefully it clears up here and we can get back racing.
Let's talk about that, because all 3 of you did start on wet tires there, trying to use that strategy, and it seemed like maybe a lap or 2 it worked, and then you guys just couldn't keep the pace.
Yeah, it was tricky because, I thought the asphalt areas of the racetrack were pretty wet, but then the concrete areas, the run up to turn 4, through turn 4 and 5, and all the way down to 6 was really dry. Concrete dries really fast. So, and then I think we were running just enough to get the asphalt fairly dry. So and we were waiting on more rain to come. We thought rain was coming and on the way, and just never really got there. And then we were in a tricky spot, and we were so far behind on the wet weather tires. If we pitted for slicks, we would have been a lap down, and just didn't really work out for us the first stage. So was hopeful to kind of rain or dry just to get on the same tires and see what we could do. But it was one of those things. We started in the back, had to repair our car, and just try to take a chance. Try to take a chance on, hey, maybe we'll kind of call the right strategy and be able to get through guys with their pitting on, from slicks to wets, and just didn't really work out for us. But had to take that chance from where we started. Just didn't really work out.
It's always, you want to take those risks when there's a weather like this. I mean, we've now learned that all 3 of you win together over the same last couple of weeks, and now you all choose to go on this strategy. So now that it is fully wet, what did you experience? How was your car in the actual wet conditions?
We ran half lap there before we stopped it, and it was just way too much spray. We were going down the straightaway between 2 and 4, and you couldn't see anything, and then going down the straightaway from 5 and 6, you couldn't see anything. It was very dangerous. So they made the right call of kind of pausing it, hoping the rain gets out of here and gets going. But yeah, just whatever, we have the mud flaps or the rain flaps, and we have, the lights and things like that, and it still just didn't do anything. I don't know, like the city streets, we've raced in the rain before, damp conditions, but the spray was never that bad. So I don't know if it's like the city streets are so like tight asphalt and concrete that the water just kind of sits on it and creates such a big spray. But yeah, we just really not safe conditions. So it was the right call, but it was slippery out there. I mean, and with the with the city roads, all the paint that's on them, from only left turns, only straight, all the lines on the road, like there were so many more slick spots. Paint is so slippery when it's wet, and it was pretty tricky to navigate through. And if it would just stop raining and just be damp, I think it'd be fine. It's raining too hard right now to kind of get some water off the track, and so hopefully it stops and we can get going again and visibility gets better and it's just not a death trap out there. But we'll see. Appreciate all the fans for sticking around. I hate that this has happened 2 years in a row. I mean, from a beautiful weekend already, and just unfortunate weather circumstances. I hate it for all of everybody who came out today. Just best thing we can do right now is just hope it clears up a little bit and we can get back racing and put on a good show for everybody here.
Just quickly, you mentioned it, just this event. I know you love the vibe of this place and just the concerts that was happening, that sort of thing. As the reigning champ, how cool is it to see NASCAR do something like this? It's so sort of out of what we normally do.
Well, it's great. I've really enjoyed it. I mean, I had fun last year. I mean, it was a wacky weekend last year, but I think the city really embraced it, and the teams and drivers embraced it. And, obviously you see the fans waiting out in the rain in their ponchos. Poncho salesmen probably did pretty good the last 2 years here. Maybe next year, if we come back, I'll sell some ponchos.
Sounds like a business venture. We start together.
Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Yeah, we can do RB and PK ponchos. I think that'd be pretty cool. But, yeah, it's neat that we're here. This city, deserves better weather than this when we come here. But I've really enjoyed it. It's a big deal that we're here. I mean, the city has embraced us. It was great to have the mayor, here today and give us a little speech in the drivers' meeting. It just shows, what he thinks of the event, and he loves it, and we enjoy it as well. So maybe one of these years we keep trying. We'll get a dry weekend to where we can put on a heck of a show and a show that the city deserves.
We'll see if Ryan and his team can make up some track position when we get back going, Kim.
Yeah, and his teammate Austin Cindric hoping for the same thing. Ryan was just talking about how you guys were all kind of on that same strategy. The rain just didn't come soon enough for you guys. What were you fighting there at the end with those old wet weather tires that you had?
Well, I think between the little highlight show you just guys played of our month of June at Team Penske, I'm pretty convinced you guys just came over to cheer us up, because starting this race has not been very kind, and we've not been very kind to our rain tires, so definitely frustrating to start there. Obviously the weather's really frustrating as well. It's a real shame. The race fans here, this place was packed to start the race, and obviously drainage, standing water, visibility, all pretty big issues with this with rain.
As we look at the rest of the race, when we do go back green, what opportunities are in front of you guys to figure something out and find track position?
I mean, I can only go forward, so yeah, those are, I have, where am I? I don't have my glasses on, Kim.
33rd.
33rd. I have 32 cars in front of me that I can pass. Those are my opportunities.
Outside of the tire situation, is the car good enough to pass?
I don't think my car and my rain tires are agreeing with each other very well.
It's a nice way to put it.
Now, I will say more rain will help me. Like, heavy rain is better than very light rain. I either want it to be heavy rain, safe conditions, heavy rain in safe conditions, or full dry.
How much do you have to adjust your driving style and your approach and attack on the track when the conditions are like that versus dry here at the street course?
Well, it's difficult because, especially when you go into a phase where, like, okay, I'm clearly falling off and struggling more than other cars around you. It's hard not to get baited into trying to drive the car harder than what it's capable of. So kind of a mental battle. It's just self-destructive behavior is only encouraged.
All right, before we let you go, let's talk something positive, because we did run that little Penske package. You guys have had
the Penske package. I like
Penske package. You guys have had a little bit of a surge in the last handful of races. Obviously, the first team to have all three drivers locked in the playoffs. What does the rest of the regular season look like for Team Penske and your goals before the playoffs?
No, obviously, an incredible couple weeks there for the company. Well deserved by all teams. Obviously, really big for all of us to kind of have a singular focus. Heading into the playoffs and obviously learn as much as we can. I think for us on the two car, it's about performing at a high level on a consistent basis. Air Gateway was one of our best races of the year, no doubt. But to convert that to a win, I think proof in the pudding to be able to, continue to apply the process. But just definitely proud of everyone in this kind of tire car to get this far. But yeah, use the next couple of weeks to get ready and maximize that opportunity.
Austin Cindric, a good driver, not a great umbrella holder because your height. I'm like, we're sharing an umbrella, and you are doing me no good here. Dave, on that note, let's head to you.
I think I'm better off, Kim, because I am undercover with Ty Gibbs, the current leader of the race. So other than the fact that a friend of his brought food for him, which is killing us all up here right now, we're doing okay. And you're in the lead, so how's it feel to be leading at this point, Ty?
Yeah, it feels pretty good. I feel like we've got a fast Monster Energy Camry. We're up here taking a little halftime break, I guess. Seems like the rain just keeps coming and it's not stopping. So, I don't know. We'll see what happens. I feel like we're really fast. It was really wet when we went back out, so I'm glad NASCAR was, when it dried the track, and I think that really helped. So, but yeah, we're just hanging out.
How do you adjust to racing in the rain? Because one of the things that Chris and I were talking about, your crew chief, earlier today was that the thing about the rain is that then maybe the fastest car doesn't get to show what it has, and you've been one of those this weekend. So how do you make that adjustment behind the wheel?
You gotta chill out a little bit, to be honest with you, and back your corners up and take it easy. So I feel like it's good to have. I've had rain experience in go-karts and last year and some other sorts of racing. So it's been fun though. So I've had a good time, and we'll see what happens.
So do you feel like you embrace it?
Yeah, I'm wet, so I guess.
We're all wet right now, so I think we all have to embrace it. Let's talk playoff a little bit too, because you guys are in on points, 13 out of 16, so it's not absolutely safe with 7 to go. So was part of the discussion this week, hey, we think we'll be good, but we can't afford a weekend that just sucks all our points away.
Yeah, I mean, that's every weekend. I think we just, besides the speedway stuff, I think we just go try to win every weekend. That's usually the goal. So, but I feel like we're really strong and we've been really fast. So let's keep working. And the finishes haven't really showed our speed. I feel like we've been really good about every week. So let's keep hammering down.
We're talking about a little bit of technique. What's it like to race on a drying racetrack? Obviously, if we get this rolling, you guys will start on the wet tires. And what's it like as it dries, Ty?
Yeah, you just kind of find where the dry spots are, and you have to be very, very aware and see where you're at and watch it dry up. So that's the biggest thing, and just staying with the track and staying on top of it and be the first one to jump on whatever's going to be faster.
You said you were pretty soaked. Is the car watertight at all?
Huh?
Is the car watertight?
Watertight? Yeah. That's the first I've heard that.
It leaks a lot?
It's hydroplaned a couple times, which is not cool.
No, but where does the water come in? Does it come in through the roof or through the sides or through the floorboard? Where do you guys get the wet?
I don't know. Something in mine's dripping from like the top left, so it's kind of bothering me, honestly. It's like water torture. Like I only felt one part of my suit kept getting wet, and I'm like, man, my arm's cold, and I'm like watching it drop right there. So that's about it.
I think they can work that out. They can make that change to Ty Gibbs. Hey, he's had a little bit of food down here. That is going to help him out a lot. And Marty, I think I'm going to run around and see what I can find to snack on during this little rain delay.
Dave, food is a large topic because this has been the dilemma for Kyle Larson for 20 minutes because you've been looking for a sandwich for, 20 minutes? You finally got one or what?
Oh, I mean, I ate an Uncrustable, I ate a few bars, and a banana. So I'm ready. I'm ready for whenever we go back green now.
So how has it been in first of all, the mixed conditions to start with, Kyle, when you were on slicks?
Yeah, that wasn't actually too bad at all. It actually had quite a bit of grip. It was just starting the front row. I was extremely nervous and was okay for those guys to go ahead and pass me because I didn't want to be the guinea pig out front. So, and then once it was drying up, my car just didn't feel quite the same as yesterday, anyways. So. Hopefully, we can keep getting opportunities to get it better. And then the wet there, we only got, half a lap or whatever, but it was slick. So I thought Bell and I both were going to crash off of the final corner, just taking off. So it was cool, and the visibility was obviously tricky even where I was at in the second row. But yeah, I hope the rain stops here shortly. We can get the heavy water blown off the top of the surface and we can go back green.
You and I talked about this yesterday, just street course racing in general, and I asked you about the walls. You said, I haven't gone near them yet. Is that sort of like what racing in the rain is like? You kind of work your way into how far you can push it.
Yeah, and I mean, there's guys that are more willing to be aggressive, and I think people would consider me one, but I don't. I usually wait for like Reddick and those guys to go hard, and he's really good, so he's probably liking his chances right here now. But yeah, it's just you kind of risk versus reward, and currently there's still a lot of racing left, but depending on whenever we go back green, there might not be. So yeah, that'll kind of change things for sure.
Yeah, the shower looks like it will eventually move out. We will go back racing. There would be a time limit on the race. So do you feel that sense of urgency behind the wheel when they're saying, hey, we're racing to this time and that's it?
Well, I think it just depends on when we get back out there. If we get out there in 30 minutes and we still have whatever would be 2 hours to finish, I think there would be less urgency. But if you get in the car with 45 minutes left, then yeah, I mean, things are going to be more ramped up. So we'll see. I just hope we can get out there sooner rather than later.
What is the 5 team doing well this year, Kyle? You and I talked about this actually a couple months ago, and you told me I feel like I'm executing better than I ever have. Why?
Well, I mean, I think it's more than just myself. I think our team in general is performing at a high level. I think our race cars are consistently fast. Our picker's been doing a good job. And then I just feel like as a group, we've been executing great, throughout the races. Kind of whatever has been presented to us, I would say 85% of the races we've maximized and gotten, what I feel like the best finish possible. So just continue that, and hopefully we can keep gaining on the point lead that we have and be prepared for the playoffs.
As you look into the playoffs, and obviously you could go in as the #1 seed, what are some things you want to get better at in the final 7 weeks of the regular season?
I think our short track program probably could stand to be, a little bit better, considering that Phoenix is the final race. We were pretty average there earlier in the year. I think, what was it, Gateway? I think we were sort of average, and those two tracks are fairly similar, and you could see that the 20 was really good at both of those. He's been the best short track car, New Hampshire as well, so everywhere else I feel like we're really good, but that would be the one area I would think that we are probably all focusing on it to try and get better and be ready for Phoenix in case we're in the Final Four.
All right, Parker, we've covered it all with Kyle Larson. The one thing we don't have is another sandwich for him, so maybe send one down here to pit box #1 if you can.
Well, it's all about beef jerky down here at Noah Gregson's pit box. You just took those down. That was good. You were looking for chips. We're all about food right now. You haven't found any, have you?
No, I was looking for like a banana or something, maybe some nuts or some trail mix or something.
Oh, that's right, healthy stuff.
I'm super healthy, so yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's just trying to kill some time with our guys. It's been, I didn't know how much track the grip was going to have with it kind of being wet and damp to start, and we start on slicks, and I'm the Achilles heel for these guys. Look at them, look how bummed they are right now. They're bummed out.
Why are they down?
Well, I've been the Achilles heel. I'm trying not to wreck, but we're up to 24th. I struggled here last year. The turn 6 barriers are PTSD for me, and I'm trying not to wreck. So,
have you approached that braking zone at all with much force?
Nope. No, I'm lifting out of the gas and starting to brake off of turn number 5. But no, in all seriousness, just trying to not wreck and give ourselves a chance at the end. Last year, I was trying way too hard and trying to make something that I couldn't, and would hit the tire barrier for 5 laps later. I'm like, okay, I'm going to take it easy, and then you get racing a guy and hit the tire barrier again, and then they repair it. And so I'm trying to give these guys an easy day's work, and just trying to figure it out. The rain, I kind of struggle in the rain with just seeing the lines and how they're painted. It's really slick, the painted lines in the rain, and just trying to keep the car in one piece and have something to race with at the end.
Why do you think street courses like this have been a struggle for you? What is it? What's different for you? Is it the walls being there in proximity, not being able to see around the corner? There's so many things you experience here that you just don't really experience anywhere else that we go to.
It's hard. I mean, you've done it. It's hard. Yeah, there's obviously, you can run 100%, and it's a lot of risk and a lot of reward, though, if you run 100%. So I've kind of taken the approach this year of being, 95% and trying to keep the car in one piece. It's been definitely a little rough through, the braking zone in turn 4 at the end of Lakeshore Drive, and then down on Michigan Avenue through the bumps in turn 10. It definitely is challenging. So
nonetheless, still proud of all these guys' effort for sticking behind us and just trying to make the most of today, trying to get as many points at the end of this race, keep the car in one piece, and have something to race with for the last 5-10 laps.
Well, Rick, we learned.
If we make it there, I hope we make it there.
We hope so too. As we learned here, Rick, he's going to survive though in this 10 car. That's the key.
We're going to be positive. The rain is letting up. We're still seeing the AMR safety crew and the jet dryers, as well as the air tundras out there working, trying to clear up the puddles and the standing water that is out there. You take a look at the radar, it has passed at least the heavy stuff, and so there's an opening back there as soon as they get the puddles and that standing water off the track. We're sure that we'll see the drivers climbing back into their cars and we'll get back underway. Only 25 laps of a 75-lap complete from Chicago, but it is getting better here on the streets of Chicago.
I have type 2 diabetes, but I manage it well. It's a little pill with a big story to tell. I take once daily Jardiance at each day's start. As time went on, it was easy to see I'm lowering my A1C.
Jardiance works 24/7 in your body to flush out some sugar. And for adults with type 2 diabetes and known heart disease, Jardiance can lower the risk of cardiovascular death too.
Serious side effects may include ketoacidosis that may be fatal, dehydration that can lead to sudden worsening of kidney function, and genital yeast or urinary tract infections. A rare life-threatening bacterial infection in the skin of the perineum could occur. Stop Jardiance and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of this infection, ketoacidosis, or an allergic reaction. You may have increased risk for lower limb loss. Call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of infection in your legs or feet. Taking Jardiance with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar.
Jardiance is really swell, the little pill with a big story to tell.
If your answer to the summer heat is let it rain, we're looking for you. Join us at Toyota Racing.
Kind of feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 biggie bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
That's my team out there.
If our network goes down, lives are at stake.
Our comms have to work.
Well, the mission won't.
That's why we partner with Verizon Frontline, the network that truly prioritizes first responders.
So we don't worry about getting through. And they're the most reliable 5G network in America.
Out here, reliability is everything.
Extreme or routine, Verizon Frontline delivers.
The #1 network choice in public safety. Learn more. Your mission is our purpose.
So many sunny days that we were able to experience in Chicago before this rain has come and now put a little bit of a dampening of our spirits, but it's not going to end this one because we know that it is getting better. The rain is letting up ever so slightly. There you see on the right one of the landmarks here. That's called Cloud Gate, or Steve, what was the other name for it? Cloud Gate, or we could call it the Bean. Yeah, we'll go with the Bean. But one of the artistic landmarks here in Chicago. Again, as we mentioned, the rain's still coming down, the street getting cleaned up. And now to Dave.
Rick, up and down pit road, lots of smiling faces, especially those running in the top 10, and that includes John Hunter Nemechek. You know, I look back and I'm like, okay, how'd you get there?
We've had some speed this weekend. The guys here on this number 42 Legacy Motor Club, Dollar Tree, Toyota Camry XSE have brought the speed this weekend. We qualified well, had speed in practice in dry conditions earlier, or wet dry conditions, and then when we put wets on there, we were able to salvage there for a lap. So props off to the 42 guys. They've been working hard. We've been working hard as an organization here at Legacy Motor Club, and just trying to get better each and every week. We've had some up and down weeks here recently, but overall we have some speed this weekend, so trying to capitalize on that.
And when I was talking to crew chief Ben earlier about you and this place, he was saying you're not opposed to it, right? You sort of embrace it. Finished second last year in the Xfinity race, right? So are you tick the side a little bit guide so I know where I am, or how do you embrace a race course like this?
Yeah, I definitely think so. Just trying to find the limit. Luckily, I was able to run Xfinity practice Saturday morning before I got in the Cup car, and I definitely think that helped me kind of get up to speed a little bit faster in the Cup car. Even though they drive completely different, shift pattern is completely different. I feel like it did help me running the Xfinity race yesterday, being able to pass and work with my spotters and different things of that sort, I think has helped come into today. But like you said, I've embraced this place. It's really cool. I mean, racing on the streets of downtown Chicago is really unique. It's a really cool venue to be able to do it. Being able to have the hotel close, eat lunch with a family or breakfast with a family, and then being able to walk over and hop in a race car an hour later is really unique in itself. So it's neat for how many new fans were here. I think that got announced in the drivers meeting today. So really neat venue. But as a team, we've embraced this place. Ben and I worked really well together here last year and working really well together again here this year. So hopefully we can go out and have a really good run. All the guys here at Legacy Motor Club, men and women, everyone back at the shop deserve it. So we're working hard.
Let's take a 10,000-foot view of your season and what it's been like for you. Where have you grown as a group, and you personally maybe on track? And the playoffs are 7 races away, not impossible. What are we looking for there?
Hopefully we can sneak it in today. Who knows? I think for us, it's week-by-week basis right now. Just trying to run the best that we can each and every week that we show up to the racetrack. And like I said, it's kind of been up and down, but it's a building year. We knew that kind of coming in. Jimmy and Maury, Cal, everyone at Legacy Motor Club is continuing to try and help give us the tools that we need to be better each and every week, and everyone at Toyota TRD as well. So I don't have any racetracks circled on the schedule for trying to win at before we go to the playoffs, but I think the biggest thing for us is just a week-by-week basis. So I feel like I've grown as a driver a lot this year. I feel like I've made some rookie mistakes, and definitely shouldn't have made those with the experience that I have. But at the same time, this car is completely different from anything that I've driven and just not used to it. So no excuses there, but definitely working hard to try and adapt to this race car. Have some great guys in Legacy Motor Club organization with Trevor Bain and Matt Kenseth trying to help push Eric and I to be better every single week as well. But most of all, we're working hard. It's week by week, and putting in the effort is not the issue, that's for sure.
Marty, as I leave John Hunter Nemechek, I have a great idea for him. Circle all the tracks. Pick one. Go get it.
Dave, I just broke the news to Alex Bowman that his teammate Kyle Larson had 2 sandwiches, a banana and a bar, and you've had what?
Nothing, and I just, that's a lot of food for a little guy like Kyle, but yeah, rain is wet.
Yeah, how would you describe these conditions today other than rain is wet? How's it been behind the wheel?
Yeah, that first run, I thought we had a really good run going, and you know, we took the green there on wets. Pretty much everything went wrong that could have gone wrong. Got tagged there on the start a little bit and spun the tires and couldn't get going, and then couldn't see anything. My wiper wouldn't work, and then got down into turn 2 and demolished the 23 car with all 4 tires locked up. So apologies to them, hate that for them. We had a really good race going together before that. We raced each other super hard, so yeah, super unfortunate, but yeah, our car's pretty hurt, but all we can do is keep fighting with it and see what the weather brings, right? I think in the wet we might still be okay. In the dry, I don't think we'd be very okay, so we'll find out.
Is that a vision thing as we see the contact here with the 23, or is it a trying to figure out where the limits are thing?
Yeah, it was vision, and I can't really, this is the first time I've seen it, but I just locked up as soon as I hit the pedal, and I was going way too fast getting in the corner. So yeah, brakes locked up, doesn't help the car slow down very well. Probably I put some rear brake to it, but probably not enough. So just hate that. I'm pretty embarrassed about that. I hate doing stuff like that. But yeah, all we can do is move on and keep fighting. Left front of the car is pretty tore up, but we had a fast Ally Camaro before that, and conditions are pretty crazy, so anything can happen.
Let's talk about the playoff standings here with 7 races left in the regular season, plus 51 above the cut line. How do you play these final few races, and does it force you maybe into the box, in a box a little bit where you've got to play the points game?
Yeah, I mean, we have to maximize points, but also, you know, I think there's a lot of opportunities for people behind us to win too, right? Like, we have a lot of good guys behind us in points, so you know, we need to beat the couple guys right around us in points, but also if there's an opportunity to win or be aggressive on strategy, I think we need to take those. And there are definitely good tracks coming up for us. So Blake and I and all the guys have been working really hard. And honestly, we've had a really fast race car here this weekend, and I'm sure we will again next weekend. So we're going to keep fighting and hopefully make it happen.
Do you almost have to plan things out, acting as if a new winner will come into the game?
Yeah, I mean, yes, I think that probably will happen. So definitely not safe where we're at, and especially, I mean, you got past champions behind us in points. So just need to make good things happen, and don't need to drive into turn 2 and tear the left front off a car. So yeah, just need to do my part a little better at stuff like that, and need to have a little better race cars at a couple places, but we're going to keep fighting.
All right, if you need some food, it's down there in pit stall 1. It's not a far walk.
You said Kyle ate it all.
Well, there's still more.
Okay. I don't know where our snacks are. We'll have to send somebody for snacks.
All right, maybe Dave can send us some, because I think he's fairly close.
Okay.
Yes, we are, Marty. And, you know, it happens fast here in live TV, and especially when Todd's standing by, and then what were we chatting about? Oh, a rumor. Yeah, lots of rumors down here. No rumor at all the fact that you're up front, 6 right now as it scored. What do you expect when you go back to racing here?
Yeah, I don't know. It was definitely pretty tough to see right there. I went I was pretty much against the inside wall, I guess, into turn 1 on that first start in the super wet. So, yeah, we're just talking qualified 26th. Didn't really think we were knew anything special. Thought we were going to have a tough day of fighting ahead of us. But we've been moving forward slow and steady all day long. And, yeah, like I said, if you guys had to go to the back, we passed a lot of cars so far. So, who knows? I think we have a decent pace. We'll keep going forward. Hopefully we can get this generator Ford Dark Horse Mustang up front. And, you know, no better day than today to get my first win.
I'd say that'd be a pretty good attitude. How tough is it when you're trying to pay attention to everything, puddles, walls, all that sort of stuff, and there's chaos going on around you because somebody's sending it, somebody's thinking there's more grip than there is? I mean, how tough is that?
It is tough. It's, yeah, pretty much all you have to go off of is the guys in front of you, and the 14 is right in front of me, and it's a helpless feeling, man. You can even see, like, right, as soon as they start to wiggle, they seem to pick up speed, and then, yeah, you're along for the ride at that point. So definitely thankful to have missed those guys, picked up a few spots, and last year I made a lot of mistakes in the rain, so I'm trying to drive within myself, within our grip level and my ability, and yeah, hopefully just keep moving forward, be smart, and yeah, still long day ahead of us.
How good a weather forecaster are you? Because you may be getting back into this pretty soon. Because you know early in the week, like, this is a possibility.
Hey! Get out of there, asshole. To me, the forecast looked completely clear for this whole weekend.
Me too.
And here we are, right? It's rained a lot of this race. So all you can do is stay ready, no matter what. That's what we do. And recently, it seems like if we're having a Cup Series race, it's going to rain. So disappointing, but at the same time, it's still really cool to see, you know, all the different levels to the hospitality. Got to meet Chain Smokers last night, and I think this event has been really cool.
Yeah. Did you get some food, by the way, in the last few minutes?
I didn't get any food, but I've had a lot of Italian food over the last couple nights. It's been really good. So the guys have been giving me a tough time about not having deep dish pizza, but the Italian food I've had has been pretty fire, so I'm happy about that.
Pasta, yeah, that's really good in Chicago too as well, Rick. And I see drivers kind of walking toward their cars, so we're going to let Todd go, and things are looking up around here.
Definitely looking up, and the radar looking better, and you see that there's a little opening here, which means the rain has let up to the point where the track is getting cleared off of at least the standing water and the puddles, and because of that, the drivers have been told that they are going back to their cars at 6:30 local, so that is in about 5 minutes. So the drivers getting called back to their cars in about 5 minutes. Yesterday, they were able to enjoy a little driver introduction on the main stage here, where the Black Keys, the Chain Smokers, Lauren Elena, and Keith Urban have all performed this weekend.
WeatherTech products are designed and manufactured in America using only American raw materials. Most competitors make things 7,000 miles away and then wonder why they don't fit. With WeatherTech in your vehicle, you may hear angels singing as you marvel. How do they do it? Simple. American technology and American workers deliver quality, not imported junk for a few bucks less. Get the gold standard in floor liners and support America. Find your fit at WT.com. The Barn Bar, the
County's best hangout. Just got better. Here's to living smooth with the always smooth, easy drinking Keystone Light.
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
Hey, Flo. Cool leg warmers.
Thanks. They're just for the bus ride to work. They're not part of the official uniform.
No tunes today?
No. My apartment was robbed last night. Took my cable-ready TV, VCR, portable cassette player.
Yep, all the latest tech.
If only Progressive had renter's insurance, like their home insurance.
Then we could bundle our cars and get the same 24/7 protection. I think we just invented that. This is the best day ever.
Well, I still got robbed.
It's still a pretty good day.
Looking for a reason to try the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
That's everything you get with the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's.
At Drive Time, you can do a lot in 30 seconds right on your phone. Like get approved, then start shopping thousands of cars with real terms, all with no hit to your credit in as little as 30 seconds. But this is a 15-second ad. It sure is. Go to drivetime.com and do a lot in not a lot of time.
Well, welcome back to Chicago. As you can see, crews are out, starting to get their pit boxes a little water off of there. There's certainly it's being done on the racetrack and getting this taken care of. The drivers are being called back to their cars here in just a couple of minutes. Anticipation that maybe we'll have an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes of racing, Brad.
Yeah, I think so as well. I mean, it's lightened up just a little bit. The rain has stopped. So, you know, we've got the rain tires. We can race in the wet. It's just the standing puddles. They get those out of here, get the guys back in the car. I think you're right. I think we have a good hour of racing.
Yeah. Well, yeah, we know that this is going to be a tricky track when it goes back green, but we have coming up as we approach the end of the regular season and the playoffs. Certainly, Chicago Street Race has been that. Pocono, anything can happen there.
Yeah, absolutely. Pocono, very fast racetrack, and then you go on to Indianapolis, which is a very, very difficult race. I'm glad we're going back racing around the big track.
Oh,
it's going to be fun, and then you got Richmond and Michigan, a place you know very, very well. Unpredictable racing.
Unpredictable short track racing, and you go to a 2-mile high-speed track. A lot can happen there. And then probably the most unpredictable one, you know, as we talk about drivers below the cut line, anybody and every one of them could possibly win at Daytona. And then the most difficult one, Southern 500 at Darlington.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The playoff standings, I mean, if you're in a tough spot right now, like a Kyle Busch, who we've talked about a lot, you have to win one of these races over the next few weeks in order to have an opportunity. And I think it's going to look like that for a lot of guys once we leave here today, especially if you're below that cut line.
Yeah, I mean, you look and you think, okay, even Chris Buescher there, it would be in a pretty safe spot as far as points go. But there's a lot of drivers below that cut line that really have the ability to win at a number of those tracks that we're talking about.
Yeah, you heard Alex Bowman talking about that. Those guys back there who are championship caliber drivers that can win races. So he's not relaxing. I don't think you can. I don't think anyone around that cut line or below it can take a weekend off. You have to be looking to maximize points, and a lot of times maximum points comes through winning.
Yeah, so it's going to be interesting to see who steps that game up. We know that has the opportunity and has run really, really well at a lot of these. So is that going to be the driver that does that? Is somebody going to sneak in here today? We'll find out as the drivers are getting back to their cars. How about it, Parker?
Right, and you can look behind me right now. You're going to be able to see.
Also, I was going to say that, like I've been saying, that we've been good at Pocono for 3 years, so we're due. Well, now I don't know, because it's like one of the statistical chances of rain 4 weeks in a row. So now it's just two forces going up against each other.
And you can see how the water is sudsing up and it sits on top of here compared to a normal asphalt where it actually goes into the actual asphalt. It's sort of porous and that sort of thing. That's why these are so slick, and that is what a lot of these drivers are struggling with. One of the worst areas for this is the restart zone in turn 12. Christopher Bell
might be going to 920.
That's because of these large painted
crosswalks and that sort of thing that have been put across this racetrack, obviously because it's city streets, but the specific paint is super slippery. So at least here, when we get going, the track is still wet. That is something a lot of these drivers have to deal with, especially in that restart zone down at turn 12 for BHT.
Thanks, Parker. And great sight here, seeing the drivers climbing back into their cars. The rain has let up. The track is getting all of the puddles.
Is this going to be fun now?
We're getting ready for racing once again in Chicago.
So yes, they have said, I don't know if I said this, but they said that they are going to end this race at 8:20 Central, 9:20 Eastern. What will happen is at 9:20, I think, not quite sure. I don't know if 9:20 will be the 2 laps to go lap, or if the next lap will be 2 laps to go. But yeah, I think it'll be the next lap is 2 laps to go at 9:20. So
They say you can't put a price on fun, but they don't know what the heck they're talking about.
we could be racing till then. We have an hour and 48 minutes till then. So we'll fucking see.
Ice cold legs, please.
I mean, if we get to the end, they'll probably be cutting it very close.
I don't know. Was it?
Hopefully we can crown a proper Mr. 69. Because if there's no, if they don't get to lap 69, Mr. 69 is just a winner. If they don't get to lap 69, Mr. 69 is just the winner of the race. Yeah, that's why I want them to get at least lap 69.
Powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to a gig in millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy 1 unlimited line and get 1 free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
I remember just riding around there under the pace laps and it being absolutely pouring and seeing just literally thousands of people lined up everywhere you looked. A lot of excitement going in there, probably a little overexcited.
NASCAR is making history, racing in the streets of Chicago.
Everything that came along with that race was just a lot of firsts, a lot of new things. It was pretty crazy.
It's certainly the most challenging road course I've been on.
It was a challenging racetrack already with how narrow it was and how slick it was, and then throw the wet aspect and the rain into it, and it totally changed it for us. The rain added a little bit of unknown to the event. That track was...
Oh, he hit the wall!
It was very treacherous. Walls everywhere. You know, you're always like, we're about to hit a wall at any point in time. You get a little relaxed or get a little distracted or get just a hair too aggressive, it's a place that can bite you. The weather was challenging and tricky, but the course itself was amazing, and you know, we got our butts kicked by SVG. Welcome to the NASCAR Winners Club. Which wasn't fun. Anytime you can do an inaugural...
It'd be a good time to fire the engines back up, you know?
I feel like if we go back there this year and the weather's good, it's going to be like the inaugural all over again.
So many drivers had great experiences here a year ago, and then counting on those again, we heard a lot of the drivers talking about it. The big story at this point of this race is that the favorite and the winner of Stage 1, Shane Van Gisbergen, is out of this race after a wreck. And so he will not be continuing on, which opens the door for so many different drivers.
I think that you have to see that as an opportunity.
Race will resume under caution in just a few minutes, and then
we're going to see some more
they would
when we get this
open pit road, then the next time would be green flag, most likely.
I like what Christopher Bell said about an hour and a half ago. He was ready to go then. And I think that's the mindset you have to have. Now, it can be a little
just 2 laps under caution.
You know, overdrive the car, but I think you have to feel like you want to be out here and see this race as an opportunity.
I mentioned that Shane Van Gisbergen was out of the race after an accident. Let's take you through his day. It started off where he was starting in the 5th position.
Where do you put that other pizza box on top of?
He was aggressively taking spots away
near you,
from the other
we could
drivers.
see him.
He was able to get by the 54 of Ty Gibbs right there to take the lead.
Chester.
With all the different strategies going on, and then in the rain, Chase Briscoe, heavy braking, loses control.
Chester, you're a good boy, but don't do this shit.
SVG, and you see right there, heavy contact with the wall, and he was out of the race.
Nope. Oh, okay, I thought you were getting more shit.
Hey, Rick, now the game for all the crew chiefs as the drivers have now climbed in. Number one thing is visibility for their drivers. So all the drivers here have changed the visor on the front of their helmet. We heard Christopher Bell mention that being an issue for him earlier. He had the dark visor on. He and Parker talked about that. They have clear visors on for the majority of the drivers here. And the other thing is just getting the windshield clean. Cliff Daniels a moment ago.
2 laps, you're silly. You're talking about NASCAR. I'm just saying what Bob said.
That windshield was perfectly clear, the back glass as well. You saw that blower a moment ago, though, Steve. That's an interesting thing. NASCAR did allow the teams to open the right side window or either side of the car they wanted to go to and to be able to use a blower inside the car because they want the back glass looking as clean and clear as possible. And if we can have Brad, my cameraman, come up here, you can see the back of Christopher Bell's car. Look at that. Look what that rear windshield looks like. So they're going to have to work on that for Bell. Vision, everything right now for you crew chief, Steve.
Well, vision for sure, and you see the slits in the back window. That's to exhaust the air to work on the temperature. Well, the front windshield, there's a vent as well. We talked, heard the drivers saying they were getting wet as they were running around. Well, obviously the left side is just a window net, and the top of the windshield, that vent must remain open. It's part of the car. It's part of the design of the car to keep the drivers cool. And we see from some of the in-car cameras, this vent right here, right, allows some water in. And while I don't think it really drips on anything important, like any electronics, I'm not concerned about.
I tried to be commentator for this shit.
Finishing the race.
I tried to be commentator for this shit.
And then it gets on the rear window.
Just have to keep saying stuff.
What do I have to gap about mirrors? Or the rear view cameras, right? They don't really use a mirror. You see the camera, you stop right there at the top of the window, way at the top. That right there is a camera. So as long as that can see back, you have a screen on your dash, you have a great idea what's behind you.
Dave.
Rear view camera.
Steve, I want to talk a little bit about Christopher Bell as a road course driver, right? Because he may not have been on the top of your list in terms of overall expectations at a road course, but he should be. Of his wins in the Cup Series, there have been 2 of them on road courses. In fact, the very first time that he won in a Cup Series race, it was on the road. It was on a road course. So he's got the skills. You heard him talk with Parker about the places that he enjoys around here, and he said earlier today when I talked to him, "Let it rain, let it rain." We were a little bit off in practice, and so I feel like that could even be to my advantage as well. So, Steve, what do you think? Just in terms of racecraft and Christopher Bell overall on road courses, or in case of today, a street course, a wet one?
Well, if it's wet, why not? He won in New Hampshire in the rain. I thought he was one of the best cars here last year.
Single file restart
really
until
kind of
further
his
notice.
strategy. And I think it had something to do with his attitude. Like you said, he loves adverse conditions. So I think
that's a
mindset
blast
matters.
to the past.
Good mindset when you're pretty fast.
Single file
your car
restarts.
does what you're asking him to do, and he has some confidence behind the wheel.
He used to do that up until 2009.
Kim, how about the driver of the 13, AJ Allmendinger?
Yeah, I caught up with him during the rain delay, the red flag, and he was very optimistic, said his car is way better than it was yesterday, and I kind of got the lay of the land, what's going to happen when we go back green. He said it's all about survival and who can get into their rhythm the fastest.
Our engines are refired.
Teammate Shane Van Gisbergen being out of the race, how does that change things since SVG was the favorite? And he said lots of people get wide-eyed and eager when the favorite drops out of a race, but he said you cannot let that get you too greedy on this course because this track still demands a high level of patience. We'll see how patient drivers are, but AJ
Dom's a good
had
friend.
The coolest red flag experience.
This is the second straight week he's put up with this
So we
shit.
got to mingle with
I
him
appreciate
during
him.
that rain delay. AJ Allmendinger just
They're
getting
going
all
another
the
one.
musicians take on what this weekend's
Oh, I
been
don't
like in
believe it.
Chicago.
It's gonna be like a.
Well, I think at that point it wouldn't
During
even.
this short rain delay. So the drivers, yeah, you see Daniel Suarez there. Looks like he's going to change out the gloves. A little bit too wet. A lot of drivers are trying to make sure that they're comfortable getting back in the car after it had rained here for a little over an hour.
Here's another good look at that camera, right? So this is where
You check around more than baseball.
See what's behind him. That's shooting right back at the car behind him.
Before the pitch clock.
Got some dry gloves. Again, we heard some of the cars fired up and starting the engines up and getting ready to roll once again here at Chicago. Again, 25 laps have been complete. We mentioned the number, and we heard DJ and Brad talk about it as well. 820 is the number that NASCAR has told these teams that the race will end by 820. So that is a number that everyone will look at to see if we can get 50 laps in that amount of time. So that's a little over an hour and a half, an hour and 40 minutes until that number. We take a look at the radar.
They should say fuck the stage caution.
As the heavy stuff has passed through, but you see a couple cells popping back up. They want to make sure that there's not standing water on this racetrack.
Well, the concern isn't really the rain. If it was just green, it's that like orange little spot that, I don't think that's a long-term heavy downpour, but you might get just enough where they'll have to go out and, work on the track one more time. I think they're waiting to see. The last thing we want to do is roll the cars out. You hear the engine shut off now, so we don't want to put the cars on the racetrack to just go out into a downpour and do this all over again.
And again, that number is 8:20 local, 9:20 p.m. Eastern, when this race will conclude. Again, 50 laps still in front of these drivers from the streets of Chicago, and we hope to get them fired back up when we come back.
No margin for error. They rip across the start-finish line.
For the moments that thrill.
Crossover move. They're 3 wide for the lead.
And the memories that last.
Ryan Blaney is a NASCAR Cup Series champion.
Only one place has it all.
Side by side for the race lead.
Your team.
They're bouncing off each other. The gas.
Your drivers.
We're still in. Here they come to the line.
Your NASCAR.
Unbelievable. Now champions are made.
Find your gear. Go to NASCAR.com/shop.
They're legends in the paint and in the pocket, showing their skills on the green.
That is fantastic.
The stars are out in Lake Tahoe.
Oh, yeah.
The excitement never ends here for the American Century Championship on NBC and Peacock.
Let them have it.
Is something bugging you? All Pest Pros are the experts at keeping your home or business pest-free. Bedbugs, termites, spiders, bees, ants, rodents, and so much more. We're offering a new customer special, first-time mosquito up to and including a half acre for just $49.99. Need to get rid of a critter? Call us for a free home inspection for mice and bats. Give us a call, 315-599-2001, or visit us online at allpestpros.com.
When it's time to make your move, who can you trust to turn to? The only ones who see and lie. If you want to sell or buy, CNYRealtor.com. Always going above and beyond. Every single resource you need, when that's to take the lead. Sell or buy with CNY. CNYRealtor.com.
Right now, Window World can upgrade your home with 8 new money-saving windows for just $4,542. We'll install 8 white double-hung windows with a lifetime warranty, including glass breakage and seal failure. At Window World, we not only stand behind their windows, we can stand on them. Can you stand on theirs? Maybe, but it'll cost you. Call 315-295-8888 for a free in-home estimate. Window World, simply the best for less.
Watch today in Central New York, first at 4 a.m. on NBC3.
It was a picture-perfect day yesterday as you look back on the NBC Tower and Lake Michigan in the background. And that was the backdrop for the Xfinity Series race. And it was a barn burner from the very drop of the green flag. The green flag is in the air. We're racing in Chicago again.
Trying to look his way to the inside, but Larson wants the lead. He'll squeeze his way to the inside on turn 2.
Van
Gisbergen with some momentum on the outside through 3 and 4 for the first time. The 90
if you want to go, I don't blame you. Whatever, no. Bailey's point.
SVG looks back inside. Larson and Van Gisbergen making their way.
You see that radar?
SVG is going to jam it into
It was like the slightest strip, but it was orange.
It's almost like a game of me and my shadow between SVG and Larson. Larson's going to jam it in again to the inside for the lead.
Well,
Fender out in front for Kyle Larson. SVG battling back to the inside. Side by
continue
side
watching
for the
the
lead
Red
in
Sox.
turn 2. Trying to get the run. Larson throws the block. Here comes SVG back to the bottom.
I don't know why I watched the Red Sox. I forgot they're on.
Larson was in trouble. Contact right there. Larson giving him no space whatsoever. This is incredible racing early. This is not
These two are putting an absolute show on for the fans because then Larson goes, I'm going to cross you over, try to work drivers outside in turn 2. Eventually had to give up the position. What a race between the two. And then right here, you see the respect between Shane Van Gisbergen and Kyle Larson.
And it ended up being Shane Van Gisbergen who got the win in the Xfinity Series race yesterday. That shower that we showed you on the radar is here. So it's coming down. The team's trying to cover up the driver's side window. The drivers are still in those cars, but that's that shower that is hitting right there. You see where X6 is. It's a little cell right over the track, and then after it, looks like it opens up. Some people are taking advantage of a little bit of rain here in the park. We have the Air Tundras that are out there trying to get the standing water off the track. Earlier today, NASCAR and ABB, a global leader in electrification and automation, launched a partnership to advance NASCAR's strategic ambitions across electrification. ABB will provide support, guidance, and equipment to help NASCAR's efforts to decarbonize its operations with the goal of net zero operation emissions by 2035. And they showed that to the new vehicle there. There's a partnership that's going to explore the high-performance electric racing that's coming to NASCAR.
Yeah, they let the car on the front stretch do a standing start. And it was impressive, the torque of that electric vehicle.
Ross Chastain has been enjoying a little time on social media. Take a look.
You know we were best friends.
Here's my apology to her for what my dumbass friend just said. Fuck him. His punishment is now he has to stay till the end no matter what. Till 9:20. What? They heard you. I heard you. They heard you.
You know we go way, way back. Peach will not come between us.
So we apologize.
If we win, we'll celebrate like we did last year in Nashville and Phoenix, okay? Just like old times. All right? All right. See you there this weekend.
And of course, Ross Chastain, an 8th-generation watermelon farmer. He celebrates by smashing a watermelon at the end of a race if he gets to victory lane. And Busch Light Peach maybe slipping in there to the friendship.
Looks like Busch Light watermelon. Maybe
that's an opportunity.
Yeah.
Well, obviously disappointing for the drivers who just climbed into the cars, and they were hoping that they would be firing the engines and rolling, but with that cell going through, they shut the engines back off. Dave.
Just a little more on Ross, the things he's been embracing here in Chicago since he got here this week. Of course, there's been some Busch Light Peach involved there. I'm sure there's been some watermelon involved too, but he told me yesterday during practice and qualifying, he took the cold plunge for the first time. Now, those of us that grew up around Lake Michigan, whether on the eastern side like I did or on the western side if you're here in Chicago, you know it's not that warm. So somewhere in the mid-50s to low 60s was the water temperature, and he'd never tried the cold plunge before. A lot of people are doing that for health reasons. He said it was great. I liked it. Yes, it was freezing, but I really, really enjoyed that almost as much as my first try at deep dish pizza, Chicago style. So he's a fan of both now. And Rick, I don't know if you do the cold plunge or not, but Lake Michigan apparently a very good spot for that, and maybe even more so today after all this rain.
Yeah, it can be very cold, especially in the winters here. Once again, the sky's looking to clear up a little to the west and north of the track. As soon as this rain stops, we hope to get those engines fired back up.
When we're young, we're told anything is possible, but only a few of us go out and prove it. Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to a gig in millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy one unlimited line and get one free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity.
Barn Bar. The county's best hangout just got better. Here's to living smooth with the always smooth, easy drinking Keystone Light.
This will be a gold mine of local intel, just you wait.
Right. So tell us about this corn festival.
Oh, you got your corn pudding, you got your corn chowder.
So is it safe around here?
Sometimes.
If a family of 8 were to need a cold plunge, where would they find it?
Oh, then they dip it in butter and bam, it goes right. Really cute vampire bar, like a reverend does, like a blessing on the corn.
Donut shops, how far from here?
No eyebrows?
Think of how light it'll feel in the summer. We gotta run. 11,000 more neighborhoods to go.
Ding dong!
Homes.com.
Looking for a reason to try the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's? Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
That's everything you get with the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's.
This is the most powerful Tacoma ever. With a shut the front door handle. Also known as the Seriously Wrong handle. Or the Whoa 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 handle. And even the No Me Gusta handle. Standard on the 2024 Toyota Tacoma.
Known to Chicago is the deep dish pizza. They have been busy all this week and this weekend with the NASCAR fans in the area enjoying that. Man, that was an advanced move. It's the service also is spectacular. As we see a little bit of rain still coming down, but we have the opportunity to talk to the guy who's currently in the 5th position, the driver of the 45, Tyler Reddick. We'll dial him up on the radio, Steve.
Hey, Tyler, it's Letarte, the guys in the booth. You got me?
Yeah, I got you guys.
Well, a lot's been made of the rain and the vision, but I want to talk about the track itself. I think we're definitely going to get back at the standing water off there. What is the most challenging part? Is it like the high speed 4 and 5 or the more technical side of the racetrack over there on Michigan Ave?
Yeah, you know, I think it's some of the tricky parts of this racetrack. To me, it's just where the surface is older, you know, the more broken up it is, the more opportunity for that standing water. Turn 4 is tricky as it is, but I think everyone's been pretty careful through there in the damper conditions. But yeah, turn 6, and then obviously, you know, the back half of the track, I feel like turn 7, turn 9, turn 11 is where it's very, very tricky. But it's just kind of hard to tell where the limit is, and I think that's what's been getting these drivers in trouble.
Speaking of the limit, you know, as a crew chief, I'm trying to think how long we're going to run. We know there's this time limit out there and fuel load, and all of those things are going through my mind. In the seat, do you want those updates, or you just want to settle in? I mean, you can see the front from 5th, so you kind of have that track position. You just race from here, or do you want the updates on how far you guys think you'll run?
Yeah, I think, you know, Billy's done a good job of keeping me in the loop, the potential. So, yeah, we kind of have an idea what we need to do. But, yeah, I think for the most part, regardless of what tires we're on, you know, it's just about making the most out of each lap and making sure that, you know, you don't get too choked up in traffic. And when you do get some traffic, you know what you need to do to get around that traffic. So, learned a little bit, certainly, under this last delay. And just ready to get back out there and hopefully improve and learn some more.
Well, we appreciate you taking the time. We're with you as well. We're ready for you guys to get back out there. So entertaining for the first little bit of this race. We're ready to see some more laps.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. Thanks, guys.
Well, it's great when the driver will take the time. I was going to ask him deep dish or thin crust, but
yeah, which preference?
You know, with Michael as a co-owner, I don't want to put him on the spot to have to go a different way. It's not very good to a guy.
You mentioned Michael as a co-owner, Michael Jordan, as well as Denny Hamlin, starting 2311, and this last week we were able to go check out Airspeed, which is the new shop for that team.
Joined by Denny Hamlin here at the new Airspeed. Where did the original idea for Airspeed come about?
You know, it was one of the very first things that I told MJ when we were starting a team. I said, what are you going to need? I said, well, we're going to need a charter, we're going to need a driver, we're going to need sponsors, and I need a race shop. Didn't know that it would turn into this, but this planning for Airspeed started at the inception. It was 2311 4 years ago. 23 is Michael, 11 is Denny Hamlin, Air is Michael, and Speed is Denny Hamlin.
So one of my favorite things is all the natural light.
A lot of these race shops are, you know, built a lot differently, and I just want to make sure I had a view of natural light from north, south, east, west. So we have 2 meeting rooms here. This is the 11 meeting room. This is the 23 meeting room. It's 45 shoes and a 23 wall. I wanted to make it feel like an arena in here, so you see the LED boards. We call this the racetrack lighting. Ideally, one day, I'd love to have this LED screen running all the way around us, but we're going to win some more races first.
Okay. So you and Michael have invested a lot in Airspeed. How do you feel like it's going to help elevate the team?
I viewed it similar to a college campus, right? If you're a free agent, mechanic, or pit crew member, you're going to always think about your options. And this is a recruiting facility. Hopefully this is a difference maker for us. You know, it's just a dream come true for me.
And it truly is an amazing space. The coolest part about that is the fact that Denny gave us the tour because he lit up talking about every single part of that space, and he had his hand on absolutely every detail, every design detail. He really wears Airspeed as a badge of pride. And when I say he had his hand on every single detail, Marty, you saw some shots of that kind of break cafe room. Well, along the ceiling where the light fixtures are, there are actually plants hanging. Denny hung all of those plants himself. So he helped some of the installation for all of the design choices he made for Airspeed. Truly just a state-of-the-art facility, Marty.
Yeah, an impressive facility, no doubt about it, in Huntersville, North Carolina. You know, another thing that 2311 has done, Kim, you heard Denny mention 4 years ago, they started. Originally, they got their pit crews from Joe Gibbs Racing. That worked for a while, but the last 2 years, they have taken those pit crews back in-house as some of those pit crew members start to remove the cover of that 45 car. I talked to Billy Scott's crew chief for Tyler Reddick about it. He said it's been terrific. It gives us consistency. We can teach them our culture. It allows us to be better aligned as a team. And he also said at Airspeed, we have our own pit practice facility, our own gym. The drivers can drive the car in pit practice. He said, quote, it's been a noticeable evolution. Josh Shiflett is the pit crew coach there, longtime tire carrier for Denny Hamlin. And Steve, in a day and age where teams have millions, yes, plural, invested in pit crews, and salary-wise, for the 5 guys who go over the wall, $1 million invested in just those 5 salaries, how important is it that 2311 took those pit crews in-house?
Well, I think the evolution is the key, right? It's control. I think that they did a really nice job at 2311 understanding kind of how you put the pieces together. You know, instantly they came on the scene and they got support from Joe Gibbs Racing. That was the instant kind of gratification, putting cars on the racetrack. But control's the key. Because what's your mindset?
It will not get to 75 at this point, which is the worst of it.
It's not just how well you can do that, it's how
a green flag finish is what I want. Because usually when a race gets rain shortened, or like shortened, it's like under red flag. So at least like we'll get to see it under green. It'll be like all of a sudden it'll be like, okay, there's 2 laps at 9:20, yeah.
They should have the biggest vote in the control of those pit crews.
The other thing I like is we heard from Brad Doherty earlier, who knows Michael Jordan, knows his attitude.
Are they just uncovering the cars, or are they actually get going?
Michael Jordan are friends. They have gotten to know each other pretty well. Obviously, they're business owners in a race team.
It looks to restart around
has almost taken
8:05 to 8:10
of Michael Jordan when it comes to competition, and we've seen it as far as the way he races guys now. I mean, he's one of the best, if not the best, on the track right now. As far as Denny Hamlin, he's a lock for Hall of Fame when he does retire from racing. But he's almost taken on a new edge of, I might intimidate you a little bit more than even race you hard on the racetrack, just because that's the mindset that I go into this with. I'm going to win every part of the race, not just the talent behind the wheel, but the mental aspect as well.
He's become very comfortable.
Now we have an hour 20 to complete this shit.
Very comfortable with the popularity.
So let's get going.
They're doing the best they can.
And I think that says a lot about an athlete, right? You're always judged. Your performance is always judged.
Y'all got rain tires.
At least at the point in his career,
That's all I'm saying.
you know, he almost seems like he is just racing for himself, right? He wants to accomplish these goals. I think that makes it more dangerous on the racetrack because he's almost way more
stop
free spirit
getting
than he
into
was
shit.
maybe 10 years ago behind the wheel.
But we did talk with Ty Gibbs when he was sitting up on
Chester, you
the
look at
pit
me
box,
speaking.
strapped into the car. Now listen into the radio.
Everybody's going to be in the same boat now, where we're really close to the time window on not needing to pit again. So it's all going to be a job about saving fuel under caution and maintaining the lead, saving fuel to make sure we make it to that window, so we can make it to the end of the race laps. We're going to run out. We're going to round the damn lead. That's what needs to happen.
Well, we've heard that before, and that was maybe a week ago with Logano. We're going to run out the lead.
Lightning. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm fucking with you. I'm fucking with you.
Natural to do fuel mileage over a distance. That's how it's always calculated. We don't run time races. We run distance races. Well, now with a stated time window, you know, 50 laps to go in the race. So now the question is,
In a way, yeah, it kind of turns this into an IMSA race.
it's a
Like,
much harder math equation.
IMSA, where they rate like the 24 hours
pretty good
that
at
they
math.
call
His car leads the race right now, and we just heard
based
you
on
talking
time.
on the radio with him about obviously the time limit, and then certainly not wanting to come down pit road at all and give up that lead.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I think part of it is, right, everybody just pitted, right, and has less than one lap on their tires, and you're right at that window, right, where 8:20 we know is the white flag time. We're going to roll off here at 7:05 to 7:10. Every caution flag we get increases it by about 5 minutes of less green flag time we'd have. So we think we all have enough in the tank to potentially save and get really close to that number. From then, the caveat depends is there's no more rain coming. How many laps does it take for the track to dry out to where you might need slicks, right? You go back to last year, it wasn't quite this wet at the start of the race. Close, but not quite. In about 24, 25 laps, guys were putting on slicks. So,
yeah, it's going on.
Heavier wet conditions, maybe 30, 35, you're doing that. So then fuel may not come into play with that. So you don't want to pit if you're going to be able to finish this thing on wets based on time. We'll just see if the dries.
I'm the racist, yeah.
Crazy
exactly.
Lots going on. Drivers are in their cars. The track is dry. We'll be back to green flag racing soon in Chicago.
No, Jaden was offended by this. Is Jaden black? No, but he has black
Alan
friends,
has
maybe.
savings buckets to help you save for
Jaden does not have
anything you want to buy.
Actually, yeah, you're right. No, he does have friends. They're saving for. Like that new car. For a fancy vacation.
This man said a no-no, like the ultimate no-no word on my stream.
Your delivery budget, or even the.
And then he tries to blame it on his friend.
Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
You could just own up to your actions.
Department of Research and Deliciousment.
They say you can't put a price on fun, but they don't know what the heck
He turned out just fine for lying about it forever.
With creamy
And then
queso
getting
wraps
caught
and more.
making
Take
fake
that,
apology.
they. The Fun 99 menu. 5 items, always $1.99.
Elk Grove Village is a town that wins. And like racing,
Oh, but I guess I won't get a very high
winning
apology
matters.
score from PewDiePie.
Elk Grove Village was named top business park in America for back-to-back years.
Okay, now you
Just
need to own up to your
outside
actions.
They're beyond business friendly. In fact, Elk Grove Village was named Municipal
I've made a complete
recognition of their business-friendly environment. They
I've
want
made a
you to
complete
win so that they
in
can.
serious lapse in
Find
judgment.
out more at makeuswanted.org.
I've made complete serious lapse in judgment. I have realized that.
After the fact.
With Chewy, save 20% on your first pharmacy order. So you can put an end to the itch. Get flea and tick medication delivered right to your door.
Let's ride. We are professional tornado wranglers.
Yes, indeed.
We got something big. Are you seeing this?
Hell yeah.
That's good, Tom. I'm happy. Took you 21 years?
Yeah.
So you're done with all that?
We can't count the first four, because I want to be self-aware.
Yeah.
Really, first 5.
No winner.
So 16. So about as long as it takes someone to like lose our
For what?
like 16. So like drive.
Celsius
yeah.
onboard camera looking at
Usually by 16, you know. You know these things.
There's Daniel Suarez. He's carrying the Coca-Cola onboard camera. As we look back on him, he put the dry gloves on just a little while ago.
I'm going to tell you, Rick, this sounds crazy, but this is going to be a very, very interesting hour and 10 or 12 minutes because this crossover point is coming. I know we've had a ton of rain, but we have seen these cars dry tracks very quickly on rain tires. And I believe there are areas of the track, specifically over by Jeff Burton in turn 11, and really from 8 to 11, Washington, Congress Plaza, that area stayed wet last year for the majority of the race. Right. But the front stretch and all down Lakeshore Drive and coming back Columbus, it dried relatively quickly. So there's going to be this crossover where your driver is going to have to put dries on to find pace and then tiptoe through the wet sections.
Well, it's sad that there's not going to be an actual official Mr. 69 now.
Let's hear from Randall Burnett. He's with Parker.
Right, and that's listening to you, Steve, talk about all that. So let's talk to a crew chief of Kyle Busch here. You guys are in 9th place. There's a lot of discussion about teams potentially evaluating how slow you're going to go when it's wet right now, how fast the track gets when it goes dry, and what does that do for your strategy fuel-wise here?
Well, that's a great question. Obviously, we're not going to make it to the...
And when you have rain, sometimes you have some technical difficulties. It sounds like a microphone that has a little issue, so apologize for that. I know that Randall Burnett was getting ready to talk
I was on the edge of my seat.
Yeah.
I wanted to see what Randall was going to tell me. I know he was going to give me the answer on how to do this. Kyle Busch.
Kyle's running in 9th right now.
He was listening intently also.
So here's these rain tires have trims to move the water. They have softer compound Goodyear rubber for grip. You have to have grip.
Engines apparently are refired here.
Dry lanes dry. You heard Ryan Blaney talk about the concrete. He thought dried quicker than the asphalt. You then have to find this magical mix of, hey, I'm losing grip. Why am I losing grip? Well, my tires are too hot. So now down these long straightaways, we might see some crazy looks where they go offline. Not really puddles, but fine.
Yay, finally a color other than red.
Yay. So they are now back under yellow. There's just a lot to do, and these drivers, fortunately, have got a lot of experience here recently.
So the 23 rolled off first because he was on pit road at the time.
Well, that red flag was an hour and 43 minutes.
As the field rolls officially, Rick, you see Ty Gibbs leaving. Let's chat with Cliff Daniels and see if, so in no way did that rain shower maybe buy everybody enough time to make it all the way to the end on fuel at 8:20 Central?
Yeah, it very well may. We're crunching all the numbers on that now, and we'll just see how it plays out. But our Valvoline, Intercars.com Chevy's been pretty solid today. Always proud of the job that Kyle does and his team does. So we've got to evaluate, the numbers of what you're describing and just see what we can do. We'll be saving fuel. I'm sure a lot of guys will be saving fuel right under yellow here. Then under green, you don't want to give up too much track position. So we'll try to be smart about it, see how it plays out. You never know. We may get a dry lane. And if you get a dry lane, that's going to add a whole nother layer of excitement for tires and things like that. So we'll see how it goes.
I was going to ask you, how quick would you be willing to react if you do get the dry line? Because normally the game is first one to slick tires wins.
Yeah, I think that's still going to be, a decent factor to be the case. We'll just have to pay attention. I think there's going to be about a lap time, threshold that we'll look at for whoever the first
best crew chief in NASCAR.
See if he can meet that threshold that would make it, kind of a no-brainer.
Cliff Daniels, Kyle Busch, the crew chief.
A lot to cover, a lot of ground to look at, but our team's ready, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. I appreciate the time, Cliff. Steve, today is probably a day you're happy you're in the booth and you're not on a pit box.
It looks like fun. First one to slicks win unless you're a lap too early. Then your driver really, really hates you.
Then lap too early. Cars rolling once again.
Finally.
In Chicago. We're looking forward to the green flag here shortly.
Can it be literally just 2 pace laps?
In English, what's the hardest thing to say?
For me, probably 6th, 4th, 5th, and then 6th.
Anything with a TH?
It's almost 8:20 in 10 minutes. Jaden, stop being dumb. You know what time zones are.
Thank you. The word vegetable?
Can you say
Vegetable.
20?
Caesars.
Yeah.
So
And
he's right. It's almost
he
8:20, 10 minutes.
Well, yes,
Oh, did you mean-
but that
how did you say
8:20
motion?
thing is for the central time.
I mean, yeah, I know, but
Oh.
I thought it was me pointing out our time how it's like maybe only an hour of racing.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
See,
But
Jada, I was assuming you're
A real
smart.
tough
Sam
one
was
to
assuming
say
you're dumb.
No, he said it's
Sorry.
almost 8:20 in 10
I
minutes.
forgive you.
Goodbye.
He's stupid. He knows that the
Stupid, but
8:20
he's
thing.
cramming on us for fantasy.
He knows that the 8:20 thing means central
For
time.
me, it's saying I love you. But that's tough to say in
He's
any
playing
language.
dumb.
Looking for a reason to
Or
try
he just
the new
is dumb.
$5 meal deal at
No, he's a time
McDonald's?
traveler.
Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, and the price makes 5.
So much.
That's everything you get with the new $5 meal deal at McDonald's.
Blocked from watching the big match?
So your post, how would y'all feel about the
Save
song
the day
Summer
by
Heat
using the
Straight,
Bank of
Summer
America
Street
customized cash
Timberwolves?
rewards card and choose to earn
I bet that was
cash
Matt.
back on online purchases, like live streaming.
God of
With the price of just about
that's
everything
Matt.
inflating
That
these
is
days,
Matt.
you may wonder why Mint is deflating the price of Mint Unlimited from $30 a month to just $15 a month. Well, it's easy.
picture? His
We know a
profile
great price
Not
and a
right now.
great product is better than one of those things, right? Does Big Wireless really believe that these things actually work? This one will never see the light of day. All right.
Oh, you can't even see the meme because it's in like
I
circle.
know.
You're watching the NASCAR Cup Series,
Forgot
Chicago
my-
Grand Park 165. Presented
Buy
by
us such a fat
Xfinity.
fuck.
Pretty good vantage point up
It's
there.
a picture of Roxy.
Today's aerial coverage.
My bio says, if you don't like me, then you're correct. Professional dog tolerator.
This 2.2
Fuckboy
mile,
hater.
12-turn street course.
Cam girl.
The cars are
What?
rolling around now as
Like
they go
a,
through
you
turn
know what a
number
cam
1.
girl is? Like a sex cam girl, like the girls who like strip on live
The
cam.
red flag is
Yeah.
out for an hour and 43 minutes.
Yeah. I don't make quality content. I'm not BuzzFeed yellow. NASCAR's on a sport. Subscribe for less content. Follow me on MySpace and Dropbox.
MySpace. But that has been told to all of the teams. That's when they will go
I think it's like
to get the white flag.
Google Dropbox. I don't even know.
This race. If we can get in those 48 laps, obviously it'd be going pretty quick, but it's possible.
Well, that's exactly the point, right? If this runs off,
The race should have started at 1. Yeah, it wasn't raining then.
Times they're gonna.
But then Dom wouldn't have came over.
Yeah.
Advent Health and the 43
Still
car
looks
of
cloudy
Harry
as shit. I don't
Jones
know.
showing us, and that's on the camera.
I'm looking
so
at,
we're able to
well, see, it looks light over there.
move the lens, which still has some rain and precipitation on it.
Yeah, but this is a better view, right, from Hamlin, and speed's going to be your friend. I actually think once you get up to speed, it should hopefully blow off any real standing water. The big thing for me is
If we can get back fucking
every
green,
lap
it
is
will be
gonna
good.
different.
It wasn't
What
good.
I mean by that
It was
is,
really
you know, you're
good.
trying to test the grip level of your car.
Like the next gen cars on road courses suck, but here they're good.
So that's, I think, what makes this so interesting, and that's why I think Bell, Larson, some of these guys that run dirt, because that's a little bit like the dirt move, right? The moisture comes out of the dirt, and they have to adjust quickly. Talking about SVG and the road course, you have so much experience. Well, now, rain isn't equal to dirt, but the idea of a shifting track condition might be more comfortable to some, although to be quite honest,
Please just get rid of that
these Cup
stage
drivers now
caution.
have
Let us go
enough
as far as we
experience. We
can.
have seen wet weather tires on different occasions with both ovals and road courses now. And they're the best stock car drivers in the world. Yeah. They make it look easier than it is, but I think this is going to be a much more exciting.
If you can make the call to end the race at
energetic
8:20, then you
style
can
race,
make the
I don't
call
think
to
they're gonna just settle
take
in.
away the stage
Dave, what about
caution.
the 8 of Kyle Busch? He's restarting 9th.
Think about it, Rick. They have had the season from, well, you know where. Everything has happened bad to them that could happen. In fact, the last 3 races, the 8 car for Kyle Busch, they failed to finish in various ways. So they're now 104 points away from the playoffs. 7 races to go. They need a miracle. Could this be it? Kyle told me on the float, waving to the fans before the race started, we had to flip our entire car. This right-hand, mostly street course, our car was not working to the right. So we had to change everything to try to get it better. The wet changes a few things, but he is now going to show us what he can do with the car that they hopefully got better. You'll see it all from the Goodyear onboard camera. Kim?
Well, Dave, Chase Elliott leads all drivers this season for best average finish of 10.1, looking to continue that streak, currently in the 8th position. And he had a really strong performance here last year, finished 3rd. Despite that, crew chief Alan Gustafson told me they went a different direction with their setup. They knew they had to put something else to the table after what SVG did last year, and they were able to learn from that data from SVG. Before the red flag, Chase said his balance was pretty good, but they're on a similar thought process, Marty, that we heard Cliff Daniels tell you. Alan saying the winner will be who puts on slicks early. The challenge is you don't want to be too early.
Coming off a career best second at Nashville last week, you got to give credit to Zane Smith and his race team. They have him up in the 4th position. And all this talk about how the teams can make it from here to the potential end at 8:20 Central. Well, this team has not pitted today. I just checked in with the team. They can only go
Is this pace lap number 3?
12 to 13 more laps, actually.
I think
So
it
they
is.
should be able to make it to lap 40 or 41 is when they think they would have to bring Zane Smith down pit road. But, Steve, their hope is that by that point, there'll be a dry line developing on the racetrack, and then everybody will be coming to pit road.
Yeah, absolutely right, Marty. That's the idea, right? Don't pit now because, you need fuel. But in 8, I really think this dry line's going to come quicker than we think. I mean, I think like 8, 9, 10 laps, these drivers are going to be thinking they want to switch tires. Now, it's not going to be dry everywhere, and they're going to have to adapt in areas that aren't. But, I'm reading some of the radio comments. They said, well, there's some puddling some places, but overall, they feel like the track is no more wet than it was when we saw the original green.
And let's listen into the radio of Ross Chastain.
No big puddles, but it's ice. I don't know if it's because I got out and I got to get reacclimated, or the tires have a heat, like a one lap on them, but man, it is slick.
So normal pit road procedure when pit road opens back up.
Yeah, that means live pit stops, put fuel in, make adjustments, change tires. So that's interesting what he said. So they did, they ran one like half a lap or so on these tires. Maybe they just didn't. Maybe they don't cure the same way.
Wet
they cooled
tires
off and they're slippery. And
normally
in dry, you can work the tires to heat them up, but I don't think you can really do that at slower speeds in the wet.
Oh.
Look at that, the 9 car, they got slicks on the wall. So next time they're coming in, it's going to be for a tire change. They got the wets behind, same thing for the 8. So they'll have wets ready in case you had a flat or an accident. But the next time we see cars on pit road in a competitive manner, or at least the leaders, it's going to be a strategic change.
Maybe that will be the last lap of the race.
So cars rolling around, and pit road will be open this time by.
What a shot. Yeah, I love that. Never gets old.
Cars just appearing over the bridge there. There's railroad tracks underneath. That's in between Michigan and Columbus. So pit road is open if someone wants to come onto pit road now.
You might see some guys at the back come. There's a few that are on really odd strategies with some wave rounds. They might need to, put some fuel in the car or some other things. But I think everyone in the top 20 or top 25 pretty well committed.
Yeah.
Possibility that the 24 might pit. We'll wait and see if it comes to pit road. Remember, they had an issue with the steering.
Yeah.
And so did a lot of changes there, started in the back.
Yeah, I mean, he was last on pit road, or he has yet to pit, right? So he's running 26th. So he's going to come down to service. Kim?
Yeah, you're right. This is the first stop of the day for William Byron on the same set of wet weather tires he started the race on, and they noticed under the red flag there was some blistering specifically on that left rear. So they're putting wet weather tires on William Byron for the first change of the day. You see the Sunoco fuel going into. They were going to be shorter than the remainder of the field as well on fuel. So it was just a matter of let's come now, Marty.
Same move for last week's winner at Nashville, Joey Logano. Paul Wolf bringing him down pit road. They're going to go to wet tires here. Just heard a number of crew chiefs say,
they're
Steve,
just
that
putting on more
it's
wet
going to
tires.
be about 1 hour and 1 minute, according to their clock, that we will have for
all right, now we are at 1 hour.
Though, Steve,
probably like 1 hour and like 2 minutes, because
like,
once 8:20 comes, then like the next flag is the white flag. So. Technically a little bit over an hour.
See your car come back around if you set them out.
How many laps do they have to do for halfway? What are they at? Oh, they're at 30?
It's 75 divided by 2. It's like some weird.
Ryan Bagley, Dylan Welsh, and Jeff
32.
back up in their purchase.
33, so they're
That'll
going
be
to
back, and I'll tell you what, tip of the cap, turn 6.
I thought it was 37.
Wait, am I dumb? Yeah, I'm dumb. It's right. It's 38.
And we're ready to turn this green flag loose. Dylan.
Yeah, so it'll be lap
Over here
38.
in turn number 5, there's a lot of street paint just off the racing line. This is already a tricky part of the racetrack. We talked about that in the dry. This
But
is
they'll
just
still
another
get that.
wrinkle now with the current conditions
Move.
here in turn 4, Jeff.
We heard all the drivers talking through the red flag about how difficult it is to know how hard you can push the race car. Well, now we know the race is going to be done in about an hour. You have to push hard if you want to win this race. Somebody's going to cross the limit. We just don't know who it is.
And Jeff just mentioned it. 1 hour.
This
so
is
8:20
fun.
is the number.
We're
Once
having
the
fun.
leader crosses the start-finish line after 8:20 Central, which is local, the next lap will be the white flag, followed by the checkered flag. There will be no overtime.
And I read that from NASCAR as in we could be under
Hey,
yellow, we
it's
could
better
be
than being
under
at work.
green, we could be- That is
Yeah.
a time limit, so you know that's the
Been
situation.
at a high bar.
I only say that
Yeah.
because if we run enough under green, this could be someone could be saving fuel to run those last 2 laps. So we really have no idea what it could be, but I applaud NASCAR for putting
Alrighty.
them out so early. Right
So
now,
single file restarts. Here we go. Green flag is back in the air. Finally.
Flag is back in the air. Ty Gibbs leading them down to Columbus Drive into turn 1.
Here's Ty Gibbs.
They're
who
finally
takes the
going
lead,
again.
skip around in front by about a car length or two.
Off your
As
damn
Christopher
phone.
Bell at the 20. Kyle Larson in the 5. They're already side by side.
What
Sage
good news?
Smith kicks the back end wide right there.
Slovenia,
Everybody is safely
Lucas
through
Country,
turn 1. Now the
not
right-hander
qualified
onto
for the
turn 2
Olympics
at
the
Lakeshore Drive.
Good
Oh,
racing
good.
there in
Fuck-
the front of the
fuck
field.
Lucas.
Larson on Christopher Bell for the second spot.
That means he
Bell
won't
gets
play
the
in it.
better of that
Yeah, he
battle
can't.
as everybody works down
think
Lakeshore
US citizen.
Drive here.
I don't
Just
think he wants
looking
to anyway.
for some clean racetrack to avoid the spray. They work through 3 and down into the right-hander.
These guys get like, it's like weird for some guys. Like they get to decide. Remember the WBC where it was like,
Yeah.
some guys where it was like, really?
And everybody is taking a measured approach.
I
This
think it
is
could
a
have been
very
like your
slick portion of this road
parents
course,
from
and
there,
it's collected cars
grandparents.
already today.
Like those
And
smaller
this is a
countries are going to find any way to get a major
in the
league on their
wet.
team.
Here's the battle for the lead. Christopher Bell taking
Yeah.
a peek. Ty Gibbs giving him room. And Bell's just going to jam it in there.
Chester, go.
Couple of teammates side by side. for the lead.
Being annoying.
Christopher Bell won New Hampshire in the rain at the 1 mile
Travel turn 6. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. and Denny.
Turn around. Keep it going. You can turn around.
Just keep going. You're not even in the barrier.
Stenhouse, driver's side.
You're not even like in the barrier. You're just waiting for them to pass by.
Coming off the
He's
end of the
good.
back straightaway here. Hamlin rates his car. Ricky Stenhouse Jr. trying to do the same.
Come on, Ricky. Right the ship.
I think he's waiting for Denny to pass.
Stay green. The 20 has taken the lead away from Ty Gibbs as they work their way through turn 11.
I'd rather have money. Where's Kyle
The
Busch?
hill and back down to turn 12, but it's now Christopher Bell out in front.
Busher
Ty
is-
Gibbs running second. Here comes Kyle Larson in the
Fucking don't even
5.
know.
I feel like it's hard to pass people on a road course.
Oh,
They
yeah,
come
it
into
is.
turn number 1 through turn number 2. Greg, we still got a problem here in 6. We got Hamlin and Stenhouse. They still have yet to
That's gonna be a
retire
caution.
their cars. Hamlin is sitting in the middle of the racetrack.
Come on, go!
Come on, man.
Denny, now it's you.
Get it
Stenhouse, come on. Alright, that's gonna be a caution.
Wait, no. Come on.
Go!
And he stops again, Marty.
Go, yeah!
He's trying to recycle the power. That's what Denny Hamlin's trying to do. Finally, he gets moving, and I believe we stay green that entire time. Yes, we do.
Here comes Larson, though.
That's awesome. That sucks for him.
Yeah,
Coming right at you, Dylan.
They work
That's
down
my
into
new
turn
favorite
number
part of the
4.
road
Christopher
course.
Bell has scampered away. Ty Gibbs trying to fend off.
Yeah, but then when the caution does come out, the laps are longer.
This is the race for the second spot. Tyler Reddick in the mix there as well at the back.
Hamlin and Stenhouse away. So turn 6 is clear. But Ty Gibbs right now.
Well, yesterday,
Yesterday,
I mean, like, there was also no rain, like, involved with the cautions, but, like, all the caution periods besides, like, the stage cautions. Stage cautions, I think, took, like, 15 minutes, but, like, other cautions only took, like, 10. Which is not normal, you know.
Here's the replays of what happened.
Bristol's always the super short cautions in Martinsville.
Bristol goaded.
Oh, he locked the rear wheels up. Just not understanding the grip level. You can hear them bouncing up and down. That is just too much rear brake in these conditions, it sounded like to me. And then Ricky Stenhouse, wrong place, wrong time. They're running 14th and 15th. The tire barrier doing a great job absorbing the energy, and I don't think a tremendous amount of damage to those two race cars.
Yeah, maybe the 11 into the back of the 47. That was a pretty hard hit that the 11 got into the back of the 47.
But back up to second and third. That is Ty Gibbs, who's running second. Third.
Don't ask why, but I hate the Kyle Busch zone car. I love the Kyle Busch zone car.
Trying to search for grip right now. The track is starting to dry out. Don't get me wrong, it's very wet. These drivers are starting to get a little comfort as they hang the left onto Balbo. That's turn one.
Oh, yeah, where is Busher?
One of the largest 17. All day. Here's Ty
right where his car number is.
Larson. This is the battle for second, third, and fourth on Lakeshore Drive.
Christopher Bell, who was so strong in this race last year, felt like it slipped away from him. Trying to avenge that here. We go on board with Ty Gibbs as they work down the back straightaway. The car running in the second spot. You see Christopher Bell, the race leader, ahead. Going into the right-hand turn number 4. Here it is for Gibbs. He's got Kyle Larson behind him by about 2 car lengths as they round the corner off turn 5.
Ty Gibbs getting a little loose there coming out of 5. He collects the car, takes a check of the mirror, and he's got Kyle Larson breathing down his neck right now.
So cool.
You've also got Tyler
Just
Reddick and Todd Gilliland there.
I can't get over that. Just being able to look down their onboard cams and just seeing these skyscrapers.
Great shot right here. You see the amount of work that Ty Gibbs is having to do, and look at the vision that he has. Basically, he can see the lights flashing of Christopher Bell, but it's very hard to really understand exactly where he is in the lines. So you're not really going to learn anything from him. You're just trying to make sure you don't make contact with one of these walls. If you overstep your bounds, push a little bit too hard, this is a narrow racetrack, and you will pay the price for making impact.
Ty Gibbs doesn't want to have any impact with these walls right now as he continues to chase down the 20.
Thank you again.
We get a great vantage point here from the
Thank you again.
Yeah, I love the look out
waiting
front,
shit
but
out.
watching Ty go to work is even better. I mean, it is anything but smooth. Look how busy those hands are, trying to keep control.
I mean, what
of
else
the
do you
race
have
car,
to
even
do?
on the straightaway under the shifts. And once the fish tip.
What else would you be doing tonight if you weren't doing this?
One thing, Elden Ring.
Here's Seabell.
I mean, I guess that's not a terrible use of your time.
Watched him in car there a moment ago. There's
Some work
Kyle
to do
Larson,
before I try
Tyler
and
Reddick.
fight the
They've
DLC
already made the
bosses.
right-hander, the left-hander that is, onto Balbo.
Because I know that
Here
game
comes
is a
the right
grind.
onto Lakeshore,
It is a grind.
and the leaders
So
now
much
starting to
fun, though.
spread out just a tad. Dylan.
There were times where I got really
You
mad.
see
It
some
was
cars power sliding there off of turn
Had to
number
just
2.
not-
Here's a great
had to
look at
step
Lakeshore
away
Drive. That's
from
turn 3
playing
right
it,
there
but-
that the race leader Christopher Bell is going through. Heavy transition
Actually, you know
here
what?
from different
When I
sorts
first
of
bought
pavement
it,
and asphalt
I
as
didn't
they
know what to
round
do,
turn
and I
number
didn't
4.
touch
All
for
that
6
street
months.
paint is
Oh,
what
really?
makes this
Something-
so tricky
I don't know,
and
for some
slippery.
reason I was provoked to get
Everybody
back
amongst the
into
top 5
it.
and top
And
10
I
right now,
found a
smoothly
farming
through
spot,
four.
and
And
kind of got
out
the
of
ball
5 headed towards you,
rolling.
Mike.
And not
Yeah.
to mention the slick nature of the concrete that's on
Yeah,
Columbus
I
Drive.
mean,
and that's
they
what
don't
It's just not my type of shit, but it's like I
right up against the
just
wall,
love being
and
that
then Christopher
invested into
Bell
a
will angle
game.
his car in. Larson.
Oh my god! That sucks. That was a hard fucking hit. I hope so.
Very hard.
That was, I think, the hardest tire barrier hit I've seen. No, he's good. He's good.
Trying to get unlocked from that tire.
That was.
No, they can keep going.
No, they can't. There. That's.
It looked like he was going to shorten that car up as hard as he was going in there.
Yeah, that's one of
That
the
was
hardest
probably
hits we've seen in turn
maybe the
4.
third hardest tire barrier hit I've ever seen.
I don't know if he made contact with the 54 or the 5 was trying to get
That
by. I
sucks.
think he knew the 20 was kind of pulling that lead, and he knew he had to make something happen. And what exactly happens? You just see too far locked.
You know, one thing I've
barely contact.
like started to be more grateful for
turns right to miss
is
the
that I get to
54
actually
and
live in
takes
an
a
era where I
head-on
watch
shot.
Kyle Larson.
Turns
He's
right,
like
the car goes right, but almost
the greatest
misses
driver of our
the tire
generation, I
barriers
think.
all the way to the right.
So
Makes contact with the concrete
sucks
wall.
when
You
he
see
wrecks.
the damage.
Yeah. He like
Grazes the bumper of the
going way
54.
too fast, it looks like.
Yeah.
Look at that
Looks like he didn't
concrete
have
barrier
brakes or some
move.
shit.
That is a big impact.
Yeah, reminder, those things are 10,000 pounds, and all 5 tons are moving when the 5 gets in him. Marty.
What a hard hit for Kyle Larson. And remember, Rick,
Another
this is
pitcher
a
broke
team
his hand by
battling for the
punching a
regular
wall.
season
Oh, yeah, Colton
championship.
Brewer.
Cliff Daniels just told Kyle, he said, listen, do not get out of the car. Tell them that you want them to pull you out and try to get back to pit road. Steve, why is that important for Kyle Larson not to get out of the car?
Well, because if he could drive it back, they can make repairs and stay within the DVP, which is the time limit. He can continue in the race. Unfortunately, Cliff Daniels, I don't think, is going to want to see the front of this car. He's thinking, and I agree.
I don't know why they didn't
Kyle
stop.
Busch last year went windshield deep under the tires and came back to have a great day. Unfortunately for the 5 of Larson, he got all the way to that concrete barrier. So when I think when they pull him
Hydroplaned,
back,
yeah.
we're going to see some very heavy damage on the front of this race car. You see them using the tow strap. Here at the road courses, they have that hook
Yeah, you see right there, Jeff, big damage on the 5.
Yeah, big damage on the 5. And think about the opportunity that's been created. Shane Van Gisbergen early in the race, out. Got run into from behind in the wet. Now Kyle Larson made a mistake. Both of those guys were the odds-on favorites to win this race. Neither one will. Who's going to take advantage?
The steering's really tight. Yeah, we can work on that. Do you have water pressure?
Water pressure. Cliff Daniels isn't really worried about the steering. He wants to make sure that the radiator's still in the race car. That's why he's asking.
I'm going, and my water pressure is 6, 7.
Yeah, I mean, the right front tire's not rolling. This is
Jesus, that car is all fucked up.
The day for the 5 car. And I agree with Jeff. Huge opportunity for others.
Triple-double. Jesus Christ.
What's, you know, in the wet, it's crazy because, you know, he kind of, I'm going to say, a little overdrove the corner, but once the tires lock on the wet pavement, it doesn't slow down at all.
Yeah, like it's on ice. It took
exactly.
off.
It's like the tires are working while rolling, and once they lock up.
He was sliding across the top of the surface, and again, the right front tire, it's not turning at all.
So, yeah,
it's just cool to broken.
Yeah, so this is going to be the end of the day for the 5 car. Look at everyone behind. How about Bell? He wanted to go back racing in the rain. Whether he knew something or was... Yeah. Kyle's going to be all done. I know he's in the battle for the regular season championship, but that's what 3 wins allows you to do, is to go after that 4th win.
This is what IMSA fans feel every week.
The 20, who also has those
IMSA fans, the shit where they have time
He
races.
comes into this race.
It's like now it's like
20-point advantage over Chase Elliott,
all the races are
and 43 points over Denny Hamlin. But those are all
24 hours at Daytona,
20-point advantage
like
did not
the
run
2 hour,
the
40 minutes.
So let's be honest, he's a race short and still leading the regular season championship. So he's disappointed because he's a competitor.
They have the 6-hour race, the 12-hour race.
This is the advantage of, you know, winning those races and getting that advantage early in the season. Dave?
Steve, you asked the question, did leader Christopher Bell know something? Listen to this radio.
Yeah, that was weird. I locked up into 6 also. It's like oil got put down or something. What are you seeing on SMC? We're crushing everybody on the power down spots on exits. Maybe get beat a tiny bit in the bigger braking zones, but I wouldn't push it.
So weird was the word he used, and yes, by the way, don't push it on the braking zones. We saw what that result was.
That was Adam Stevens saying we're crushing everyone. So that's pretty good feedback given to your driver.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how much it shifted with the instant feedback and data from the race cars. We see the teams go around. I just think it's still way too early. After seeing Larson, I think it's still way too early to make a change of tire. 11 to go in stage 2. And some of this spreading out you're seeing right here is, I think, you know, they're trying not to get water in their windshield. They're trying to find a little bit of that, you know, standing or puddling water to cool their tires.
This was the 5 of Kyle Larson. Just could not get it to hook up and slow down, and into the tire bearers he goes in turn 6.
Okay, ideas. Where are we going?
I got one.
I got one.
What about a comedy show?
I would never be good at a game like Elden Ring. What? I would never be good at a game like Elden Ring.
I feel hungry.
Let's go.
Whatever your vibe. Tacos.
Definitely tacos.
Find it in the all-new, all-hybrid Camry.
If I went back to play other
Let's go
like
places.
games in that from that creator, like that studio,
$5 meal deal at McDonald's.
It's not like Dark Souls.
Yeah, that one I want to try. So I went back. I played the original. Like
Play Bloodborne.
Everything you get
That
with the new
is-
$5 meal deal.
I want to, but it's also kind of so like playing old games is fun if they're nostalgic for you.
Yeah.
But if they're not, it's kind of just like you're playing an old game.
Yeah.
But Demon's Souls Remastered, that's the original Souls game. That I didn't really like. So like in Elden Ring, when you die or you rest at like a checkpoint, you get all your healing potions back. in
When we're young, we're told anything is possible, but only a few of us go out and prove it. Witness the greatness of Anna Hall on a connection worthy of gold. Xfinity Mobile. Only Xfinity gives you the most powerful mobile Wi-Fi network with speeds up to a gig in millions of locations. And right now, Xfinity Internet customers can buy one unlimited line and get one free for a year. Get the fastest connection to Paris.
I've seen a lot of gameplay of it, and it looks like something I could never do.
$5 meal
They
deal
are
at McDonald's.
unforgiving. There's no difficulty on it. There's just one difficulty.
And the price makes
Same with Elden Ring.
That's everything you get with the new $5 meal.
That's how I like it, though.
I do like it. Because sometimes you do these games, and you're like, I'm gonna go on the hardest difficulty, and all they do is give everyone a stupid amount of health. So you're just sitting there fighting forever. If you're good enough at the game to dodge and shit, you still take next to no damage, and it takes forever.
Where it's like difficulty, there's sometimes where it's like I can't find the perfect one. It's like either too easy or too hard. Like the next level up is like not even a slight gradual.
Of course he loves you. He just doesn't show it on his face. Or with his body language.
Illumination's Despicable Me 4. Rated PG.
Yeah, Dom does play PlayStation.
Another great shot of NBC Tower. They're looking off toward Lake Michigan. And the skyline here in Chicago has been a great backdrop.
Is that from yesterday? Yeah,
For this race, the second time that NASCAR has been on the streets of Chicago. Just a reminder, NASCAR has told these teams, and they told them quite a ways ago, that this race we will go to 8:20. And on the left, you see once the race leader crosses the start-finish line, after the time has expired, which you see on the right, the next lap will be the white flag, followed by the checkered flag, and there's no overtime. So that's why you see the countdown clock
the
on the
lap,
right. Once it hits zero,
as zero hits, we will be on 2 laps to go.
Line,
and then the next, the next flag would be the caution.
With this much, heads up, this much.
No overtime means there's a caution on the second last lap.
For the coaches because fuel
better not
is
be
going to be an
that.
issue.
I hope not.
Don't be that after all
normally
this
do
shit.
distance races, but this is.
But it probably
there
will
are
be.
no lights here, and this will give the fans the best opportunity because now that we cross lap 37. We are basically 1 lap from
you were asking why they were going into the puddles?
Because
like I said, the dry tires don't do good on, or the wet tires don't do good on dry, so they're trying to get their tires.
So as a crew chief, I can tell my driver where we're at. There's just a lot more definitive ability here. I like this. This is a great move for NASCAR to kind of update these situations.
And again, we have the end of stage 2, which is coming up in 9 laps. 9 to go till the end of stage
Just
2.
under 42 minutes now.
Can we skip the stage?
I really want to, because I don't think we...
The whole second stage was cautions.
Come on, really, please just skip this stage caution.
Denny Hamlin involved in the incident with Ricky Stenhouse Jr. just a few moments ago in turn 6 prior to Kyle Larson getting in there. Marty.
Rick, I want to give a shout out to Todd Gilliland and Ryan Berginti, his crew chief. They are up in 4th, and that is on speed.
So you got that, how that works?
Career year, and he's been pretty solid at road courses as well, showing the ability to get speed out of the race car. But Steve, this young man continues to impress. If he finishes here, that would tie a career best, oddly enough, also at a road course at Indianapolis.
Doing a great job.
I'm going to wait a few seconds to restart that timer since I forgot to,
say, hey,
since it didn't shut off.
We believe in you. Michael
Caution,
moving on, but you're going to be our guy. We know they have to fill some other seats around him. Doing a great job. And, John Hunter Nemechek right behind him at the 42, also having a really, really nice run. We're still single file restarts. And John Hunter, this is, we talk about opportunities. This is a great run for Legacy Motor Club. He looked good in practice. This is a driver that, when we looked at the speed charts,
So when we cross the line, that will be halfway.
I really did. I thought he had a real consistent speed. Maybe not the blazing fast lap, but you can tell when they're in control that there's not a lot of movement. So,
John, you were talking about the transition to Toyota. Toyota, new manufacturer for them. So always a learning experience when they go to a racetrack for the first time before they can fill their notebook up.
Single file restarts are weird.
And out of 12, they've gone through the restart zone, back under green flag conditions. Christopher Bell, Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland, and Nemechek barreling into turn number 1.
Christopher Bell first to the whip and first away with the lead. Ty Gibbs, Tyler Reddick, Todd Gilliland, all stacking up behind them. There's Chase Elliott. He's trying to go to work on Ross Chastain of that orange car. Chastain now will make the hard right. Now you've got Elliott and A.J. Allmendinger racing for a spot.
Chastain goes to 6. That's the race for 7th. You see out the front of Alex Bowman's car, A.J. Allmendinger there in the 13. He'll dispose of Chase Elliott and go to the 7th spot as they all work through 3. This is the race into turn number 4. Alex Bowman, Hendrick Motorsports teammates to the inside here of Chase Elliott. That's the race for the 8th spot. Here's the race into turn number 5 now. Give that spot to Bowman as they hit Columbus Drive.
Alex Bowman now will clear Chase Elliott. What a great view.
Car in the wall in turn number 4. It is the 4 car. Josh
Come on.
Berry
That's not that bad. That's not that bad. That's not that bad. Just go.
You also got Chase Briscoe off over here as well. So 2 Stewart Haas cars able to drive away from the scene, but they both go long and off in turn 4.
Running along with the Monster Energy on board of Ty Gibbs and Jeff Burton headed right at you. To 12, and Bell, Gibbs, Reddick, Gilliland, Nemechek. They're the first 5 that have to test those braking zones, which we have seen a few cars having some difficulties with.
I like what Reddick was doing, putting the pressure on. I think force them into a mistake is just as important as making a mistake yourself. You see right here, the 41 and the 24 side by side. The 4 just way too fast into turn 4, head on into the tires.
And he wasn't the only one. Chase Briscoe in the 14 behind him also missed the turn.
Looking back, so here they come, 41 double file. And you just wonder if the 2 cars in front of them, you just kind of lose perspective in the braking zone. You see the 14 have to miss the corner as well.
4 was running 28, the 14 was 34th. Mike.
Here they come out of 5, back onto Columbus Drive. Christopher Bell, the red and black car right there leading. And again, the front 5 have stretched themselves out, and they've really checked out from 6th on back. Bell, the first to turn 6, everybody hugging the inside line. This corner is not dry yet, but it is in the process of drying. They're downhill to 7.
Christopher Bell, a little bit ago, was driving away from this group, but now Ty Gibbs is able to keep up. And that Reddick, Gilliland, Nemechek, they all have better pace compared to what they had earlier before that last caution. So not sure if Bell's car has gone away a little bit or these other guys have figured out this wet conditions. You can see what happens if you push too hard, though. It is a risk versus reward scenario. You definitely don't want to overshoot the braking zone.
Yeah, you mentioned push too hard. SVG out of this race. He was the favorite. Second favorite would be Kyle Larson. He hit the tire barrier in turn 6. Now standing by.
He didn't get out because he pushed too
hit hard. Are you okay? And
got
what
out
happened in
barely
turn 6?
by the.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah,
I think all of us are getting a little bit more confident in our braking, and yeah, I just went to the brakes a little bit deeper kind of each lap, and that time, as soon as I touched the brake, I knew I was in trouble. So yeah, just Windstrap wasn't really aiming for
Joey
me.
Hand
was kind
nice.
of going to go where he was going to go. So yeah, it was a big hit.
Like a road course ringer that I don't even really know where he came from.
So yeah, just unfortunate.
It's a disappointed Kyle Larson. To your point, Rick, one of the favorites here this afternoon.
Justin Haley's in 10th.
Big hit.
How helpless that must feel going straight.
Christopher Bell, he is Pied Piper, leading everyone around the streets of Chicago.
Why is it most places ask, do you want to add a drink to that, and never, what do you want to add to that drink? Meet Tia Sabarita, our chief flavorista.
A drink is only as good as the sabores inside. It's all about finding the perfect combos for any given moment.
Like when the waiter says to enjoy your food and you said, you too.
Grape Escape. When you're trying a Carpe the Dia. Rainbow the Slush. When you get the ick. Lemonade Cream Cooler.
When you're in the market for a new babysitter.
Okay, inappropriate.
Live free. Eat Sonic.
If you want to live free. Looking for a refreshing change? Say goodbye to sluggish performance and reach for the one that won't slow you down.
That's crisp.
Experience the force of clean, pure oil coursing through your engine. No matter what you drive, Wix Filters is the clear choice. Here's to filtration that works as hard as
you
you
want to hear something fun?
Wix
This race started 3 hours and 24 minutes ago. We've had just about 40 minutes of qualifying racing.
Savings buckets to help you save for anything you want to buy. Because everyone has something they're saving for.
I don't think
like
so.
That new car.
Unless they call it like...
Or a fancy vacation.
Now. I mean, that'd be super unprecedented.
Your delivery budget? Or even the down payment on your dream home. Our savings buckets help you save for what matters most to you.
So I guess my
yeah, well, fuck you.
Who's down to take it to the streets? To bring the triangle, to hit the bricks. Who's game for a little fireworks between friends? That's a trick question. With the playoffs coming, there are no friends.
Season we are having because of people like you.
Absolutely incredible.
Well, the official, like, actual green flag times
Come back to us,
don't
Simon.
really reach
Tuesday on NBC
of each week, but
For
when
a
does
whole
it say
new
it
Doug,
starts?
got to be Wendy's. Try Wendy's new saucy nugs today. You can't stop the sauce. Cloudy skies, the sun trying to peek out just a bit now as we have 34 laps to go in the race. 4 remaining in this stage, but again, we have the clock.
I can't get over how cool this looks.
But also, we've got some betting too.
Well, DraftKings Sportsbook is an authorized gaming operator of NASCAR.
Would you ever have
This
pictured
week,
this?
New customers can bet $5 and pocket $150 in bonus bets instantly.
It really
Download
does.
the app and use promo code SPEED when you sign up. DraftKings Sportsbook.
It really is like a little
Crown is
boy's
yours,
dream
and
you
can
get to
see
finally watch
Bell
on
a heavy
happen.
favorite.
Like, in real
Minus
life.
200 means you have to bet 200 to profit 100. Gibbs 2-1, Elliott 6-1, Todd Gilliland 7-1. That might be the lowest live odds Todd Gilliland has ever had. Doing an amazing job. But if you
I mean,
think
like, they had
Dominator,
video games,
10-1,
like
he's
old
up to
NASCAR
6.
video
You
games
never know
you
what
could
can
race,
happen. He's
like,
really good in the wet so
on
far.
public roads. Like
This is
NASCAR
not
doesn't
easy
have
what we're
before.
seeing these
Like, there were
drivers
some
do.
where you could race
Right
on
now,
public
it's
roads.
Christopher Bell out in front. Ty Gibbs running second to him. Working around this somewhat wet track now.
And coming to an intersection here as we put the clock in. Remember, it's now a timed race.
Well, there is no
31
newest
minutes and
NASCAR
30
game since
seconds.
2021.
When they see that mark, next time by will be the white, then the checker. So a couple laps after the clock.
NASCAR
Coming
edition.
2-3 to go. The question now
I mean, I
is,
guess you
does
play
anybody
iRacing, it's
dare
an
pit
iRacing, but...
before the end of stage 2 under green to put slicks on? Earlier it was about a 97-second lap time that seemed to make sense. They're at about 102 seconds, so still 5 seconds slower. No takers so far. I think it's just
Well, it
too
used to be every year,
wet to
but since
gamble.
2021,
Maybe if you're in the back, maybe somebody with no
haven't got
track
one.
position will do something. There you go. The 3 comes. 33, the 9 of Chase Elliott. This is the move. You have to do something. Oh, the 8. This is like everybody follow to pit road, Kim.
Yes, because pit road closes with 2 to go on the stage. People are trying to get ahead of strategy. Sounds like that caution is going to be coming out. I really hope they can just speed it up. Like speedy caution.
Radio has been alive with the discussion, and so he brings the 8 car to pit road. Will this help him make the miracle he needs for the 2024 season?
The more I've
4
watched,
slick Goodyear tires
the more
going on this
stage caution
Chevrolet.
irritating.
Oh, yeah.
They're fucking horrible, honestly.
I just missed the days.
Now the
They
question
didn't
is,
have them.
that was about 10 or
Like the
12
road course
cars.
races last year, they didn't have them, and they just
when
went
this
more to the
man,
points.
Christopher Bell, hits the start finish,
It
and
was
Lindsey chooses
so
to pit.
nice.
Remember, because he's the leader, because he's closing pit road at 2
But
to
do
go,
other people
he still has
feel
the
this
option
way
to
for
pit.
most part?
I think
Oh yeah,
he
but
has
other
to
people
come
agree
this
with me.
time.
Yeah, it's very interesting call because
We're gonna have to pit this time.
there you go, there they come. But I just do want to make note that we don't have a
The only
giant
good thing,
lead
like I said, that I can say
in the
about
race.
it,
It's
the
definitely
only
getting
good
there,
thing is
but
that
it's
it's a
taking
designated
longer.
smoke break.
This run did
Yeah.
early when it rained, but I think if you're going to win this race, the first one to slicks is going
Only
to get it done.
positive.
And you heard him, we have to pit. Not that we want to pit, but the other team's forced our hand. They know a yellow's coming, so here's Bell. The 54
Oh, wow.
also going to
Bell-
follow up Gibbs.
Bell and Gibbs are pitting.
Gilliland, Nemechek,
Or
Reddick.
is
I think
Ty
everyone's gonna
Todd
come.
Gilliland's
I'd be
pitting?
shocked
Wow.
if anyone stays on
Who's
the
gonna fucking
racetrack.
stay off?
Look at this. It looks like it's caution.
Everyone?
Everybody's coming to pit road, Dave.
He really looks like yellow
And Steve,
flag
this
pit
was the
stops.
call as the drivers gave their feedback. Ty Gibbs hitting his pit stall.
A few
the
people
track
stay
is
off.
not great. It's not great for slicks.
Look
They're
at
going to
Joey
have to be
Hand,
extremely careful
first
as
guy.
they lead here.
Trouble
Remember,
turn
Gibbs.
6, Austin Dillon is in the tire barrier. He locked it up, and he too has made contact here in
No
6.
caution. All right.
He keeps rolling, and they stay green, Dave.
And there's Christopher Bell. He's got his 4, and he's gone now as well. Bell, the leader of 14 laps so far today. Ty Gibbs, 17 laps. So those leading Toyotas are going to try to make it work from here.
And they're going to have to work gingerly around this racetrack now with these slicks. You see the 20 already. The back fishtailing behind it.
Yeah, because there's still 2 laps to go. 4.4 miles. They're on ice, on slick tires, slipping and sliding. You see how much more grip the 10 car
It feels so
has.
weird to say
Then
29 minutes
then the
left.
20. That's just the tire difference.
Josh Berry got on the wall.
Again, this is in turn 1.
He's not had a great day.
In the rain.
Yeah, Josh Berry struggling as we see Noah Gregson work his way through 4. And back to 5, and they're headed back toward you. Joey Hand out in front of this field.
Christopher Bell just tiptoeing into 20,
Guy you
coming
never
out
heard
of
of.
turn number 5, being passed by Daniel Hemrick, Harrison Burton. Now, this will be the real test. He's got
If
to
he's
hold
related
his
to
car
Brad.
down to get into turn 6. Turn 6 is not dry. He's going to ease it on in, but he's got...
If he was, then he should just drive for every NASCAR team.
Bell,
You know, I think
sideways, coming out of 6, downhill to 7.
If Joey Hand was related to Brad Hand, he should just drive for every NASCAR team in honor of his brother. Because remember, like, Brad Hand played for all 5 NL East teams. Like,
on tires compared to all those guys that were passing him. What he was told was, don't
final
worry
lap of
about
the stage.
The 54, keep him behind you. That is our race. That's how we're going to win it. These other guys, we're not racing them right now. Do not get yourself in trouble.
Again, Joey Hand scored as the leader. He's out front. Alex Bowman.
And the counter argument, Rick, why does Joey Hand stay on the racetrack for? Well, it wouldn't shock me if he finishes stage 2 and stays on wets. And he said, we're driving right by you guys on slicks. We know we have to get on slicks eventually, but if we are 3, 4, 5 seconds a lap faster than you to start the next stage, I could gap 30, 40 seconds. I could come and pit and blend and still be better than those guys that started on slicks.
Steve, how far do you think you could go on wet weather tires when we know there's a clock? We know there's an end to this race. It's 30 minutes, less than 30 minutes from now.
It's really the speed crossover, right? It's really when do wet weather tires become slower. You see right now, though, Joey Hand leads, but Alex Bowman, he's thinking this stage will be very important.
And
It's a team that is looking
like Joey
to be
Hand
pretty
is gonna
decent in
do
the
it. I don't
playoffs,
even.
looking at points.
Man,
He's not locked in
this
by
guy's ran a
anything, so
few
lot of very
races.
important points at the end of the stage. How much is he willing to push
Always
it
on
to
road
pass the
courses.
60 on the right? You see the footwork
fucking
of
win
Joey Hand. Right foot brake,
stage.
or right foot gas, left foot brake. A very more normal NASCAR setup. Oh, look at the 48, Rick. He's on it.
Can he get by? This is the final lap, and Joey Hand looks like he's going to be able to outrun Bowman.
Joey
Bowman tries to go to the
Hand
inside, but Joey
is
Hand
going to
is
win
going
stage
to win
2.
stage 2. Alex Bowman finishing in second.
No one had
there
that
for
on their
stage 2.
bingo
That's the
card.
first career stage win for Joey Hand. Brad Keselowski third. Carson Hocevar and Mark Truex Jr. These are drivers that still are on wet weather tires. Did not come before pit road closed. Gregson, Hemrick, Stenhouse Jr., Harrison Burton. And 10th is going to be Denny Hamlin in stage 2. So wet weather tires, racing slicks, what is the right strategy as everyone has been sliding around the racetrack here at the Chicago Grand Park 160 presented by Xfinity.
Bass Pro Shops in Cabela stands tall in our unwavering commitment to honoring our heroes. We extend our gratitude beyond words by proudly offering a legendary salute discount to those who protect our freedoms. Our dedication to those who selflessly serve us runs deep within our DNA. It's not just a discount, it's a commitment to making a difference. Because every day is a chance for us to say thank you. Bass Pro Shops in Cabela's. Your adventure starts here.
Kind of feels like everyone's trying to copy the $5 biggie bag. So how can you spot a knockoff? It won't taste like Wendy's. This job is easy. When the deal is as fresh as the meal, gotta be Wendy's.
Gotta be fresh.
Let's just see a good finish.
We aren't just keeping things. We keep memories, visions, moments.
Make it all worth it.
Did you find my OGTO?
Happy birthday, Dad.
I can't believe it. There's a fire we keep too. This flame chose us. We are not just collectors. We are loyal torchbearers. We are all
24
keepers,
minutes now.
Keepers
or
of the
23.
flame. Haggerty.
We're putting a little sting in every bite of our fried chicken. But our new sweet heat sauce will have you saying, ooh, not ow. What are you waiting for? Buzz on in and try it. And now, get here early for deals on dinner classics.
The race to the NASCAR playoffs is on USA.
AJ Ross, Haley Gralla, and Chris Buescher all entered a closed pit road. So they all have to go to the rear.
Who does?
AJ Ross, Haley Gralla, and Buescher.
Larson loses the lead. Hamlin's out front. He's going to win. Pocono again.
NASCAR, Sunday on USA.
The greater the risk, the sweeter the reward.
I wonder whose coverage time we're taking up right now. Let's find out.
What's up?
I wonder whose coverage time we're taking up right now. The wall?
Make sure to join NASCAR's free rewards program, and you can start earning points straight into
who's reward. Yeah, we'll take out some American Ninja Warrior.
Race from home or at the track. Trade points in for tickets, exclusive gear, autographed merchandise, and one-of-a-kind race day experiences. Visit NASCAR.com/fan rewards. There's the Chicago River, a little fuller now after the rain that's come through here. And how about the L there? Yeah, the L for elevated train here that everyone takes. Another characteristic of Chicago and downtown. Beautiful area. Everything's a little greener now, too, after the rain has gone through. Reminder, you see on the right side of your screen, time to race countdown. When that clock hits 0, and Steve, I'll let you explain.
Yeah, so when that clock hits 0, the leader, once he crosses the start-finish line on the zeros, next lap around white, next lap checkered. So basically, you're going to see 2 more laps after the clock expires. Joey Hand on the racetrack won that stage. He has about 25 laps on this fuel run, so he can probably go another 12, 14, 15 laps. Their fuel mileage is probably a little better in the wet. This is going to be a fascinating
We're going to have like 20 minutes left of
leaders
racing.
because while Bell and Gibbs came to pit road to
We have
put
like
on
20
slicks, they were
minutes
kind
left
of
of
forced
racing.
to because so many people did. But I'll be honest, they're off the pace.
No, I think we're
by
going back
multiple
green,
seconds,
like,
4, 5, 6 seconds slower than the wet tires. So I really think that Hand and Bowman, Keselowski, Hocevar, they might stay on the racetrack. Stenhouse has a ton of fuel in 8th. He was back last on pit run lap 36. So I don't think this is an automatic pick for the leaders. I think Bell's going to have to start in the middle of the pack on slick tires on a wet racetrack.
And if another caution comes out, that eats away a lot of that time race countdown clock.
Great point, Rick. These aren't laps.
Right.
These are minutes. We are now running basically a timed race. So, and I don't think it's completely, crazy to think we might have another yellow since we've had cars and tire barriers all over.
Dave, what about the 16?
The 6, they are already in the playoffs with the Darlington win, but that gives them a little bit of flexibility to play some strategy. They're staying out on the wet weather tires. Here was a discussion.
I don't think we can fit here. You're correct, buddy. We still have not got to the last time. So, once we get going back green here, maybe 10 laps, maybe. Reckon, because they're going to.
And so there you have it. Kozlowski making, Steve, that decision that you think might be the one for the right for the race win here this afternoon.
To the lap time. What do they mean by that? Look, this wet weather thing is new. It's kind of new to all of us. So I was looking earlier that 96, 97 second laps were like, the dries kind of started to take over. The slick tires started to take over, and the wets.
This fucking Joey Hand guy gonna win?
101 second laps. We're about 4 or 5 seconds off that. So
this fucking Joey
I don't know of another way, because to ask visually how the track looks and all that just seems to be so judgmental. I like data, Jeff, so I like a lap time threshold.
Yeah, and the visuals of also, right? And what we've seen with the rain conditions is, as the track starts to dry, you start getting a groove in stride. But I want you to notice what this groove is doing. It's the drying part is underneath the center of the car. It's not where the tires are. So the heat from the middle of the car is drying the racetrack. But that is not where the 4 tires are going to be, where you're trying to brake and slow the car down. And even if you get 2 tires on it, that's still not the braking force as if you had 4 in a dry section. So very unusual drying. Yeah, I think it'll eventually get to 4 tires that you can have in a dry lane, but it's going to take a little bit.
Well, listen, we put the clock in. When you say a little bit, it's not a question.
Right.
It is a timed race, to remind everyone. So the little bit, the clock is continuing to run.
Yeah, under 20 minutes remaining in this race as far as the countdown clock is concerned. And so Joey Hand, here's a guy, 45 years old, from Sacramento, California, the 2011 ALMS GT Class champion. He's a 2-time Daytona 24-hour winner. He's out in front with his BuildSubmarines.com onboard that we've been able to ride along with. How about Alex Bowman, Marty, who's running second?
We talked about their precarious position trying to make their way into the playoffs on points. Of note, because of that move by Blake Harris, they finished second in that stage, and they have now earned the most stage points today at 14. That could be massive to them. Why did they stay out? Listen to the radio.
Or we stay out, take a shot to win it. What do you think? Yeah, I mean, there's a pretty good dry line around most of the place. Want slicks and go after it? I don't know that we're going to win on slicks. We might win on these. That's the only thing. Just for staying out.
So credit Blake Harris for that. Also an assist to Chad Canals, who spent about 2 or 3 minutes on top of the pit box going through that strategy with Blake Harris. And Steve, you've been a part of those discussions sometimes when the management from Hendrick comes by. There's a lot of thought that goes into that decision to leave the 48 out there. But they have those stage points that could be critical into getting Alex Bowman in the playoffs.
I love the stage points, and I love the call. I think that so many cars, by my count, real quick, there was about 20 cars that are on slick. So if you go there now, your best bet, if you're on the right strategy, you're 20th on that strategy, which is a real unfortunate place to be. I mean, if these wets work and you can gap the slicks by 30 or 35 seconds, you can almost pit and still return to the racetrack in front of them.
All right, getting ready for the restart once again. It's Joey Hand that will bring the field.
Alrighty, here we go.
To the front stretch and the green flag. This is extended aerial coverage of the Chicago
going to be
Park 165.
about 15 and a half minutes left.
Out of turn 12, Joey Hand, Bowman, Kozlowski, Hocevar, Truex Jr., all on wet weather tires out in front of the field.
And Joey Hand with a great restart across the start-finish line. But here's Alex Bowman who'll quickly catch him in turn number 1. To the left onto Balbo. Now, although brought the hand to right onto Lakeshore Drive, Joey Hand still in command. Off turn 2.
And Truex had a look there on Carson Hocevar down into 1, stayed in line, but he's got a good run here off of turn number 2 as they work down Lakeshore Drive. That's the race for the 4th spot. Truex will go driver's right through turn 3, and here it is down into turn number 4. Hocevar heats way. Truex goes to P4 in the 19. Next on his list, Brad Keselowski in front of him in the 6 car.
Martin Truex Jr. coming to life now out of turn number 5, and
No way
yes,
this fucking
Truex
dude
with some
actually
ground to make
wins.
up. They race their way down Columbus
No
Drive.
way.
There's Joey Hand, first car to turn 6. Alex Bowman, 2 car lengths behind, and Brad Keselowski's got a lot of company in the back door.
I've never doubted
There's
him.
Martin Truex Jr.
Yeah, I know.
on the
You
comeback
gotta
trail
stop saying
after getting turned into
every
turn
time
6
I
earlier.
say
Now,
talk shit
some
about
relatively
someone,
new tires. That's helping him out a little bit.
Tommy
Taking
DeVito.
advantage of it, but out in front of this back
Got
is
no,
Joey Hand. This is an
no escape
accomplished
from that one.
race car driver. He has won the 24-hour Daytona, the 24-hour Le Mans, the 12-hour Sebring. This guy can get it done. A lot about SVG last year winning this race. Can Joey Hand make it happen today?
It would be pretty amazing. Let's see which drivers are on the move. Brought to you by Ashley Furniture. And on that list is Joey Hand. 29 spots since the start of this race. He has made up. Brad Keselowski 31. The most laps that have been made up to this point.
You know he was
but
in
Joey
this race
Hand
until today.
really hoping that a caution could potentially come out to slow this down.
15 minutes left.
What's going on? The 48 now, right on his back bumper.
Alex Bowman tried to take a peek right there, but he exercised some restraint off the end of the front straightaway. But Hand could not shake Bowman.
Oh,
as
come
they're
on.
racing through turn number 2.
AJ, back it up.
Turn the wall,
That's
AJ
not gonna
Allmendinger in turn 12, buried in the tires, and will stay green as the leaders continue
Come
to
on.
work their way down Lakeshore Drive. For now, race for the lead into turn number 4. Alex Bowman looks to the inside of Joey Hand. Hand slams the door on him. Nose to tail as they work through turn number 5. Hand leads in the 60.
Bowman couldn't execute the move going into 4. His next opportunity is right now, going into turn 6. Here they come now. Downshifting and braking
There
into
you
this
go.
corner.
You can do it.
As AJ Allmendinger continues to try to
Hell
run his
yeah.
car. Bowman, though, can't send it in there to the inside of Hand. Battle for the lead is still on as he clears turn 6.
Yeah, you can see downhill run, heavy braking zone right here into turn 6. 48 car is a little better than the 6
13:20
car.
left.
Alex Bowman has got to find a way around. See the
So
car
weird to
slipping and
say.
sliding? Uphill
Just
to the loop,
referring to
downhill.
a time of race left is like minutes. Instead of laps.
Will he give him a nudge here? Heavy braking zone. Bowman got a good run off the corner.
Oh my god.
These two trying to separate themselves
This is
from
great.
those that are on the slicks right now. If they can get far enough away, remember
See,
that
this is a
back
battle
bumper
that I
is
wanted
under
to see.
13 minutes now.
Just,
Joey Hand trying to stay in front of Alex Bowman. Bowman all over his back bumper.
Joey Hand's mirrors are filled with Alex Bowman. Here they come into turn number 1.
this has the ingredients of a finish worth waiting for.
He'll keep the lead out of 1, but Bowman now another opportunity to go to the inside. Will he do it? He's looking. Hand strong at 2 and onto Lakeshore Drive.
This is where Bowman was good last time. He's closer this lap as they work down Lakeshore Drive.
Dude, if
Turn 3
Hand-
on the
where did
right-hand
Hand
side, out the front of
qualify?
Alex Bowman's car, the Ally onboard.
I don't even
Race for the
know.
lead, down into the heavy braking, turn
If he
5.
wins-
Bowman to the driver's right of Joey Hand. He goes
He somehow
by.
Alex Bowman, if he
Joey
qualified like
Hand
30th or
tucks
some
in behind
shit,
him. They race all 5
I
in
don't think
reverse
anyone,
order, but
no
nose
one
to
will
tail.
have him.
Alex Bowman in that purple number
It'd be a
48 takes
triple
the
pop.
lead.
Yeah, he started 38. Well,
Joey Hand,
hold on, where did he actually
two car lengths
qualify?
on
Or was that
descent
where he
into
started?
6. Hand is with him stride for stride. 2-car breakaway for the lead. Wow, Hand now will lose a car length. Coming off
I think that's where he. Yeah, so would it double
You can
again?
see he had the best race car. Oh, the 4 in the wall again.
Come on.
This is turn 2. Multiple times he's been in the wall today. See if he can get backed out of there. They're going to try to keep it green as long as they can.
Caution.
And the cautions come out.
Yeah,
There's
of
the
course,
caution.
I don't know.
So Bowman takes the lead and the caution comes out.
So Josh Berry
We're gonna have
sliding into
probably
the
about
barriers.
6 minutes
That
left
brings
when we go
the
back
caution out,
green.
And the clock still ticks on the end of this race.
You don't have to be in the race to be in the race. The NASCAR Powerball Playoff is back.
The 58 is going to win in Phoenix.
Enter now for your chance to win a VIP trip for 2 to the NASCAR Cup Series Championship race at the Phoenix Raceway. With a
grand prize winner taking home $1 million. The race for the million is on. Powerball, the official lottery game of NASCAR, and home to the NASCAR Powerball Playoff.
Pizza Hut, you owe Chicago an apology.
Deep dishes for tourists. Tavern-style pizza is our thing. You just had to tell America about our thin, crispy crust.
Try any of our large Chicago Tavern-style recipes for just $12 each. Sorry, Chicago. No one out pizza's the Hut.
I'm moving to the country. I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. I'm moving to the country. I'm gonna eat a lot of peaches. If I get away, peaches every day. Peaches can't in my hand, okay. Millions of peaches, peaches for me. Millions of peaches, peaches for me. Look out!
Blocked from watching the big match? Save the day by using the Bank of America customized cash rewards card and choose to earn 3% cash back on online purchases, like live streaming.
This isn't just a race. For Chevy, this is science at 180 miles an hour. Physics, AI, and machine learning. And this is our lab where we're testing more than our cars. We're testing ourselves. Because what we learn here helps push us forward out there. From the track to the street, Chevy's got you. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
There's a difference between a great golf setting and a setting for great golf. You've seen the Open before, right? We're talking about wind, sea, rain, dunes, bunkers, rough. There's a reason the forces that make the Scottish coastline also make the champion golfer of the year. Unbelievable. This isn't just the Open. It's golf, as it's meant to be. The Open Championship on NBC, USA, and Peacock. Part of the greatest summer of golf.
Like someone gave him $100 bill for like $17 or some shit. If he just spams the like quarter button, like for the change.
Getting back to the Olympics.
I like the Yelp reviews.
Racing the clock in Chicago. You see the countdown. 8 minutes and 15 seconds. Once that's hit 0, and then the race leader crosses the start-finish line. The next time by, he'll see the white flag. The next time by will be the checkered flag. There will be no overtime. And those on the Navy gear right now are probably enjoying the remainder of this race.
Well, and the threshold for dries and wets were a crossover. That last lap, Christopher Bell was the fastest car on the racetrack, passing 2 or 3 cars. He's sitting 9th. So now the question is, will there be enough laps? Remember, the clock doesn't stop. A yellow, we can finish under
Wait,
yellow.
could it be 2 to go? I don't even fucking know.
He needs racing to let those tires work.
Yeah, Steve
Explanation is
he
kind
picked
of
up 4
confusing.
positions, and before that, all he really wanted to know was how many laps do you think we're going to run once they go back to green? That's what he asked Adam Stevens. So once the driver knew how much time he had to work with, he got right to work and made the passes. Marty.
A whole page about
Blake Harris has called a fantastic race today for Alex Bowman. He has him on the verge of the playoffs right here. How confident are you that he can hold them off with rain tires when the slick tires seem to be getting quicker?
Yeah, I think we're right on that threshold of the break even, right? Like we kind of had a percentage, so it's really tough to, know that we were within a second or two.
Oh my God.
Stage break came out.
Border
confidence
control
in the driver.
background.
He asked him what he wanted to do, put him back to 20th with those stage points in the bank, or do you want to go after it? And he goes, that's where we're going to win from, is up here, not back there. So we got opportunity here. He's done a great job all day, all weekend really. We've had a fast ally Chevy, and we're going to see how it shakes out, man. Need that clock to keep bleeding down. Let our guy take it to him.
Does he have full permission to do whatever he needs to hold Bell behind him or whoever else?
There's nothing else but coming home with the trophy today, and he knows that. I don't have to tell him.
There you go, a playoff spot on the line for Alex Bowman, and yeah, you see it there with those wet tires, but those slicks for Christopher Bell sitting in 9th, getting quicker every lap.
So, Jeff, I have a question because I don't know which way I'm leaning. NASCAR said we're going to continue with the single file restart. So for Bell, that means he's farther back.
Gonna go back green with probably like 5.5 minutes
traffic
to
in
go.
front to let the slicks work. Do you think single file or double file would be better for the 20?
I think Alex Bowman loves this decision to go single file because you have to remember where the restart zone is before turn 12. He's going to launch and be rolling, and that is not the position Bell's going to be in. He should have a massive gap on Bell getting into turn 1. That, to me, is exactly what Bowman wanted. Because if you put Bell in the
no overtime,
row,
so this is it.
If the racetrack has grip,
I mean, this is it. Which fucking sucks if there's another caution, but that's it.
And you got to try to get away from him. This is advantage Bowman.
All right.
Well, they might let the clock roll down, but it's gonna.
Race. We have 5 minutes counting down. When the leader sees the double zeros, so the clock has expired and he crosses the start-finish line. The next time around, we will see the white. Then the next time around, we will see the checkered. There will be no overtime. There'll be no extension. If the caution comes out, it's nothing. The clock is the only thing that matters, and once we see zeros, then we'll see the white, then we'll see the checkered. For Alex Bowman, it's all about the restart, though, Rick. He's got to hold off Joey Hand.
Could have gone to 8:25. Should have done 5 more minutes.
Are there enough cars between Alex Bowman and Christopher Bell?
You could have gone to 8:30.
He's on the slicks.
You could have gone to 8:35.
The clock continues to count down through the restart zone. Alex Bowman back into the gas.
Green flag.
Through the gears and down the front stretch he rockets. Bowman, Hand, Keselowski, Truex Jr., Hocevar, Stenhouse Jr., Gregson, Hemrick, and Bell back there in 9th.
Alex Bowman just trying to get out of Dodge right now, trying to get away from Joey Hand, and he'll do it in turn 1. Matter of fact, he'll walk away by about 3 car lengths. Everybody now, trouble in turn number 1.
Oh no! Go! Go! He's gonna go.
First time in turn 1.
Oh!
Everyone in the tires look like John Hunter Nemechek. He's able to escape. Christopher Bell has moved by Daniel.
Come on, don't ruin this finish. We've waited all fucking day.
Tries to continue to pick him off as quick as he can. Race leader smoothly through.
Just give us something to feel happy about.
Continues to lead over Joey Hand as Christopher Bell tries to move forward.
Christopher Bell is in 8th, and he's got to get to it. Time is running out. About 3.5 minutes to go. Up front, it's Bowman and Hand, 1 and 2. Bowman in the purple car, the black and green car. Joey Hand. Hand will complete the pass, complete the journey through turn 6, downhill to turn 7.
It's been 80 races since Alex Bowman last won a cup race. He's got a lot of pressure. With a very good race car driver behind him, Joey Hand, you got to push hard. But we've seen what happens if you push too hard. Multiple cars in the tire barriers. There's a lot of pressure on Alex
Racing
Bowman.
in Chicago.
Conversations about him. Driver for Hendrick Motorsports needing to win. Great opportunity here.
And Jeff, you mentioned the number of races before he has
look
got
at
to victory lane. But how about Alex Bowman and where he was coming in?
Imagine driving through traffic and like seeing this shit.
Making another pass on Hocevar, so he's knocked another position away. But Bowman trying to lock himself into the playoffs with a potential win here in Chicago.
And Bowman's walking away from Joey Hand, coming into turn number 1 again. He's starting to lengthen it out. John Hunter Nemechek. Trouble out of turn number 12. Oh, right in front of Austin Dillon. Heads up piece of driving by Dillon, who almost collects John Hunter Nemechek. While the leaders again clear turn 2.
Bowman continuing to leg it out over
Oh!
Joey Hand.
Oh!
Sideways, he gets into Bell.
Oh no! Come on, guys, keep going, keep
He
going.
continues on, but loses all
Keep
that
going.
position he had gained.
They're
Falls out of the top 10. That's a break for Bowman.
This is great.
Another heartbreaking race for Bell. He's got damage in the 20s. He works down turn
Poor
number 3
Bell.
and into 4. Just
Yeah,
trying to keep that
that was
car
dumb for a
righted.
pick.
You'll see a
I think he
replay
would have had
of
this
there.
race
They work
when
off
called
of turn
bullshit.
2. Turn sideways. Maybe some contact from Stenhouse. It hooks Bell. Heavy contact into the wall, and Hocevar a victim of that as well.
Now it's Gibbs that could be the one in position here.
Yeah, you see right there, just 2 wide, 2 rows. The 6, the 19 gets to go. The 19 catches his teammate in the 20.
Yeah, I don't think
This
Joey
was
Hand is going to catch
off of, I
Alex
believe,
Bowman.
turn 42 with a big shot to the side of the car. On the bottom right, though, you see the 48 of Bowman. Now 5 car lengths in front of you, Burton.
Minute and a half.
He's doing a great job. He stretched it out a little bit. Still a lot of work to do. He wants a caution right now. Essentially, this race will be over.
A lot of work to do as the countdown clock
I'm
continues.
not sure if when the clock expires, the next flag is 2 to go or 1 to go.
Double zeros, then the next
we'll just
flag,
find the
white
fuck
flag, then the checkered flag. So there will be racing past the clock. With under a minute 10 to go, the 48 leads into 1.
Alex Bowman, you see him zigzagging down the front straightaway, just trying to find as much wet asphalt as possible, considering he's still on wet weather tires. Good battle further back in the pack. Ty Gibbs right now.
Are they going to get another lap in before the clock expires? Probably not.
Oh, they made contact. 3 wide. What a move by Reddick to pass them both.
Physical racing for third. Ty Gibbs.
Oh, come on, come on.
Hamlin in the tires.
Come on.
Hill there as well. That's on the entry to turn number 1. Hamlin will get away. Hill trying
Come
to
on, Austin.
It looks like he'll do so.
There you go.
Into turn number 5 as the leaders work through this set of corners over here. Chaos behind, but leading out front. The
30 seconds.
10, 12, 15 car lengths. 20.
And then it'll either be 2 to go or 1 to go. I'm really not sure. It will be 2 to go.
The race leader crosses the start finish after the time expires. The next lap will be.
He's in the slow section at the back of the track with 13 seconds left, Jeff. I think you'll see the expiration of the clock.
So yeah, they'll cross. Time expires, he crosses, then it's white flag.
So it's 2 to go coming this time?
When he comes around, he knows what he's going to have to do, and he is.
I think it's 2 to go.
Joey Hand is going to allow him to be calm and smooth, finishing this race off.
As he comes down the hill into turn 12, time has expired. This is basically 2 to go. Next turn by, he'll see the white wreck. The gamble for the 48 on wet tires is paying off. 80 races. You heard Jeff Burton say it. 80 races, Bagley, since the 48 went to victory lane.
Unbelievable of all the talk and all the pomp and
it
the
looks like he's pulled
circumstance of this
away.
race coming in. Alex Bowman's name has not been mentioned once to win this race. But through a late race set of circumstances, Alex Bowman
No
not only
overtime.
passed one of the best road course drivers in the business, Dylan, but he's left him in the dust.
Yeah, he is looking very strong out front, and a battle for second behind him is exactly what Bowman wants to see. He works down Lakeshore Drive, drops a couple gears here into turn number 4. You see it drying. Likes to see that. Just a little bit extra grip on those wet tires as Bowman works through 4 and out of 5. Tyler Reddick has moved around Joey Hand. That was the race for the second spot, but Reddick has it now.
Look at Bowman just trying to get
Reddick? Is Reddick on dries?
asphalt he can on those tires. He's going to swing wide into 6. He's going to cut it right there at the apex. Swing wide.
Reddick's around
and now
Joey
for the
Hand,
approach
so
downhill into 7.
is Reddick on dries? Could he pop? No, I don't think it's enough.
You see
I
the
don't think
brakes
it's enough
flowing,
time to
and
catch him.
that shows you the confidence he has in the braking of that race car. He's able to drive the car hard on these older tires. He has a ton of confidence in his ability to brake, but he has enough gap. Now it's not so much about running lap time, although Reddick
Imagine being able to do
him
this.
down a little bit. Reddick's been pretty quick, about 2 seconds faster that last lap. Can Reddick mount a charge here?
He's got one more time around when he comes by this time.
White flag is in the air. One more time around for Alex Bowman. It's Tyler Reddick. He's catching him.
Is the faster car. He is catching Alex Bowman.
He might catch him. Holy shit.
He'll cut the left. He's got time to do it. Question is, does he have enough time? 1.7 seconds behind the race leader, Tyler Reddick, trying to shut down the separation and trying to score.
He's gonna catch him. He's gonna catch him. He's gonna catch him.
Visually, Reddick is starting to close. Bowman has been strong down here through 3, 4, and 5, but it's drying out in turn 4. That plays to the advantage of that car. Tyler Reddick, Bowman through 4, out of 5.
Will he be able to?
Oh, he fucked up.
He hits the wall. That may
He
be
did
what
fuck up.
Bowman needs. He's in the wall as they work to 6.
That's not good. That might be it for him.
Tyler Reddick gave it all he had coming through turns
Yeah, that's
4
probably
and
it for him.
5. He's given up too many car lengths
Yep,
now to
that's
be a
it.
factor as Alex Bowman for the final time through turn number 6 drives away. Tyler Reddick came so close, but he did regroup the car, but now he's 3.6 seconds behind.
Reddick had about 20 lap newer tires on his race car, running Bowman down and simply.
And Alex Bowman looks like he's gonna do it.
And that's allowing Alex Bowman to
The
drive
streets of
away.
Chicago. Possibly the coolest track.
Alex Bowman making his way through Congress Plaza for the final time. He works through turn 10, now 11, up over the railroad tracks and into 12. Alex Bowman has never won on a road course, and now he is going to conquer the streets of Chicago.
Alex Bowman does it.
Has won at Chicago.
That was awesome. That was awesome that we just got to see a finish that was good and competitive. Happy. It wasn't as close as I would liked, but like it was still competitive. Reddick kind of just fucked up there at the end. He would have been a lot closer.
Oh no.
Oh!
The celebration into the wall. But Alex Bowman's happy. Locked into the playoffs, but that move right there, and strategy call. Staying on wet weather tires.
Great call. Crew chief, driver on the same page. Bowman drove an amazing final run there. Reddick put the pressure on, made one little mistake, as Jeff Burton pointed out. But there are hundreds of mistakes throughout the race. Just such a great work. It's right here. The 45 is absolutely coming, and he knows it, and he has to get so close to the inside. Just a glancing blow. You see the fire out the pipes where he has to breathe it so he doesn't hit the outside wall. And that was it. Listen into this contact. Clear through 4. Right there in the middle of 5. Contact with the right side door. So close a week ago for the 45. So close again this week. But this man, Alex Bowman, celebration.
12 winners in 2024. Alex Bowman has just added his name to the list. Gibbs was closing the gap as well. Joey Hand with a 4th place finish. McDowell.
Yeah, that was. Imagine if Joey Hand had won this race. He's burning it down.
Fans sticking it out here on the streets of Chicago, and Bowman maybe taking a page from SVG, doing a little drifting around the street course here.
What we're learning about the wet weather tires, they don't do a great burnout. Not a lot of smoke.
The wet weather tires don't do good burnouts.
The pressure had to be building for this driver, right? I mean, Chase Elliott went to victory lane. We have Larson, William Byron, multiple wins out of Hendrick Motorsports. Remember, this is the first win since his back injury last year. Broke his back, had to miss some races.
And Bubba Wallace decides to.
Well, remember earlier at the 48.
Bubba just put Bowman in the wall. Huh? Bubba put Bowman in the wall as he drove by him.
Third driver, so.
He really burned it down.
And those of you that will be heading to work here in Chicago and using Columbus Drive, this is the reason for all the tire rubber that you'll see.
This is the reason for all the tire rub you'll see while you're driving to work. That is beautiful.
Look at the Swedes right there at start-finish line, now covered in smoke. What a great celebration for Alex Bowman.
Kyle Busch finished 9th.
His first win in 2024, which locks him into the playoffs.
Yeah.
And ending that 80 race drought.
I forgot to turn this shit off.
End an 80-race winless streak, and what a perfect time to end an 80-race winless streak. His entire team here. That's a fun celebration. The pressure off the 48 team. Now officially a part of the 2024 playoffs, Alex Bowman. Well, Alex, of all the scenarios of a path to the playoffs, did you have a road course on wet weather tires on your bingo card?
Man, I don't know. Anytime you go to the racetrack with Hendrick Motorsports, you got a shot. But first off, like we talked earlier, I have to apologize again to the 23 guys. Just messed up and trying to get my windshield wiper on, missed a corner and ruined their day. So I hate that. I'm still embarrassed about it, but we have a trophy to take home, and know it means a lot to this team. They put me in position to win the race, and man, I broke my back, had a brain injury, and
yeah, he hasn't won in over 2 years.
Sucked ever since, and I didn't. You start to second guess if you're ever going to get a chance to win a race again. And the last one we won, we didn't really get to celebrate. We're going to drink so much damn bourbon tonight.
Yeah.
It's going to be a bad deal. I'm probably going to wake up naked on the bathroom floor. That's part of this deal sometimes. So just thanks to Ally and everybody at Hendrick Motorsports. Everybody makes this deal go round. Mr. H and Jeff. And shout out to Chloe at home. She's at home with the pups. It's like the only race she's missed all year. So I'm sure she's pissed off at me for that one. But she's sitting at home with Huck. And yeah, excited to get home. It's going to be a good night.
Biggest win of Alex Bowman's career. He is a part of the 2024 playoffs and a winner here on the streets of Chicago, Rick.
More to come. You see the emotion.
Alrighty, y'all. For next week, I won't be live for the truck race. That's on Friday at 5. I will be live for the Xfinity race. I will be live for the Xfinity race. It's on Saturday. I think 3. Whatever it is, I'll be live for it. And then the Cup race, I will not be live for it because we'll be there. So yeah. Watch time prediction
for that 48 team. Plenty more on the other side of the break when we come back.
Let me go 32 hours.
I'm gonna go 27.
If our network goes down,
alrighty, y'all. We're gonna end this shit right here. I want to thank y'all for watching.